Seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Senate, we have a guest chaplain this afternoon. Jacob Heine is from the Faith Lutheran Church in Topeka, and he's the guest of Senator O'Shea. Please rise and give prayerful attention to our guest chaplain.
From the Gospel of Mark, chapter 10. Jesus called his disciples over to him and said to them, "You know that those who are regarded as rulers of the Gentiles lord it over them, and those in high positions act as tyrants over them. It is not to be so among you. On the contrary, whoever wants to be great among you will be a servant. Whoever wants to be first among you must be a slave to all. For even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many." Heavenly Father, you remind us that our role in this world is one of service. You have called us to imitate your Son, Jesus, who came not to be served, but to serve. Forgive us for the times we have sought to have a place of honor rather than a place of service. Forgive us for the times when we have forgotten that you have placed us here to serve all people, not to be beholden to any one group or special interest. As your servants, I ask that you would guide this government to do what is best for all people, regardless of their affinity or agenda. I ask you to help them to turn to you, to ask for what is best, not to look to themselves for personal thoughts and desires on what is best, so that none here would begin to lord over others their own agenda and purpose. I ask that you would guide each member of this chamber to seek your agenda and your purpose for this great state of Kansas. Give to each your heart of service. Not in serving, for in serving our neighbor, we are able to truly see your greatness. Above all, O Lord, I ask that you would guide all hearts in this chamber and throughout this great state to once again come in humble submission before you, so that we would see all people, regardless of race, gender, or creed, as those you love, and therefore worthy of our love. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing for a pledge of allegiance. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution number 1746 by Senator Longbine, a resolution congratulating and commending the 2024 Kansas Master Teachers.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the reader please read?
Whereas 7 of Kansas's best teachers have been selected as Kansas Master Teachers for 2024. And whereas local teachers, associations, educational organizations, and school faculties nominate candidates for the awards. A committee representing educational organizations from across Kansas selected the 2024 winners. And whereas the 2024 Kansas Master Teachers are Bray McGanahan, an intensive resource teacher at Stanley Elementary in Blue Valley, USD 229, Erica Threat, a K-5 instructional coach at Meadowlark Elementary in Liberal, USD 480, Jennifer Fallon, an instructional coach at Washington Elementary in Gear County, USD 475, Jessica Brown, a first grade avid teacher at Sunflower Elementary in Lawrence, USD 497, Jessica Buchanan, an engineering teacher at Mays Middle School in Mays, USD 266, Lindsay Dowell, a 7th through 8th grade gifted facilitator at Washburn Rural Middle School in Topeka, USD 437, and Sarah Hoffman, a 2nd grade teacher at Canyon Creek Elementary School in Olathe, USD 233. And whereas Emporia State University established the Kansas Master Teacher Awards in 1953. And whereas the awards are presented annually to teachers who have long served the profession and exemplify the outstanding qualities of earnest and conscientious teachers. And whereas since 1980, the Bank of America has pledged more than $100,000 to permanently endow the Kansas Master Teacher Awards. And whereas in 1984, the Black family of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, established an endowed chair for the Kansas Master Teachers. And whereas the fund provides a stipend to bring 2 master teachers to Emporia State University for a portion of a semester to provide presentations to classes of education students. And whereas the members of the Senate of the state of Kansas recognize the invaluable contributions of great teachers such as those being honored today. And whereas these 2024 master teachers serve as mentors and role models and lay the groundwork for the best educators of tomorrow. They go above and beyond what is expected and offer inspiration as well as instruction. They teach with heart and soul, and by giving the best of themselves, they encourage students to give their best in return. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the state of Kansas that we congratulate and commend the 2024 Kansas Master Teachers for demonstrating excellence in their profession and devotion to the children of Kansas. And be it further resolved that we offer our heartfelt thanks to those extraordinary educators who face so many challenges in the classroom each day, yet persevere, choosing the satisfaction of doing their best and overcoming the frustrations inherent in their job. And we extend our best wishes for their continued success and happiness.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor today to bring before you the 2004 Kansas Master Teachers class. These are outstanding educators who have gone through a very thorough selection process. Emporia State University started the Master Teachers Awards 70 years ago to not only honor the best, but to also make it possible for other teachers to collaborate and learn from the best. This year's class will be honored on April 3rd on the campus of Emporia State University, at which time they will tour the National Teachers Hall of Fame, a one-room schoolhouse, participate in a podcast for other educators, and finally will be honored at a banquet that evening. Joining us today are representatives of Emporia State University and the award winners. I would like to introduce the representatives from ESU first. They are Sarah Swartfeger, Stephanie Taylor, and Greg Snyder. And now I would like to introduce the this year's master teachers, and I would yield to the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to begin the introductions.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if Bree McGranahan would please rise, and we will honor her for a few moments. Ms. McGranahan is an intensive resource teacher who lives by the philosophy that every child deserves a quality, accessible education, regardless of ability or background. She teaches at Stanley Elementary in the USD 229 Blue Valley School District. She says, "It is our job and responsibility to provide an environment for children to reach their maximum potential. When a student walks into our school and classroom with visible or invisible disabilities, they deserve to feel welcomed and empowered to learn as a member of their classroom community." Throughout her teaching career, she has continuously sought out opportunities to create accessible educational environments and teach social and behavioral skills for those who demonstrate a deficit in those areas. She says, "Advocacy for these principles of my teaching philosophy has become a pillar of my practice, regardless of my school, district, or title. As a general ed teacher, I worked daily to instill inclusive attitudes amongst my students and worked collaboratively with my colleagues to create opportunities for all students to learn regardless of their ability." Ms. McGranahan said that every student deserves passionate educators who will go the distance to meet the varied needs of all children. Every child deserves to feel as though they belong and matter in our classrooms and our schools. She says they should be able to put down the baggage from their lives for the 8 hours a day that they are in our buildings. Why? Because they know they are in an environment where they can thrive, regardless of background or ability. She ensures parents are highly involved in their children's education and are an integral part of their child's educational team. She says we are all working together towards common goals of having their children be successful, and that requires open communication between all stakeholders. I find that it is vitally important to develop a relationship with my families and parents of my students that demonstrates I am here walking side by side with them as they navigate education for their child with exceptional needs. She says, just because my students communicate differently and engage with their world in a different way does not mean they cannot participate in similar activities to those around them. The look on my students' faces, she says, when they get in the pool to swim and are able to be independent, even if they have mobility needs, is something I will never forget. Ms. McGranahan earned 3 degrees from Pittsburgh State University, a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Ed in 2015, a Master of Science in Education Technology, Technology Integration Specialist in 2018, and a Master of Science in Special Education. Stanley Elementary Principal Beth Bodenhammer wrote that Ms. McGranahan is an exemplary teacher who has a passion for doing whatever it takes to provide students with a meaningful learning experience. Bree believes that all students deserve the opportunity to be successful. She is patient, kind, and intentional when handling difficult behaviors, while also maintaining grace and genuine care when corresponding with parents during delicate conversations. So it's my honor today to rise to honor Ms. McGranahan from Stanley Elementary and to thank her and congratulate her on winning the award this year. So if you'd give her a round of applause, that'd be great. Thank you, Body, and welcome to the Senate chamber. And her family is here as well. They're probably in the gallery. Oh, there they are. So, and the kids are here too, I think, but are they waving? Okay, so, well, thank you. And with that then, Mr. Chair, I yield from the good senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senate colleagues. It's my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce to you a truly remarkable young lady, Erica Treat, or Erica Loppy, as I knew her in our school. She's a 2024 Kansas Master Teacher winner from Meadowlark Elementary School in Liberal. Erica, I was going to ask you to stand, but you already are. And also, Daryl or DJ, you stand too. And I don't think they brought their 3 kids with them. Where are you? There he is. All right. Thank you for coming. They got a long script here, and here's some Meade papers, a page and a half of stuff. I taught Erica in school way back in 2009. I retired after the next year. Anyway. Not only did I have her in school, I coached her, or tried to. I taught her younger sister, Alexa. I taught her mother, and I taught her dad. That means I'm old. And I'm telling you, that was a great family, and it was a pleasure to get a chance to know them. They have a whole bunch of stuff to read, but in the Meade paper, a couple things that they said that struck out to me. And by the way, I'm wearing a Meade Buffalo tie because of the Buffaloes. Meade's a Buffalo. Quote from her, "My passion is to help and inspire others be the best they can be. I hope this achievement can serve as an inspiration to other educators, motivating them to strive for excellence in their teaching practices and promoting continuous growth in the education community. Working in education is such a rewarding experience, and I feel so appreciated." And another little quote from the principal or somebody. She says she possesses the unique ability to build meaningful relationships with both students and staff. Her caring nature and an innate capacity to connect with individuals easily contributes to the positive and supportive environment she fosters within our school system. As a classroom teacher, she's intentionally in her lesson plans as she leverages her deep understanding of each student's academic and personal strengths to design lessons that were engaging and tailored to their individual needs. Her dad was a teacher. I taught with him. My wife also taught Erica. She's a family we know, and it's a great honor to get a chance to introduce her. It's a great program, what they have at Emporia State. She's been teaching for 12 years, and she's such an example for others to follow. Even though she makes me feel old, it is indeed refreshing to have such an excellent role model that comes before us in the Senate. And it gives us renewed hope in our future leaders. As one of her fellow educators said about her, the positive impact that she has had on her students is a testimony to her dedication, effectiveness, and genuine care she has invested in each child. Thank you, Erica. And And with that, I'll yield from the great senator from Johnson.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have the privilege of honoring Sarah Hoffman. And Sarah, if you will stand. She's a second grade teacher in Canyon Creek Elementary School in USD 233, which is in Olathe District, but it is in Lenexa. So there's a quote from Charles Curhalt: "Good teachers know how to bring out the best in students." Well, second grade teacher Sarah Hoffman lives by that quote through building relationships, promoting collaboration, and providing authentic learning opportunities to her students. This can be achieved in a classroom environment that promotes belonging and provides opportunities to learn from others, Ms. Hoffman wrote. She achieves this goal through project-based learning, a method that directs students through projects that are authentic and connects them with their community. This past year, second graders had to understand how the past impacts their life today. She wrote that students learned about famous people, events, and daily life in the past, and then they were partnered with an assisted living community to come and meet students. Ms. Hoffman said this project brought context to the past, and students continued talking and making connections to their present with many stories that they learned from the residents in the assisted living community. Students need to learn by shared experiences and conversations. During our projects, we work in teams, consult with community experts, and gather feedback from peers, she wrote. In math groups, we use math chats to solve logic-based problems. Students discuss various paths to the same solution so that they expand their understanding and grow as learners. Throughout the year, Ms. Hoffman provides opportunities to reinforce this student's sense of belonging, which is crucial in maintaining a positive learning environment. She said that she will provide team-building games such as STEM challenges, cooperative learning discussions, or just a fun game of Olympic-style rock, paper, scissors. Very interested in that, to reinforce that belonging. And she wrote, "I have witnessed students that work together to their potential become and provided the time for them to connect with themselves and their peers." Every successful teacher will say that there are students that are hard to reach, and this could range from being academically behind or their behavior interfering with learning. But Ms. Hoffman said the greatest challenge is engaging her students in the classroom full of 7- and 8-year-olds. It takes a lot to keep them engaged, she wrote. Outside of the school, they're playing video games, running around the neighborhood with friends, or being shuttled to multiple different activities. Ms. Hoffman meets this challenge through project-based learning and authentic learning opportunities while planning for the needs of every student's unique needs. Walk into her classroom any day and ask her students what her favorite word is, and they will say, flexible. She wrote, "At this point in my career, being flexible to meet the needs of my students is my greatest asset." Hoffman earned her bachelor's degree in education from the University of Central Missouri in 2009, a master's in education from Baker University in 2021. And in today's educational arena, the calling of an elementary educator is to enrich students through rigorous, authentic experiences related to real-world practical applications. Ms. Hoffman succeeds through a well-paced, charismatic instructional design laced with tangible learning objectives and performance assessments that are fun. So if my colleagues will join me in congratulating Sarah Hoffman. And I will yield to the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sachs. Colleagues, it's my honor to introduce you to Lindsay McDowell. Lindsay, would you stand up? Lindsay is a gifted facilitator in Washburn Rural School, well, Auburn-Washburn School District, where I happen to be superintendent, and she's a gifted facilitator at Washburn Rural Middle School. She earned a Bachelor of Science degree from Kansas State University in 2006, a master's degree from Emporia University in 2013. And of course, she's part of this wonderful master class from Emporia State University of Master Teachers for 2024. She started teaching in the Auburn-Washburn School District in 2006, and she quickly became a teacher leader. She's been in the district for 18 years. As a gifted facilitator, and remember, you just went from 2nd grade to 7th and 8th grade, quite the leap here. So as a gifted facilitator at the middle school, Lindsay helps her students develop resilience, perseverance, and a willingness to embrace challenges by offering them spectacular enrichment opportunities. She loves her students, and as one of her colleagues said, she pours her heart and soul into making sure all of her students are meeting their full potential. Lindsay, in her application, said that her job is to make sure that she has a safe and welcoming classroom. Her students feel they're comfortable and safe expressing their thoughts, their ideas, and their concerns. Her students are encouraged to take ownership of their learning and to develop independence and self-motivation through opportunities that force them to set goals, make choices, and take responsibility for their academic progress. Lindsay Dow, master teacher, congratulations. It's an honor to have you here today, to have known you for all these years. You truly are a teacher leader, and it's an honor to have you. Mr. President, I yield to the senator from Mays after we congratulate Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay. So I'll just do that one more time. Mr. President, I yield to the senator from Mays, Senator McGinn.
All right, who's next? Senator from Sedgwick.
I have Senator McGinn next.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
All right. I am very pleased to be able to introduce you to Jessica Buchanan. She's an engineering teacher. Thank you for standing. And Mays Middle School. Jessica Buchanan's teaching philosophy is founded in the belief that every child deserves an advocate to do what is best for them now, as well as what is best to prepare them for living and working in the 21st century. Jessica remarked, "I strive to be the advocate for students through my focus on building relationships to get to know each one as an individual person. And I prepare my students for a successful future by incorporating the 4 C's into my curriculum: communication, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration. She also coaches track, attends athletic games, chaperones dances, among several other activities. Buchanan stated that it's important to understand each student as a person, but also understand where they are academically and their social emotional strengths. In the first week of class, she has them doing team building activities to help them get to know one another. She also asks for feedback on lessons so she knows what type of learning styles work best for each student when putting together lesson plans to give choices to students of how they learn best. One of the projects she's done is a prototype for a foot orthosis for a child with cerebral palsy. This project requires students to communicate their ideas as they brainstorm through designing, testing, and redesigning. She's highly engaged in her community through activities and an externship with the Textron Aviation over the summer, which provides them with shadowing opportunities with Textron's internship. When the kids have, she is part of the Watchdogs, Dads for Great Students at Mays, and invited them to come to work with the students. When kids have a positive male role model who shows up for them, it demonstrates the importance of education. They love having them join them in class. Before this, they never had the opportunity to work with parents in the classroom. Buchanan earned a bachelor's degree in elementary education from Wichita State University in 2015 and a Master of Science in instructional coach, teacher, leader from Emporia State University in 2020. Chad Kramer, the principal of Mays Middle School, said that she is both outstanding understanding of the curriculum associated with her content area and a unique set of skills blended with both compassion and accountability that serve middle school children well. Students in Mrs. Buchanan's classes feel connected and are held to high academic standards and are accountable for behaviors and actions that support an engaging academic environment. Please join me in congratulating Jessica Buchanan. And at this time, I yield to the senator from Lawrence, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you and fellow senators, I'm pleased to welcome Kansas Master Teacher, Miss Jessica Brown, to the Kansas Senate. Miss Brown is a first grade teacher at Sunflower Elementary School in Lawrence. She earned 3 degrees from Emporia State University, a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education with a leadership minor. In 2013, a STEM All Certificate, I guess that was in 2017, a Master of Science in Curriculum and Instruction with a Teacher Leadership emphasis in 2021, and a Master of Science in Educational Administration in 2023. As a teacher, Ms. Brown has implemented project-based learning strategies in her classroom to meet the needs of English language learners and teaches higher order thinking and soft skills to her students. She is AVID certified, advancement via individual determination. And with that, a mission to prepare students for college or careers after high school graduation. Ms. Brown strives to provide her students with exposures to careers and opportunities. Through partnerships she has created with local businesses, her students explore opportunities and develop real-world skills in connection with our academic standards. Her first graders recently worked with a local jewelry artist to design, market, and sell their own polymer clay jewelry in an online auction. Alongside her excellent teaching, Ms. Brown also advocates for the mental health of teachers. Though a rewarding profession, it comes with a lot of stress. Ms. Brown wrote that The immense stress and challenges we face daily, including managing extreme student behaviors, can lead to mental and emotional trauma. We are often told to keep teaching, to accept these issues, and to witness harm without speaking up. She also noted, we're not alone in our struggles. Students also witness and internalize these challenges. While we have systems and resources in place to support students, there is little acknowledgement or sustainable solutions for teachers' mental health. Brown said it is essential for everyone inside and outside of education to recognize that the mental health of teachers directly impacts the quality of education. She has also written that while populations, demographics, and buildings may change, the need for every child, paraprofessional, specialist, and teacher within my classroom to feel seen and loved is what sets the precedent for every decision, support, interaction, and intentional word used. So I learned that Ms. Brown's family knows that 143 is a number that embodies her practice, culture, and legacy. For her, those numbers are the numbers of letters in each word of the phrase, I love you. Ms. Brown, it's perfect for you to be here today. You probably knew it was Pi Day. Pi Day is 314. Thank you for your work, and because of that, I love. I hope you will all join me in honoring Ms. Brown and thanking her for her work. Mr. President, I yield back to the Senator from Lyon.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Jennifer Fallon, who is an instructional coach at Washington Elementary School, USD 475, Gary County Schools. Jennifer's teaching philosophy is from the inception of our lives to the final chapter. The journey of learning is an unbroken thread that weaves through every moment. Fallon believes that learning is not confined to the pages of a textbook or the walls of a classroom. It is an immersive experience that extends beyond formal education. In her classroom, Fallon believes that the cultivation of meaningful connections. A classroom is not merely a space for instruction, it is a community where individuals are valued, heard, and respected. Education should extend beyond the classroom as well, Fallon said, with the integration of real-world examples to complement classroom learning. Mr. President, check this out. Every morning in Fallon's classroom is started with an activity fostering a positive mindset. One such activity is the compliment circle, where the students sit around the perimeter of the carpet and students give genuine compliments to the person on their right. Maybe we could get Jennifer to come back. This activity not only fosters a positive mindset, but it also promotes a sense of community, builds a stronger connection among students. It sets a tone of kindness and encourages students to focus on the positive aspects of their peers, creating a more inclusive and a more supportive classroom culture. Fallon earned 3 degrees from Kansas State University, a Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology in 2008, a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education in 2009, and a Master of Science in Special Education in 2015. Jennifer, welcome. Thank you for what you're doing. I understand the challenges that you have in Gary County with your class. And it's an incredible district who does an incredible job with a very diverse group of students. So thank you very much for what you do every day. Mr. President, I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and Senate Resolution 1746 be adopted by voice vote.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Jennifer, there's no doubt we could use you in this chamber. So we're honored to have you all here. Seriously, welcome to the Kansas Senate. Point of personal privilege, Chair recognizes Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to recognize Salina in the State House, primarily in the East Gallery. Here today from my hometown, elected officials and leaders representing the City of Salina, Saline County, the Salina Chamber of Commerce, the Salina Community Economic Development Organization, USD 305, Kansas State University in Salina, the Salina United Way, OCCK, Great Plains Manufacturing, and Hutton Construction. Colleagues, please welcome Salina in the State House to the Kansas Senate.
Please note references of bills on page 1 and 2 of the calendar. We are ready for a motion to concur, but we'll stand at ease just for a minute. All right, Senate, we'll turn to order, and we're actually going to start with a motion to on consideration of motion to concur or non-concur. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since concurring is still an option, and we have a few more details to work out, I move the Senate non-concur in House Amendment, Senate Bill 233, and to request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints as conferees on part of the Senate, Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. On motion to concur, the Chair recognizes Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger on SB 307.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 307. 307 was on this floor. We had passed it out before, and they added some of the appointments to it. The bill would not risk distributing existing settlement agreements or endanger the state's ability to recover opioid settlement funds, and the bill would expand the potential impact of opioid settlement funds, eliminating certain unnecessary overhead spending in implementing scientifically proven abatement strategies.
You've heard the motion, the questions. Are questions on, comments on the motion to concur? Seeing none, you've heard the motion. We will hold for final action, and we are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: the consent bill on page 4 of the calendar, HB 2587, and the bills on page 4, SB 500 and SB 514. Clerk will read and the motion to concur, 307. Clerk will read the titles.
House Bill number 2587, an act concerning drainage districts. Senate Bill number 307, an act concerning the Kansas Fight Addiction Act. Senate Bill number 500, an act concerning driver's licenses. And substitute for Senate Bill number 514, an act making and concerning appropriations for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2024, June 30th, 2025, June 30th, 2026, June 30th, 2027, and June 30th, 2028 for state agencies.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger.
She passed, the Senator from Miami, if I heard it right, passed on 514, aye on the balance. Senator from Sherman was aye.
Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
I'd like to change my pass to an aye.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey. Any further explanations or changes? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote no on SB 514. Giving $28 million to the organizers of the 2026 World Cup Games in Kansas City is yet another sorry example of the Kansas State House once again shoveling so-called economic development incentives to the special interests while critical needs of our Kansas citizens go unfilled.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
I would, thank you.
So ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Can we have a preliminary count, please?
On all of them?
Sorry. Could we have a preliminary count on 514?
514 is preliminary. 24 in favor, 7 opposed. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to change my vote from pass to no on 514.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to join the comments from the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, with his permission.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to change my pass to aye on Senate Bill 233 and Senate Bill 307.
Any further changes or explanations? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Mr. President, I'd like to change my vote to no on 307, no on 514, aye on the remainder.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to do a call to the Senate.
A call requires 5 hands. Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, could you repeat your vote real quick? Because I think they missed it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're under call of the Senate, I'll go ahead and address that. Aye on 233 and 307. Aye on 500 and no on 514.
Wait, 233 was a non-concur earlier, so it's not on the roll.
Sorry, Mr. President, the one time I leave the floor because I have an honored teacher, a teacher to honor, and then, so I apologize. So is there someone else that needs to be voting and we can come back to me, or is it me?
Yep, we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
But on this roll for clarity, 307, 500, 514, 2587. Clerk will call the roll.
Baumgardner. Francisco.
Pass to no on SB 514.
Haley. Olson. Stefan. Sykes.
Mr. President, I have a conflict of interest on 514. I do serve on the board for the World Cup. I do not receive any funds, but I would like to remain a pass.
Without objection from the body. Pass is granted.
Tyson. Warren.
Senator from Lynn, we have you with 2 passes and 2 noes. Okay, then we missed it. So if you'll clarify your vote. Thank you. Senator Johnson. All votes being cast, calls raised. Any further explanations or changes? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My no vote was simply because I wasn't able to participate in 6.5 hours of lively debate and didn't feel it was appropriate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further explanation or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. "39 having voted in favor and 1 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 307, 38 in favor, 2 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 500, 24 in favor, 15 opposed to the passage of 514, and 40 in favor and none opposed to the passage of House Bill 2587. These measures, having reached their constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed." Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of bills as on the calendar under the order of general orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Chair appoints the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to HB 2465. The Chair recognizes the Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So this bill has components that we've seen before. The department asked for clarification on the SALT piece. So that's what this does. And then it clarifies the WOTC, the ERTC, and the net operating loss as to who can apply for it so that when it's being enforced by the Department of Revenue. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Lynn? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I have no questions. We've had this subject matter before the tax committee before. We need to push this out. I do, however, Madam Chair, have an amendment coming, so if we could please just pass over this.
We will pass over this bill and return to it once the amendment has arrived. We will now turn our attention to sub for Senate Bill 60. The chair recognizes the Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Substitute for Senate Bill 60 includes 4 sales tax exemptions. There's an exemption for custom meat processing, purchases for the construction or repair of buildings used for human beings at the School of the Deaf and the School of the Blind. There's also a sales tax exemption for the Johnson County Christmas Bureau Association. And finally, a sales tax exemption for purchases made by Doorstep Incorporated. You can see those entities, if you're looking at the bill, on page 2 and then on page 39. Madam Chairman, it's a straightforward bill with those sales tax exemptions. I do have an amendment. I don't know if you want me to offer it or wait till.
Have you turned it in?
Certainly.
And do you have a
the
number?
number is 3561.
Give us a moment to get that distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will explain it. It's got several pages to it. It's pretty simple, straightforward. I love it when people say that, so I just had to say that to begin with. This is something that I originally proposed in 2006, and it has never in my tenure as a legislature passed this body. So this might be the opportunity to accomplish this. The amendment creates a 4-day back-to-school sales tax holiday for school supplies starting the first Thursday in August and running for 4 days. Briefly, in the amendment, it has clothing items up to $300 per item, school supplies up to $100 per item, computers and computer peripheral devices up to $2,000 per item. So it's something that's not really new. It's been discussed in the Senate Tax Committee for a while now, and I thought this might be an opportunity to get it to the floor and see if the Senate would put its stamp of approval on a back-to-school sales tax holiday. I will stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do serve on the Assessment and Taxation Committee. So does this amendment include items such as wedding dresses and excludes items that students that are taking FACS might normally need to purchase, such as sewing supplies, fabric, and things like that?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The question she didn't answer, but I'm going to answer, and then I'll get to her question, is the amendment is designed to be streamlined compliant. So it does include, because of the fact that the streamlined definition for back-to-school sales tax holidays has these items in it, it does include baby receiving blankets, diapers for children and for adults. It includes garters and garter belts, includes girdles. It includes wedding apparel. It includes rubber pants. The reason, Madam Chairman, I mentioned those items, I don't see where they have anything to do with back to school, but we are trying to be compliant with the Streamlined Sales Tax Initiative.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, the question is school supplies for students that are in middle school or high school would include, if they are taking FACS, it would include fabric, thread, patterns. Back to school, you know, there are a lot of families that have parents or the students themselves that sew their own garments for school. So those are not included in the streamline, is that correct?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That is my understanding because it is not in streamline. It was not added in, although I understand the senator from Miami's a point that if you sew your children's clothing, threads, materials, etc., needles, they should be included, but no, they are not.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a concern that's been debated back and forth in tax committee repeatedly. It is, I guess, the short side of the streamline compliance, and I will not be supporting the amendment for that reason. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Montgomery, you care to respond?
Not at this time, thank you.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the carrier. Do you know what the fiscal note is of this?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The fiscal note that I have, by the way, the language in the amendment is basically Senate Bill 55, and the fiscal note for Senate Bill 55 for an entire year. It starts off, since it's August, it starts, I guess that would be in portion of a fiscal year. But in any event, the fiscal note is $6.8 million.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you. 6 point what million?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
6.8 EIGHT.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Okay, thank you. I just have a little problem with this bill. Thank you.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a 4-day period. Do other states have a 4-day period? I was thinking maybe this would be a 1-day, but.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That is correct. We have a 4-day in this amendment. This gives Kansas a jump start on our neighboring states of Missouri and Oklahoma. They both have 3-day back-to-school sales tax holidays.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
That's my question, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This 4-day holiday, like the carrier stated, is more than what they have in Colorado and in Oklahoma and Missouri. Those are 3 days. Secondly, our small retail stores along the border have been suffering since COVID. They're struggling to stay in these rural towns. And what this does is this is kind of like a Black Friday for not only the students that are coming here, but for the stores that are going to benefit from these people that come in there and shop. I think if a store has a creative marketing plan that they could do a wonderful job in small towns such as right on the border, such as Baxter Springs or whatever. But I think this is a great bill for rural Kansas.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the good Senator Peck have a question, please?
He will.
The equipment that you have in the small retail stores, do they have to, is there an expense to them getting their equipment up for this 3-day deal? I was wondering who pays that and how much, and also if there's a fiscal note on this.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The retailers that would be affected by this amendment, it would be on them to make any adjustments, any changes that they feel necessary for their equipment or for their scanners by entering the items that the Department of Revenue would let them know would be considered back-to-school sales tax holiday items. And he also, Madam Chairman, if I heard correctly, asked about the fiscal note, and it's the same as it was 5 minutes ago, $6.8 million.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the senator from Montgomery.
He's standing.
Thank you. Does this bill include products, feminine hygiene products to be sales?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to take a quick look. I would say no specific, no. I'm just going to go with no. This is a back-to-school sales tax holiday. It has nothing to do with those products.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, oh, I'm sorry, Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Not sure in this jacket how you could miss me, but thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. The retailers that I talk to say these tax holidays are a nightmare for them, trying to change everything and then go back. Has this been addressed?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not certain I heard all of the question. It's something that retailers in other states do, so our retailers are at a disadvantage. I'm going to ask if she would repeat the question, please.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Happy to. The retailers that I've talked to about this have told me this is a nightmare for them to try to do, especially like the small stores in the small towns in my area. If we were to have this be a state rule, they'd have to redo everything within their store to try to calculate that. And it calculates it automatically. I'm not against it. This is just what I'm being told, and I wondered if this has been addressed.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. No, retailers would have the opportunity to have additional shoppers in their stores, in their shops, purchasing these items, but any change in programming would be entirely up to the merchant.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any requirement that you show that you have a student in school to be able to buy the back-to-school related or participate in the back-to-school related sales?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm the one that's using the word back-to-school sales. It's not officially that. That's just commonly called a back-to-school sales tax holiday. So the answer to her question is no.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. New Section 1 calls it all back-to-school related sales of the following items. And some of the items are garters and garter belts and adult diapers, and beach capes and coats. So anyway, just wanting some clarification on the language which was provided. Thank you.
Senator from Montgomery, do you wish to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the correction from the senator from Johnson. She is correct that it does use the word back-to-school related sales in the amendment, and so I apologize for misspeaking, and I'm glad she straightened me out. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have another question for the good senator from Montgomery.
He's standing.
I was wondering, so they collect the sales tax, you've got your state tax, you got your local tax. So the local tax would still continue. And I don't think when you get a receipt that you break out the state and the local part on a lot of them. So I'm a little confused. People are going to get this receipt and still have a sales tax. Just for a comment.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, you care to respond?
I was hearing part of his question, and so I looked to staff to verify. Because of the fact that this amendment is streamline compliant, we cannot exempt local units of government from this collecting the sales tax. In other words, this is a total sales tax elimination for those 4 days. State and local is exempted on these items for those 4 days.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
I have a question for the carrier. Does the local stores and the local communities have a choice whether they want to opt in or opt out of this? I mean, if they don't want to have the tax a particular store doesn't want to participate in this.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. No, this is a statewide sales tax exemption.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
The way I understand it is that if a store or a city wants to exclude their sales tax from that, they would have that option. And I also, the way I understand it, the stores themselves would have the option to participate, and that's not how it is.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That is not. It is a statewide sales tax exemption for these items. No sales tax is collected at any store for these items during that 4-day holiday.
Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One question. Which states neighboring us have a sales tax holiday like this?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know for certain that Oklahoma does and has for several years, and prior to that, Missouri has had a back-to-school sales tax. I don't believe Nebraska does, and I'm sorry, I do not have an answer regarding Colorado.
Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you for that answer. I think that's helpful. So there are individuals who live along border counties, especially those in metro areas, who currently have a sales tax holiday because all they have to do is cross a line. So I would really appreciate your support for this particular amendment, which will allow the people who live in the center of the state and do not enjoy that same sales tax holiday to also have access to the sales tax holiday. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question for the carrier, did you have a hearing on this bill this year?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We have had multiple hearings on bills such as this. We didn't, I don't know if we specifically had a hearing on Senate Bill 55, which is where the language is adopted from, but bills exactly like this or very similar to this, we have had hearings.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Well, the problem I have on an amendment, when they don't have a hearing and we get to hear from all sides that come in, I just have a problem with it bringing amendments to the floor. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We did have a hearing on this. We had a hearing last year, and we've discussed this again this year. The interesting thing is, as the senator had asked, what did we hear from all sides? We did hear from all sides. In fact, part of the recommendation was to not have it on this weekend, but have it on a different weekend, such as Labor Day, so that families could get the list of actually what their children would need for school, and they could make those purchases. Also, it would allow it to be a 3-day holiday over an actual holiday, where bordering states, residents of bordering states, because we wouldn't be competing with them, would come to Kansas for those tax benefits as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another question for the carrier of the bill. I want to make sure that the county, the city sales tax, and any of these star bond deals, I question whether we have the authority to tell them that we don't collect tax on those 3 days. So just wanted to see if the good senator would respond to that.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Again, this is a sales tax holiday that eliminates sales tax collections during 4 days, and it may affect some counties, some cities, some star bond districts for those 4 days.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the carrier of the amendment bringing this. He has worked on this for years, I would say prior to many of us being in the legislature. In fact, Fort Scott in my area, they want it so bad, they started a local sales tax holiday on school supplies. So I appreciate the amendment. I stand in support.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in strong support of this, and I am very appreciative of the senator from Montgomery for bringing this. You know, I will admit that this is as folks have pointed out, some of the items in here, the list is a little clunky, and it's something that we have seen this bill and things very close to it in the tax committee. It is clunky because of the streamlined issue, but I don't think this body, and I would encourage the body not to make perfect the enemy of the good here. I think this is our chance to do something that is really positive for our families, for our students, for our retailers, and certainly something in my area of Johnson County. We see a lot of folks who are going to Kansas City, Missouri to do their back to sales shopping. So again, I'm the first to admit that because of Streamline, this is imperfect, but I think it is very good and very deserving of the body's support. And again, I'm very appreciative of the good senator for his work in bringing this. Thank you.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As has already been mentioned, our neighboring states to the south and to the east have had a sales tax holiday for years. Where I live is a good hour, 15 minutes from Joplin, Missouri. Before Oklahoma had a sales tax holiday, a lot of people would drive that hour, 15, hour and a half to go shopping on a Saturday, and they would spend a lot of time over there, and while they are there, they are purchasing food and fuel and other non-exempt items, which would be the same thing that would happen in Kansas. When our families get out to purchase back-to-school sales tax items, they would also make purchases of food. They would go out to eat. They would fill up their vehicle because they're using extra fuel, and they would buy non-exempt items. So it would actually be a boom for our businesses during that 4 days. Then when Oklahoma got their back-to-school sales tax holiday, I can assure you from the southern part of the state, there are thousands of individuals that are in Oklahoma during their sales tax holiday spending their Kansas dollars in Oklahoma, and Oklahoma is reaping the benefit from our individuals, our citizens, going to that state and spending money. I could go on, but I won't. We've got a long day ahead of us. I'm confident. I would ask for your support on this amendment. I believe it's the right thing to do to save money for our families, and so therefore I would move my amendment, Madam Chairman.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Questions for the Senator from Montgomery? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
And do you have a number?
I do. 3560.
Please give us a moment to get it distributed.
Thank you.
Senator, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
Madam Chair, I'll explain it.
Please proceed.
It simply adds a tax exemption for feminine products due to human menstrual cycles. It also exempts diapers for babies and diapers for adults as well. And I believe it would certainly help our young people. There was a hearing, Madam Chair, and young people from Lawrence High School and Free State High School attended, and they have a pantry over in their high school. They are juniors and seniors now, but they started it when they were in 8th grade. That's what the amendment would do, is just add adult diapers, baby diapers, and menstrual products to Senate Bill 60. Thank you.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My first question for the carrier of the amendment: is the amendment streamline compliant, or would it take Kansas out of compliance with the streamlined sales tax agreement?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Is he asking, Madam Chair, thank you, is the senator from Montgomery asking for the fiscal note?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, could you repeat your question?
Could I repeat my question? Is the amendment that has been offered, Madam Chairman, streamline compliant? Or does it take Kansas out of the streamline compliance?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Madam Chair, it is.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
I noticed that this includes a lot of items that I am confident, well, I know that the Senate Assessment and Taxation Committee has not had a hearing on because, Madam Chairman, I see soaps, cleaning solutions, shampoo, toothpaste, mouthwash, antiperspirant, suntan lotions, screens. Maybe we've had a hearing. I know we've had a hearing on something that was similar, but so I would ask the carrier, to her knowledge, has the committee had a hearing on this language?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Madam Chair, if I could yield to the senator from Leavenworth.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the senator, the carrier of the original bill, on his first question about whether this is streamline compliant, I just checked with Research Revisor, and apparently in January, the UUU section there, the triple U, that is in the streamline. In January, they made that the language for the streamlined compliant language for this underlying bill. So it is indeed streamlined as is. And I'll add just another point, that this would help people in my district. Not all of us have the means to do this. And I remember my family took on a young woman who needed products. We take on every so often in Thanksgiving and Christmas. And the one thing they asked for, this 17-year-old, was tampons, basically. Stuff to handle the menstrual cycle. They couldn't afford them. And I mean, to have people not even have these basic needs, I think this addresses a big need, and I appreciate the good senator from Sedgwick for bringing this up here. And I'll yield back to the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Madam Chair, if you look at the, I don't know if you have Senate Bill 435, but as the senator from Montgomery mentioned, it had some other items in there, but this amendment is particularly pertaining to the menstrual cycle, feminine products, tampons, etc., Madam Chair, and it includes adult diapers, it includes diapers for babies. We know a lot of us, we foster children. It's such a need for the children that are in foster care. They need diapers, and I know so many young people who testified on March 15th, I believe, or I'm sorry, March 7th, on this bill, who would benefit tremendously for it.
Are there other questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question, but I do stand in strong support. I have heard about this issue from a number of my constituents, that they're interested in making this change. I also know that many groups in our community have diaper drives to help stock pantries, and this would just help make that job easier. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just also stand in support of this. In my district, we have one of the diaper banks in the state, and I have spent many times separating diapers into bundles of 25, so I do think this is a great amendment and provides the support and helps our struggling moms, but also because of those adult diapers, I'm probably getting a little closer to needing those. At least some of my family members are. I've still got a couple of years, hopefully, but I do rise in support.
Other questions on the amendment? Amendment, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I need to circle back around. I asked earlier if we had had a hearing, and I was informed that we had a hearing on 435, but looking at Senate Bill 435, it did not include many of these items. Am I mistaken, or did we have a hearing on some of these items, but not all of these items?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the bill itself, the hearing that took place on, I believe it was Thursday, March 7th, on that hearing, that I am just thankful that Senator Karen Tyson, the chairwoman of the Assessment and Taxation Committee, held that hearing, and some of the young ladies that a group called URGE that asked for this legislation, all young people in our state of Kansas are extremely happy for this bill, Madam Chair. And during that hearing, the good senator from Montgomery, who he has the same first name as my brother, Virgil Peck, Senator Peck, he asked the question. I did verify with the reviser that the adult diapers for those who need to wear Depends, who can't make it to a restroom, maybe for a physical disability or some injury, it would certainly help those individuals. Today here, Madam Chair, in the building, we had a host of those individuals that were going into our family restrooms using, and their aides were assisting them with those adult diapers. And so again, Madam Chair, I strongly urge people to look at 5 in this legislation, section 5. And when it really got me, Madam Chair, when it said it's a humanly bodily function that we can help the young people that are even here today paging with us, who are in the galleries, in their schools. Young people are being progressive, and they are taking action in some of the schools, but not all of the schools. They have pantries. Madam Chair, even in our own restroom here on the Senate floor for the women here in the chamber, Madam Chair, I'm going to yield again to my seatmate, the senator from Leavenworth.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To this good senator's question on why those products are in there, what this is the streamlined. If you look at the language, the 4U section, that's the streamlined language. Because it's defined in there, what needs to be defined underneath are just definitions. Those items, the grooming and hygiene products, are actually excluded from the streamlined piece of it. So there are definitions in there, but what you'll notice is what is included is in that first sentence, all sales of menstrual discharge collection devices and diapers, children and adults, including disposable diapers. That's what's being excluded from the sales tax. The rest of this is just definitions that makes it compliant with the streamlining piece of it. It does not mean that all those other items are actually included, if that helps, Madam Chair. And I yield back to the good senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Madam Chair, again, appreciate the senator from Leavenworth. And the first time that I don't say with the reader read, I should have had the reader read the exact amendment to explain it in its entirety, showing that those other items are excluded from the amendment, Madam Chair.
Senator from Montgomery, did you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I do. I'm going to move on from the definitions and the wording. Does the carrier of the amendment have a fiscal note to communicate to the body?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Madam Chair, about 9.5 million.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. 9 $9.5 million. $9.5 million is the fiscal note for these particular items on an annual basis. Madam Chairman, we have not in the tax committee had a hearing that had all of this information in it, at least not to my knowledge. I haven't seen it. And so I'm not going to support this amendment at this time. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't have any questions, but I do serve, as the chairman knows, on the Commerce Committee. And just this week in Commerce, we had a group of people come that represented Star Bonds asking for the state general fund to backfill the loss of Star Bond revenue from the elimination of the sales tax on food. So the state general fund is now gonna, if the bill passes, going to give all those Star Bond districts the money back that the loss of food. I'm assuming they will be back next year to ask for the loss of revenue for the amendment the gentleman from Montgomery has offered and the lady from Sedgwick has offered. So just, no, I support the amendment, but we're going to have to pay for this. And we're not giving it away. And the Star Bonds people are going to want their money, and probably the city and county people who are losing their revenue are going to want their money too. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, there's been a lot of comments on this, and I appreciate the good senator from Sedgwick bringing the amendment. I will stand in support of it. And as far as Star Bonds go, we don't have to pass that bill. We don't have to make up the difference. I think this legislation has, I thank the good senator from Sedgwick. She brought it to us last year. She brought it to us a couple of times this year too. And so she's working very diligently to get it across the line. Thank you.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reference on this tax exemption bill that where this is placed on page 39 from lines 35 to 43, and then on page 40, line number 1 to 3. This is what they provided testimony on, was the disposable diapers and the hygiene products and such. The definition that is in the amendment that was given to us was not in the ask of the bill. The ask of the bill was what the young ladies testified to, and what they do when they're not in school is help other individuals in similar situations. So I'm not sure where the amendment got the grooming and hygiene products. That's not in the what the bill was requesting, I think. Maybe we're all talking about different things, I'm not sure. But I just wanted to reference it because that's what's highlighted in the tax bill. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to rise in support of this amendment. I haven't been up here too long, but we hear a lot of the rhetoric about the rules, the rules, the rules, the rules. And conveniently, those things seem to change at times. But for me to not vote for this amendment and the previous amendment goes against the very core of what I do, what our ministry does every day in helping people. And to be frank, we waste a bunch of money up here anyhow, and I think we can all work on better ways. And I get it. I voted for the budget. I want to see Kansas prosper. I want to see Kansas grow. But at the end of the day, you know, the least of these. So I stand in strong support of this, and I hope we'd all reconsider this. Thank you.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Other questions for the Senator from Montgomery? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you very much. Let's get back to that bill. We've been harvesting additional tax credits. let's take a little bit of a turn here. Refresh my memory on the part about the Johnson County Christmas Bureau Association and doorstep and what the bill does in regards to those folks, please.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Johnson County Christmas Bureau Association would be exempt from paying tax on food, clothing, cleaning supplies, personal care items, and other necessities of life to those in need and desiring assistance, and all sales of tangible personal property by and on behalf of the organization. The amendment that was just added on covered most of that, but I think that answers his question.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Very good. Thank you very much. Does this bill allow these two entities to provide items to illegal aliens and receive a tax break as well?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The language in the bill does not stipulate who can receive these items from Johnson County or from Doorstep, Inc.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you again. We're certainly at a time in our country when we're dealing with an incredible onslaught of illegal aliens coming across our border and pouring into our cities. And I do think that needs to be addressed. And with that, I have an amendment. I have turned it in, and it is number 3585.
Please give us a moment to get that distributed.
And our reader looks fairly bored, and I would like to use his services.
Thank you. We will have him read your amendment at the appropriate time. The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend substitute for Senate Bill 60 on page 40 in line 7 after organization by inserting, quote, except that this subsection shall not apply to any purchases made by or on behalf of the Johnson County Christmas Bureau Association for any items provided to individuals who are not lawfully present in the United States, end quote. In line 14, after self-sufficiency by inserting, quote, except that this subsection shall not apply to any purchases made by or on behalf of Doorstep, Inc. for any items provided to individuals who are not lawfully present in the United States, end quote.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you very much. Beautifully done. So what this amendment does, let's say what it does not do first. It does not prevent these organizations from donating items to anybody. They can still donate items to anyone they want to. What this amendment does do is ask that they pay sales tax on items given potentially to illegal aliens. It's really that simple. To me, it's a tip of the hat to our rule of law. I think that's long overdue. It's a tip of the hat to our citizens in need. Again, this amendment does not stop the Johnson County Christmas Bureau Association or Doorstep from donating to anybody. I'm happy to answer questions.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And would the senator from Reno stand for a question?
He's standing.
I noticed that this amendment that you've offered is specific just to the Johnson County Christmas Bureau Association. However, we just did add an amendment that was offered by the carrier of the bill, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, that dealt specifically with the back-to-school related sales holiday. So I'm curious as to here you want to single out a particular group of people that are here in the United States, but I don't see that happening for when it's a back-to-school sales holiday. That would you want merchants to ask whether they're a legal or illegal alien to take their money?
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. Whereas the amendment was not on the bill when I had my amendment written, I would certainly encourage the senator to bring an amendment to that effect if she so desired.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Well, my question is directed to the senator from Reno. I would, since this amendment is now on this bill, I'm curious as to why you would want to be specific to just the Johnson County Christmas Bureau.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
My amendment, I am presenting this amendment as written. That's the best answer I can give you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Well, I rise in opposition to this amendment. I think you know, we're a country, a state that welcomes everyone, and the one thing about organizations, or if they're spending money, you don't see the grocery store or McDonald's asking someone before they sell them a hamburger or a loaf of bread what their legal status is. We're willing to take their money, take anyone's money. On the other hand, we also have those that are here that are working towards citizenship, that are employed and helping to grow our economy because they see this as being a country that's open to all, and I hope we would want our state of Kansas to be as well. So this is a just very discriminatory amendment to this bill, and so I rise in strong opposition.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
I would like to comment. These people are in the country illegally. It's that simple. They've broken the law to be here. They're not here lawfully. That's the way the bill reads. Again, we're just asking these entities to pay sales tax on items if they intend to give them to people who are here illegally. For-profit businesses such as McDonald's, which was used in the example, they're paying sales tax. I don't see that as an applicable example. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the senator from Reno would stand for question.
He's standing.
Okay. Could Senator speak a little bit more to the fact of, I'm not quite following you on if they buy product and then give that product away. It's my understanding, I can't speak much for the Johnson County Christmas Bureau, I'm not very familiar with it, but when it comes to doorstep, their items are actually donated to them through the community and then they're given away, so I don't even see how this would apply.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
So you're telling me they're not paying sales tax anyway?
Well, I'm telling you...
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
What I'm telling you is, in my understanding of what they do daily in their mission, the things that they are giving away are things that are donated to them, and they're not selling those items to anyone. So they're donated to give back into the community at no cost. So I'm not quite following how sales tax is even an issue for them.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
So are you asking why doorstep is included in the bill?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Well, like I said, I can't speak for Johnson County Christmas Bureau because I don't know their situation, but yes, on doorstep.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Again, my question was, if doorstep doesn't deal in items that they would ever pay a sales tax on, well, it sounds to me like doorstep never should have been included in the bill because it's not applicable to what they do.
Well,
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I do know, like with doorstep, for instance, they had some heater units that went down. There were probably 25,000 a piece or so. And so an exemption for a nonprofit like that of paying sales tax on things like that are huge. But I would say in their everyday work and mission, that's, it's not buying product and then reselling that product.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan, wish to comment. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
I didn't hear if he commented.
He declined to comment.
Okay, well, I guess I made my point.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the work of the Johnson County Christmas Bureau, which is a wonderful organization in my community. I brought this bill as it was originally, the Johnson County Christmas Bureau part was Senate Bill 22. And what the Johnson County Christmas Bureau does is it helps serve low income and folks who are in poverty in Johnson County. And their signature program is a holiday shop, where it's over a 9-day period around the holiday season where families who are at 150% or below the poverty level. So folks are actually pre-screened before they're able to get into the holiday shop that's offered. And then they have a kind of a personalized shopping experience where they're able to, for a lot of these kids, when we had the hearing, we had testimony that for a lot of these kids, it brought them a lot of dignity because they were actually able to have, you know, a winter coat for the first time that didn't look really worn and raggedy. They were able to have a nice winter coat. And I think this kind of fits with the theme of some of the previous amendments, whether it was a back to school or menstrual products, of providing people in our community with dignity. To be clear, though, these are Johnson County residents. The Johnson County Christmas Bureau serves Johnson County residents. It is not an organization that deals with the issue of undocumented persons or persons who are here in that way. There are probably other organizations that do, but the Johnson County Christmas Bureau is not one of them. It serves citizens of Johnson County. And again, it's not the case that anybody can just walk in off the street. These are folks who go to the holiday shop. They're all pre-cleared, and then they do the shopping by appointment, just like many of us would do at a Target or other department store, to provide those folks with dignity. Again, kind of as was mentioned with respect to doorstep, the items that they are providing to these Johnson County families are items that are donated by folks in the community. So Johnson County Christmas Bureau is not going out and purchasing these coats and things like that and then having folks in the community pick them up. What the sales tax exemption would be for is just kind of for the ongoing operational items that they would buy just to keep their doors open, and you know, office supplies, things of that nature. So I think there's sort of an implication or an insinuation with this amendment that, you know, kind of reminds me like, when did you stop beating your wife? The Johnson County Christmas Bureau is not serving the undocumented community. They are serving Johnson County residents and providing them, especially during the holiday season and in cold weather months, with some dignity. So I appreciate the opportunity to clarify, and I would ask that the body vote down this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for those comments and clarity. And in all due respect to the Senator from Reno, I would ask the body to vote this amendment down. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. The good senator from Reno asked the caucus about it, and I think it was an oversight not to think about everything that's going on currently in our state. So I appreciate him bringing it. I stand in support.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Many of us in this capital do not support illegal aliens coming into our country. We do not support the Biden open borders policy that we currently are seeing with the flood of illegals breaking into our country. We would not stand for illegals breaking into our homes, our houses, but yet they're breaking into our big home, our country. However, having said that, I'm going to leave it to the will of the body. I just don't see how the Johnson County Christmas Bureau Association and the doorstep would administer this, how they would know if a person is in our country illegally. And so, although I would like to see us make certain we're not giving special benefits to illegal aliens in our country, I don't know how this would be administered. So I'm going to just leave that somewhat as a comment, Madam Chairman, and see if the carrier of the amendment can potentially address the administration of such policies to not allow illegal aliens to receive benefits from items that had been purchased with a sales tax exemption.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
I would prefer to defer that explanation to my closing.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. It's hard not to think of this as the Senator Grinch bill. I mean, we're taking a concept. Maybe the concept is actually a good concept, bad concept. It's something that maybe needs to be considered by the body. I'm not going to deny that. Senators make a point. But to target this one organization that focuses on Christmas, think about this. This is Joseph and Mary doing to Bethlehem, in the manger and all the things that we all know about. And we're talking about targeting the Christmas tree. The only thing we're targeting with this is the Christmas Bureau at a time when we all are coming together to celebrate something so magical. I am speechless that we would do this on one thing, and the one thing is the Christmas Bureau. It just does not seem to jive with the way I was brought up, Madam Chair. So I stand in strong opposition to this particular amendment, and I'd ask the senator to withdraw this amendment and actually come up with a bill that would do this across the board and not target one organization focused on Christmas, Madam Chair.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the comments, and I do appreciate these two organizations, not just one. I have no doubt these are wonderful people leading the charge, wonderful volunteers working to make our state and our cities better. No question about it. But there is the realities of this basically an invasion across all our borders. As I mentioned earlier, this is a tip of the hat to our rule of law. It's a tip of the hat to our citizens, our Kansas citizens in need. The amendment doesn't stop anybody from serving anybody. Literally, this is basically mostly ceremonial. No question about it. The question was asked about enforcement. I have no doubt whatsoever that the administrators of these organizations both are of the highest character and would do everything within their powers to follow this rule of law. And I also understand that a law without a penalty is just a suggestion. And that's basically what we're dealing with. And it's time that we start incorporating and reteaching our rule of law to folks. And we do that by including it in our writing, in our laws in different locations. And I would be grateful for your support of this amendment. Thank you.
Would you care to move your amendment?
So moved.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Montgomery? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment. Unfortunately, it is not here. So if there's no other further conversation, I ask that we respectfully pass over the bill.
Without objection, we will pass over and retain its position on the calendar. We will turn our attention back to House Bill 2465. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Body, I have an amendment. It is number 3594.
Give us a moment to get that distributed, please. Senator, would you care to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'd be happy to explain it, Madam Chair. What the amendment you have before is some really good, basically property tax relief policy that actually passed out of our Senate Tax Committee last year under amended Senate Bill 80. And the reason why, when I say property tax relief, you're going to say, well, Holland, is that germane? It is germane because the underlying bill is basically, it's a SALT parity language, which basically deals with income tax. What this is basically, it is basically providing some additional property tax relief to legislation that this basically legislature passed in 2022. That was the original language, Senate Bill HB 2239. As you will recall, prior to that, we basically have had two rebate programs. We had the traditional homestead rebate program, and we also then had basically the Save Senior program. We were able to, and once again, I really got to hand it to the committee, and particularly Madam Chair, it was really a bipartisan effort to get the this so-called senior, fixed income senior, disabled veterans property tax rebate program put through in the form of 2239. And so some immediate feedback we got on the bill, Madam Chair, was that basically there was a concern from constituents that, quite honestly, the original appraised valuation of the home, which the original bill had set at, I believe it was $385,000, excuse me, $350,000, that it was just far too low. And so the committee, when they put this bill together, Senate Bill 80, which passed out of the committee assessment taxation last year, what it did is a couple of neat things. Actually, the really neat thing about the amendment, Senate Bill 80, that came from the committee was the fact that basically it excluded all Social Security income from the calculation going into the income limit for the rebate. That was not my idea, but that was a wonderful idea that was added to this bill. And then when we worked the bill in committee, we basically added on the expansion of the appraised value going from the 350 to the 595. What the committee also did, Madam Chair, is that we basically put in a mechanism, a ratchet as it were, to basically bump up that valuation over time based on, I believe it's on like a 10-year basically moving average. And so this bill actually got across the Senate floor. We took it out of committee, it came across the Senate floor, actually got passed, and it got bundled up in last year's tax packages. And we never got a resolution on it, even though this body strongly supported that. So that's the purpose of this. Once again, this bill has not been changed. It really matches exactly the contents, what we had coming out the amended Senate Bill 80 last year. The one thing that we did do, and this was basically made, is that we actually called it something. We also found out that constituents didn't know what the heck we were talking about. They were familiar with the homestead rebate, the traditional homestead rebate, and the Save Senior, but this was getting confused. And so we actually put a title in this amendment before you today, calling it the Golden Years Homestead Property Tax Freeze Program. But otherwise, it is the exact language that came out of the amended Senate Bill last year. Madam Chair, with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in strong support. I've been hearing from several disabled veterans in my community who were not able to use this tax freeze in the last year, and I think it was because their income was $51,000 and they didn't want to try to reduce their income, but they also were facing difficulties in terms of their property taxes. So I think this change to exclude federal Social Security from household income could be very helpful. The question that I have is in the middle of page 2, when it talks about the way to increase the upper limit appraised value threshold. So it talks, in the case of all base years commencing after December 31st, 2021, the upper limit shall be increased. So if we're setting the upper limit of $595,000, is that already going to be increased because of that language?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
So, Madam Chair, what I would refer to is that basically one of the things that the amended Senate Bill 80 did last year, what this amendment does, it basically makes these changes retroactive back to tax year 22, where the base year you're using for your baseline on your property tax payments that you're making is tax year 2021. So I'm going to interpret this that basically you have the $595,000 basically effective as of year 2022, not the base year, but the first year you actually qualify for the Delta. And I appreciate the math question.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was helpful in me understanding how that would work, because I'm guessing I'll have to explain this to several of my constituents.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do have a couple questions on the amendment. I want to make sure that this is the language that the committee was discussing, and if the good senator could go over the parameters where we're at, the household income limit and such.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you. So basically, once again, the two changes to this over the underlying legislation that was passed. The original Senate Bill 80, as was introduced in the committee, had this thing of excluding all the Social Security income, not just half. But please understand that the baseline income level is still at $50,000. That did not change. What we did change, in addition to excluding all of Social Security, is we raised the assessed valuation, the appraisal value, excuse me, from $350,000 up to the $595,000, which also has this 10-year kind of bump up capability. That is what I understand this amendment to be.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wanted to confirm that. That's kind of what I was afraid to. Well, I appreciate the good senator bringing the amendment, absolutely. And I could stand here until I was blue in the face and ask the body to vote it down, but we've all seen how that goes in the past. It's not going to happen. This body wants this legislation. What I am disappointed as is the CCR last year, we increased, and what the Senate kicked out was an $80,000 income limit for the household. So I was, if we were going to bring the amendment, but I will stand in support of the amendment. We absolutely need to do something with this application, increase availability. I don't think enough Kansans know about it. So I thank the good senator for all his work on it. I know he's worked on it for many years. Thank you.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Other questions for the senator from Lynn? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Point of information for the chair. I guess a question for the well, actually for the body. I'll just put this up to the body. If we would like, I would be happy to ask to pass over this amended bill, and I can go get an amendment, and we could bump up to $80,000. So if I could pose that to a question, if the chair of the tax committee would stand for a question, Madam Chair.
She's standing.
Since she is the carrier of the underlying measure, I do not want to irritate Madam Chair. My question to her would be: would it be perceived as raising basically the income level to $80,000? Would that be perceived as a friendly amendment and would not destroy or damage the underlying contents of the bill?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is Taxapalooza Day, right? Our wish list. I would not consider it an unfriendly amendment.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Very good. Thank you. At that, then I appreciate the body accepting the amendment, and I would ask that we pass over this bill so I could bring one more. Thank you.
Without objection, we will pass over this bill and retain its position on the calendar. We are going to turn our attention back to subs for Senate Bill 60. I believe we will start with the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment, and I've turned it in, and it's 3593.
Please wait while we get that distributed. Senator, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
Madam Chair, I'll just explain the amendment.
Please proceed.
Madam Chair, the contents of this amendment is what's currently in Senate Bill 421, which was sponsored by the senators from the Sedgwick County area, including myself, Senator Alley, Senator Erickson, Senator Fagg, Fausto-Doe, Kirshen, Masterson, Peterson, and Ware, because we very much support the Exploration Place, which is a hot commodity in our community. It has a lot of visitors every year, and it's about to get a whole lot bigger. They're currently in the process of doing a massive expansion and remodel for about $20 million. And for some reason, even though they are a nonprofit, they do not fit our statute for the remodel of this facility for a tax exemption of the remodeled materials. So this amendment would exempt their construction, remodeling, furnishing, or equipping a riverfront amphitheater, destination playscape, an education center, indoor renovation at the Exploration Place in Wichita, Kansas. And since we've had this bill hearing, I've had the Shawnee County delegation approach me about the Kansas Children's Discovery Center in Topeka, which is also very similar to the Exploration Place in Wichita, which is focused on STEM. And so they're also in the process of doing a $10 million remodel, and they would like to be a part of this amendment. So the fiscal note of the original bill, the Exploration Place piece, was about $130,000. And the fiscal note for the Topeka location, I believe, is about $500,000. And there is a sunset on this, so this is not just a permanent sales tax exemption. This exemption will fall off the books after several years because I know in the Exploration Place we have several phases of this project. It's not going to be all done in the near future. It's going to be over the course of this decade, so I believe it expires at the end of the decade, December 31st, 2030. And with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a few comments about the other project in this amendment, and that is the Kansas Children's Discovery Center in Topeka. The reason the fiscal note is a little bit larger on that project is because it's a $10 million project that will be completed within 12 to 14 months, whereas the Exploration Place one is going to take considerably longer. So this is a project, I don't know if you've seen the Kansas Discovery Center, but it sits on the property of Gage Park near the zoo. It's going to double the size of the facility from 15,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet. There are going to be 3 new STEM programs for the indoor and outdoor classrooms. It will provide programming during the summer and when school's not in session for 90 childcare slots. So there should be about 5,000 days worth of childcare there. There's also the potential to be able to provide some childcare on the weekends for National Guardsmen who are on drill weekend, because that has been a very difficult situation for our guardsmen who are here in Topeka. There's also going to be a new expanded multimedia gallery that will host large national traveling exhibits, which we're not able to do right now. And as for the safety upgrades that were mentioned earlier, if you were here in the area last night, you heard the sirens go off. So there's going to be a safety upgrade of a tornado shelter, a first aid room, a large loading dock, and for the families who bring infants to the facility, to the Discovery Center, there'll be a room for mothers and also a special needs area for children who have sensory issues. Last year, we had over 100,000 visitors in Topeka for the Discovery Center. 1 in 4 came from outside of Topeka. And the other thing I would tell you is we had many international visitors as well, but I can't give you a number on that. So I stand in support of this, their ability to be able to expand the Children's Discovery Center, which is a tremendous asset to Shawnee County, and Exploration Place in Wichita.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I don't know where to start in bragging about Exploration Place in Wichita. I'm proud to say that it's in my district. Gosh, you can, right now, some of the traveling special exhibits there, they're a Lego space with 5 million Legos. You can learn about sea lions and how to save species. There's a dinosaur exhibit, a Dark Side of the Moon in the Dome Theater that is actually endorsed by Pink Floyd. And on a regular basis, you can learn about weather, personal health, anatomy. The kids can actually crawl inside a mouth to find out about oral health. Flight simulator, fairy tale space, medieval climbing space. It's just remarkable. What their plans are is to build out a 6-acre space that will include a water plaza with fountains, an amphitheater, climbing structure like nothing you've ever seen. I was privileged to go to the unveiling of these plans, and it's really kind of mind-blowing what all they've got going on. A water play cascade, Bison Hill and Slide, an agriculture overlook. They've included the Kansas point of view there. Aviation play grove, sensory garden, sunflower meadow, and this is not just some sunflowers growing, trust me. These are giant sculptures. This is all very alive and exciting and interactive stuff for the kids. Prairie play mode. All of these things, each one's very separate and distinct and different, done by international designers as well as some regional ones, very winding pathways through hills and valleys, gathering spaces, picnic places. It's just remarkable. And so I encourage everyone to make a trip to Wichita and check it out when it's done. Should be 2 years? I think 2 years and is going to be the completion. So I'm on board.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the Kansas Children's Discovery Center here in Topeka. We're proud year-long members. We like to participate there. I like to think of it as a little bit as an extension of our library. The amount of stay-at-home parents that utilize that for continued education, it's been fun. Friends have come down from Donovan County for some of the special exhibits on education. I've seen stay-at-home moms from Manhattan come all the way just for what it provides to the community. So I'd like to stand in support of that as well.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For the benefit of the body, the amendment says on and after January the 1st, 2024, which of course is certainly behind us. So apparently both of these organizations are already in existence and already making purchases. And then on page 2 of the amendment, it reads that sales tax paid on and after January 1, 2024, but prior to the effective date of this act, which generally the effective date of the act is going to be the statute book, that there will be a refund, that they can apply for a refund. I'm asking the carrier of the amendment if he could walk us through briefly how that process works in applying for a refund and how much money they may have already expended that will need to be refunded. How much money in sales tax have they already expended that will need to be refunded? And I realize that's going to be, he's going to have to guess and speculate, but at least it would give the body a little bit of an idea.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. I cannot give you specific numbers, but I can tell you on the exploration place in Wichita, we have broken ground. They've done a lot of architectural work, which is covered in this amendment, which is property and services for the purpose of constructing or remodeling. And so I know there's been a lot of expenditures already been used to get the exploration place rolling. I'm not sure for the Kansas Children's Discovery Center. I'm sure they're in a similar boat. So this amendment would just state that if any expenditures have been used to this date, or sorry, been expended upon after January 1st, there will be a refund provided to these organizations. I imagine they would contact the Department of Revenue, and the Department of Revenue would have to go through the process of giving those funds back, but I can't speak to the actual process or the exact amount, but I imagine it's baked into the total fiscal note for both projects.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that answer. That's the answer I expected, honestly, and it's pretty close to right. It does mention that the director of Kansas Department of Revenue has the authority as it relates to vouchers and so forth. But the final question I will ask on the amendment, how much time after, does the director have a limited amount of time or an unlimited amount of time to write a check or to provide these refunds to these two organizations for expenditures they made between January 1 and the effective date of the act?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, you're doing a great job. You're really you're quizzing me on the amendment. I could potentially phone a friend, but I don't see if there's a date in which all refunds shall be paid from the sales tax refund. Looks like by December 31st, 2030, but if there's somebody else reading this differently, they can let me know.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak to what the Kansas Children's Discovery Center has done to date. They have made modest expenditures on the project, but they have done some work with an architect, and they hope to break ground in July.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the legislation. So I can't remember now, but did we hold CSG conference at the exploration place? And so would it expand those meeting rooms for events of that nature?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I was having an aside conversation. Would you please repeat the question?
I will.
From Cedric,
I
Senator
rise in
Pascadoe.
support of the legislation, and I can't remember exactly, but didn't we hold the CSG conference in that area? And would what you're offering expand meeting rooms for events of that nature?
Senator from Cedric, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, that's where a lot of the children of the legislators who are visiting our great city went to participate in events and experience.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Madam Chair, I'm going to sit down now. If my help was needed, I was here to offer.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Other questions for the Senator from Montgomery, Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to let you know that I have an amendment coming up for this bill. I wasn't sure how the process worked, but I'd like for it to be passed over unless there's somebody else speaking to the bill. Thank you.
Without objection, we will pass over and retain its position on the calendar. Committee, we will turn our attention to Senate Sub for House Bill 2036. The chair recognizes the Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate substitute for House Bill 2036 is actually the language that was in Senate Bill 58. There were several legislators, several senators from both sides of the aisle that were sponsors on Senate Bill 58. And what Senate Bill or House Bill 2036 does, it provides a sales tax exemption for disabled veterans who are 50% or greater disabled due to their service in the United States Armed Forces. It does not provide a sales tax exemption for the following items: motor vehicles, alcoholic beverages, tobacco, and electronic cigarettes. All other items purchased by disabled veterans who have this exemption, and the determination of the disability is determined by the Veterans Administration. These items could be, the total amount of items purchased annually would be limited to $24,000 per year. It would include an exemption for state and local taxes. The number of Kansas disabled veterans at 50% or more, this is not exact, but it's real close, is 31,300. The fiscal note, I'm just trying to answer some questions, Madam Chair, before they're asked to potentially save a little bit of time. The fiscal note for House Bill 2036 is $31 million. This is something that, also, it does provide the widows of disabled veterans who have the sales tax exemption. Should the veteran pass away, the widow or widower of the disabled veteran would have the privilege of continuing to have the sales tax exemption until such time as they would remarry. Now, a disabled veteran could not use the sales tax exemption in business or for earning income. So if someone was building anything, for example, to sell, and they were purchasing supplies, those items would not be exempt because the individual is doing it for specific income, but items used for personal use would be exempted with the exception of the 4 items previously listed. I think that covers the legislation, Madam Chairman. So with that, I will be happy to stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Montgomery, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Would the Senator for Montgomery stand for a question?
He's standing.
You mentioned that there would be a cap of 24,000 of taxable sales per year per eligible person, as well as the surviving spouse of that eligible person. I guess I have two questions here. So when we talk, and the one about the 24,000, so if that eligible veteran is married, are both the veteran and the spouse both eligible for $24,000?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The $24,000 would be for items purchased for the personal use of the veteran while the veteran is living. After the veteran is deceased, it would be up to $24,000 for the widow or widower. I personally would have preferred a higher, and by the way, as the bill was introduced, I'd mentioned Senate Bill 58 earlier, it had a limit of $50,000. The Department of Revenue had told us a couple years ago the average Kansas family spends $60,000 per year. Of that $60,000 that the average Kansas family spends, $25,000 of that is sales taxable. So it would be, again, for personal use for the disabled veteran, which of course that doesn't mean that the spouse may not be using the items, the shampoo or the other items that may have been purchased with the exemption.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you for that answer. And how is it, is there any oversight for the eligible persons, the eligible veterans, as to where, how is it determined whether it's 24,000 or whether they spend 50,000, if they have 30,000 in exemption? Where is the oversight? Is there any in this bill?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It would be primarily, I'm going to use the word on an honor system, but the Department of Revenue, the director could audit any veteran if they felt like there was abuse by that veteran with their card. My personal desire and the way I believe that Department of Revenue would handle this, they could provide, similar to what other states do, a sales tax exempt number and put it on a card like a driver's license, and they could put I'm going to use a barcode on the back of the driver's license so the merchant could simply scan that barcode, and that would cause the items that the veteran is purchasing to be sales tax exempt. Because of the fact that that card is being scanned into a system, I believe that the department could learn how much money each veteran had spent during a calendar year.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So it sounds like it's possible, but there's really no system built within this bill for oversight of that amount of money that could be expended on the card. And that sounds like a good management tool, but actually it seems like it would be possible for anybody that lives within that household to use that as well. I just want to add, because this was mentioned earlier in with a memo was brought forward on another bill about the tax, the school sales tax holiday, and about the management of that being a nightmare. And I'm just curious as to, wouldn't this also be a nightmare for businesses when it comes to the management of who actually gets this?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I believe not. We currently have entities that have a sales tax exemption, and when an individual who has that card and is authorized to use that sales tax exempt number goes to make a purchase, they simply show that to the merchant and they write down the number. Other states have programs and have had programs for a significant period of time, meaning years, that allow disabled veterans, and I have been behind a disabled veteran in line making a purchase, say for example in Oklahoma, because it's close to home, and they simply hold the card, the merchant scans the card, and it just in the system So my point is, I do not believe that it would be overly cumbersome. I will add some merchants, smaller merchants I have talked to, said I'm willing to go through a little bit of extra work for these disabled veterans because these men and women are disabled because they were standing between me, us, the United States, and our enemy.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can Senator from Montgomery share a bit with the body about the history of this bill? My understanding is that this is different contents from what passed in the House.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, this is a substitute bill for House Bill 2036, a bill that came over from the House, and in committee, we stripped the contents and placed the contents as you have them before you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. So my understanding is that the contents of House Bill 2036 dealt with property taxes for disabled veterans. Is that correct?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That is correct. During the committee hearing on 2036, as it came over from the House, there were significant issues, concerns raised about the constitutionality of the legislation. The desire of the committee was to help all disabled veterans at 50% or more, not just those disabled veterans who owned a home. That was a long answer to a short question.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I appreciate that answer because I have been hearing more about concerns over property tax payments than I have regarding sales tax. I would ask if the number or the estimate of how much an individual pays in sales tax each year included sales tax on food?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think she asked how much of the fiscal note was considered to be food. I apologize if I misheard. So that's what she had asked. And of course, the food sales tax is going away on, or potentially before, but by January the 1st of 2025. You may notice, if I will direct the body's attention to, Madam Chairman, the very first line, on and after July 1, 2025. So the food sales tax definitely will already have been eliminated in the state of Kansas prior to this being, this legislation taking effect.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was wondering if that might affect the estimate of how much sales tax an individual might be paying each year. And I would hope that it's lower if we're able to take the sales tax off food. I appreciate this. I know that, and appreciate the explanation that not all of our disabled veterans do own a home and would qualify for our new golden senior sales tax. I forget the exact name, but in this case, I would rather see us getting back to the exemption we used to have for renters as well as homeowners on property tax. And again, I'm hearing much more about property tax than I am sales tax. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I appreciate the carrier of the bill. He brought this to us last year. We've been working diligently to get it out of committee. It does help all disabled veterans that are 50% or more, and the sales tax money could be used to apply to property tax. But we all know that not every disabled veteran owns a home. So I appreciate the efforts in the committee's work on this. We are trying to help our veterans, and the amendment that Senator Holland brought, it does help the disabled veterans with their property taxes in the homestead program, or if that does pass the golden years. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do need to make certain and communicate something to the body, and I thank my friend from Douglas for asking the questions as it relates to food. The food sales tax will be eliminated on the state portion of sales tax. The exemption here would exempt not only state but also local sales tax, so there could be 2.5%, 3% savings on groceries tax for disabled veterans. And if you use a round number for simple figuring, if the average sales tax across Kansas were to be 10%, which is not that high, but 10%, that would mean a savings of $2,400 on this sales tax exemption for disabled veterans. Most, not all, most disabled veterans' property taxes would not come up to the $2,400. My point, Madam Chairman, is this, I'm convinced in my own mind, provides a much better benefit for our disabled veterans than any type of a property tax that we would provide for them. We do have several property tax abatements, exemptions for our disabled veterans, which most all of us do support. With that, Madam Chairman, I won't belabor the point. I guess we are to the point for the first time in the debate today, have this motion. I would move when the committee rise and report, it report Senate substitute for House Bill 2036 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 484. The chair recognizes a senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This bill was brought to us by the Association of County Appraisers. They said that it is costing more to try to collect property tax on these items. And let me be clear, personal property tax, not ad valorem. This is personal property tax on these items. So they would be exempted from personal property tax. It would be any snowmobiles, all-terrain vehicles, recreation highway vehicles, golf carts, motorcycles manufactured for off-road use only, and motorized bicycles, electronic assisted bicycles, scooters, personal assistant mobility devices, any trailer having a gross weight of 12,000 pounds or less, and any watercraft and watercraft trailers. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Lynn? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do not have a question, but I do have an amendment. It has been turned in. It is 3563.
Give us a moment to get those distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I thought about having the reader read it because it is rather lengthy, but I'm just going to explain it. In committee, I amended the legislation as it relates to the weight of trailers to 1,200 pounds, thinking that would cover most all of our trailers. And then I have become aware that horse trailers loaded with a stud or a mare or one of each, or a horse, sorry. It could exceed the 12,000. So this amendment simply moves the 12,000 figure up to 15,000 pounds. I'll stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on. Apologize. No. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I appreciate the good senator bringing the amendment. I was talking to a constituent, and she said at 12,000 she couldn't carry 2 horses, but at 15,000 she could. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent a district that includes the Perry Reservoir, and so the county probably collects more of this personal property tax on watercraft than other counties may, and they're dependent on it. Do we have any idea how this might impact those communities in a different way from others throughout our state?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The testimony that we heard is it takes more to collect this than what they actually collect or get in revenues. So the efforts and the amount that the cost to collect it is not recovered with what is being paid by these property taxes. We did hear good comments. We were reminded by the body and caucus from the good senator from Saline that there was an attempt to take all watercraft to zero a few years ago, and it just made sense. So that's what we're doing in this legislation.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think if your county doesn't have a lot of watercraft, then this may be more of a work created for that county. But if you're very dependent on that as a large part of your income, it makes a difference. And I just wanted to share that concern that I've heard from the county that I represent. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really a question. I just have a concern because when it was raised to 12,000, I think it's now up to 15,000, I felt like 6 tons was a bit much on our roads, especially in smaller roads, and all of that infrastructure usually falls on local elected officials and local public works to take care of it. So, and if we're talking about property tax exemptions and such, which usually go to such infrastructure needs and potholes and such in our communities, I felt each time we raise it, if 6 tons is not enough and then 7 tons is not enough, like how far should we go with this? Although those vehicles are going to be in our community, they still use all of our roads. So I just am hesitant to vote to continue to pass increasing the weight on this. So I will probably be opposing this mainly because it still takes a toll on our roads. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be brief. I had a call from a constituent this summer that has an ATV, and she pays more in personal property taxes on the ATV than she does on her home. So our constituents are greatly going to appreciate this. And like I said, it was brought to us by the Association of County Appraisers. It does cost them more to chase after this revenue taxes in personal property than it does to, so this would be a savings to the county in the long run. With that, Madam Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and it reports favorably Senate Bill 484 as amended for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 376. The chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 376 just simply extends the sunset. We've had a program in place for quite some time, for some 20 plus years, regarding a single port authority credit, income tax credit, for up to $500,000 during a fiscal year for the improvement of single port authority. And the legislation was set to expire this year. The bill came to the committee with an expiration date extended for 20 years to 2044. The committee decided that it would be better to look at the program a little sooner than 20 years from now. So we amended the legislation so the expiration date or the sunset date is 2029. Basically, we made it a 5-year sunset. With that, I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Montgomery, Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you very much. Questions for the carrier of the bill?
He's standing.
Can the carrier of the bill help me understand when this initially began?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do not know the exact year that the first exemption took place, but according to the legislation, it is at least 2002.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Can you, or would you be kind enough to tell me if there is a long list of companies that have benefited from this, or who benefits from this? Who receives this tax credit?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Primarily, we're looking at short line railroad operations that on the national freight line.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Do you have names of any specific companies that have received this?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As far as specific names, one that I could name would be Watco.
Okay.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Okay, thank you. Who brought the bill to the committee?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The legislation was sponsored by the Assessment Taxation Committee. I do not have, I'm sure it is somewhere in the note, but the proponents, I guess that would be one way to say it, would be Watco. We had written proponent from the Kansas Cooperative Council, Kansas Grain and Feed. We're also supportive of the legislation.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you very much. It was my understanding that Watco brought this to the tax committee. And I do want to take a few minutes here to celebrate really one of the greatest success stories of business in Kansas currently and historically. Watco is an incredible business. And my understanding is this dates back to basically their inception, and this tax benefit helped them get their start. But I would like to tell you all a little bit about Watco, because everybody should know the story. This is the American dream. This is what so many of us pursue, so many struggle to achieve, and so few do. Watco is a single source transportation and supply chain services company with locations throughout North America and Australia. Founded in 1983, they have grown from one locomotive into a leading transportation service company. Today, they own and operate a diverse and unmatched network of short-line railroads, terminals, ports, and repair terminals. Because of their depth and breadth of integrated services, their customers enjoy all modes of transportation, service in any market, transport of any material, commodity, or product, and customized supply chain solutions. If you'll bear with me just for a moment, I think it's important to understand they do own and operate over 8,250 miles of short line track in North America and Australia. Their vast network connects to all Class I railroads. They provide the most efficient, cost-effective route for your shipment. They have experience with diverse commodities.
Senator from Stephan, we are talking about the base bill. If you could please tie your comments to the base bill.
Okay, and I am. I think this truly it's an incredible company. They They're involved in river shipping. They're involved in highway shipping with access to over 40,000 motor carriers. They're involved in intermodal transportation and even have an ocean and air transportation management system. They are an incredible company that I have nothing but respect for and admiration for. And with that, I do have an amendment. I have introduced it. It's number 3588.
Give us a moment to get it distributed.
And again,
Senator,
our reader is back there enjoying himself. I want him to get to work, and I'd be grateful if he would read for us.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 376 as amended by Senate Committee on page 1 in line 23 by striking through 2029 and inserting and 2023, following line 27 by inserting, quote, subsection E, for tax years 2024 through 2029, the income tax credit provided by this section shall only be available to taxpayers that, 1, subject to the income tax imposed pursuant to KSA 79-32-110 and amendments thereto, and shall be applied only against such taxpayers' income tax liability, and 2, who certify in writing to the Director of Taxation that such taxpayer made no profit and had no Kansas income tax liability, excluding any applicable tax credits for one of the 2 tax years immediately preceding the tax year for which the tax credit provided by this section is claimed, end quote.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
So in short, what this does is takes this tax credit back to its original roots, to a situation where it can help an upstart business, because it has clearly helped, and I'm sure in a fairly small part, has helped Watco become an international company of incredible proportions. So I think it's important that we use our tax credits strategically and wisely, and this amendment takes this one back to its roots. Thank you.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schomburger.
Thank you very much. We're getting close to home now. I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. This is a port authority, and so I haven't had a chance to study the amendment, but there's a Port Authority Board, and are you wanting, who's supposed to pay the tax, if I may ask the carrier of the amendment?
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
The goal is to make sure that any company that receives this tax credit is a company that is struggling and is in need of assistance to help keep it afloat.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We may be drifting off into something that we don't know about here, but I'm not sure a port authority pays tax. I know they get a tax credit, so I suppose there's a credit against something, but there's a Port Authority Board in Pittsburgh, Kansas, and it has its own board of directors, and they determine what kind of economic development can be utilized by this Port Authority, and trying to target a specific business through the Port Authority I don't think I don't know if that's what he's trying to do. I guess the simple thing for me to do is oppose the amendment, and we study this a little further.
I'd be happy to comment in regards to that.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Again, this has been around for years. It's discussed very, very frequently in the tax committee, and if the chairman of the tax committee would be willing to stand and shed some light on the tax credit, I'd be grateful.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're checking on that. The good senator from Cherokee is correct that it involves a port authority, not one company. And so we are double checking for the good senator from Reno. We will find out.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. While we're getting an answer for that question, in looking at the amendment, it mentions that this would be for a period from 24 through 29, that a taxpayer would have to certify that they had no profit and no income tax liability for 1 or 2 years immediately preceding the tax year. So, Madam Chairman, my question would be if it is a company that had a little bit of tax liability in both years from the amendment, they would be excluded. Is that correct?
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Yes.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I guess because I'm not fully following and understanding the same as the senator from Cherokee, exactly how this would impact the Port Authority, I'm not going to be supportive of the amendment, and I'll leave it to the will of the body, but it looks like if we have an entity that just is getting rolling and started making a few dollars, but not really being profitable, now they would not have the tax credit available to them. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Other questions on the amendment?
I'd be happy to comment on that, please.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Again, this was originally for startup companies. Startup companies invariably aren't making any money because they're pouring their income back into the business. Therefore, they don't have tax liabilities. And that's who this tax credit was originally set up to help. That's what this amendment takes it back to helping startup companies that are pouring all their profits back into the business, don't have any tax liabilities as a result. This even allows them to be able to make a profit. You know, they can be even further along to where they're not consuming all their income, pouring it back into the business. So it's lenient in that respect, and it is open to multiple companies. I think it always has been. It has always been that way, as is explained in the tax committee. So the opportunity to extend these tax credits remains in play. It just makes sure that it's helping companies that need the help.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for the body's indulgence. I did check on it to make sure before I commented that the tax credit goes to the Port Authority, and then the Port Authority decides what company, if any company, gets it. So they don't have to award them, and it doesn't necessarily go to Watco. It could go to other companies, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In looking back at the bill, the income tax credit is amount equal to 100% of the amount attributable to the retirement of indebtedness. So it would appear to me that the Port Authority would have to have some indebtedness, or the entity that the Port Authority determines would be allowed to have the tax credit. And so it's, again, designed to retire debt. I just thought I would mention that in the legislation. And it has to be City Port Authority established prior to January 1, 2002.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Fine.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you. Again, this has been around for decades. It was originally intended to be used to help fledgling organizations, and it succeeded. It succeeded wildly. It's being continued, and I've been uncomfortable with the way it's been used for for 4 years now. Again, nothing but kudos and respect to Watco, but it's time to move on. And that's why it's always been sunset. It's been sunsetted basically every year for each of the last 4 years, and yet we continue it. This amendment allows the tax credit to continue. It just kind of puts a limit on what companies could benefit from it. And I think that's just good business. We've spent a lot of money around here. We try to target it to where it can do the most good. That's basically what we've been doing for the last 2 hours. And that's what I'd like to continue to do with this amendment, to allow this money to be used wisely by companies in need. Thank you. I move my motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Other questions for the senator from Montgomery? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move when the committee rise and report, it reports Senate Bill 376 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 480. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. What this bill would do is allow the Board of Tax Appeals to have video online conferences for cases. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate Bill 480 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will turn our attention to Senate Bill 311. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee, or no, I'm sorry. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So Senate Bill 311 was brought to us by a business owner and a couple of other individuals. What it would do is it would codify in statute that when a property sells in an Internal Revenue Code section 1031 exchange, build to suit transaction, or a sale leaseback arrangement from being considered as an indicator in fair market value or used at arriving fair market value for property taxes. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lynn? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm just not rising for questions. I would like to make a comment on this bill. My concern with the bill is that we are once again trying to give more benefits or property tax relief, in this case value by appraisal rates and valuation of their property, a reduction to commercial property. When we talk about, I'm not very an expert in 1031 tax exchange and tax exchange sales, built-to-suit sales, and sale leaseback transactions. But I have heard from officials and appraisers in my community, as well as just friends that are appraisers that I've used to communicate with when I was working with the City of Manhattan. And my concern with this is, as we continue to remove some of the valuations or try to discuss on what can be, how an appraiser should evaluate or exclude from evaluating, we are going to slowly take away those property taxes that everybody else has to pay. It's going to go back to the residents, and they're going to have to pick up that tab to, again, once work with their police officers, fire, and everything else that the commercial properties also need to be using. And this might be the next, a next bill might come out where we are again doing it to other properties, where we end up that anybody that's vacant can be valued at a less appraisal rate than what they should be. So I will be opposing this because I'm not sure we are really addressing the fair market value and market value as it should be, and it's going to impact our communities in a worse way than we are foreseeing. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have participated in a 1031 exchange, which I believe is identified as a Starker exchange. And at that point, that was very valuable in terms of not having to pay taxes on the proceeds of the sale. But why would that not be considered a fair sales price when it's reported?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Why would a sale or an exchange, a Starker exchange, a 1031 exchange that sets a value, I mean, you're purchasing a property, why would you not use that price of the property you're purchasing as a fair market price? I'm asking that because this often happens if you're looking at rental property, but you're buying property from another individual. You can negotiate that price. Why wouldn't that be considered a fair market price?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So what happens oftentimes that you'll buy a property and it is a rental property and they'll establish the income for the property. And so that income is being considered as part of the sale, and we're just trying to establish that it's the property that should be valued, not the potential income for the property.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why, I'm just wondering why that income would be part of the exchange. When you make an exchange, you have to say, here's the property I bought, or you actually are selling a property, you put that money aside and then, where you can't touch it, and then you can use it to buy another property. But why would income be considered part of that exchange?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That is a great question, and that's why we're trying to clarify this and codify it in statute.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what you're saying is you're prohibiting the sale price at which a property sells as being used as a fair market value. But then how else do you establish a price for the for that sale and for the future property tax that should be paid on that property?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam President. So the example that was given was, say that the business, that you have a restaurant in a facility. And so they're taking the income of that restaurant in the sale of the property. Well, the people buying the property don't intend to have a restaurant there and will not have that same income. So why would they be charged or their value, their property valued at a higher rate than what the property is going to actually be used for?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had understood that the Senator from Lynn had said earlier that Starker exchanges are often used for rental properties. So if we're talking about rental properties, we're not talking about a property that has a restaurant and income, but that's being excluded. So is there a way that we can be more specific about which of these Starker exchanges should be included? And again, my understanding that was the cost of the property. You're not buying a business.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Actually, Madam Chairman, the example I gave was the exact example that happened to the gentleman that brought us this bill. He runs restaurants, and he was in a strip mall. And when he went to sell the property, they were trying to use his income as part of the value of the property for the new owner. And so they just want to make it clear as to what is part of the property valuation and what is not.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then my concern is why are we saying that the bill would exclude the exchange altogether and not say the bill would exclude any income from that exchange?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
We're just clarifying the 1031 exchange, that it should not be included in the value of the property. They can figure the value of the properties from fair market value of other similar properties. They do it all along. We're just saying exclude the 1031s when you value property.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, when you use that exchange, you're purchasing a property, and that is what's giving our appraisers information about how to value property. So to just say all these blanket are prohibited from consideration seems to me not to help us keep up with the cost of properties. I think that if we are talking about trying to separate income from purchase prices, then we should do it with a sharper pen. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
May I, Rick?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I was reminded that part of the testimony in these 1031 exchanges, there's also federal tax advantages, and that money is included in the 1031 exchange, which artificially inflates the property of the value, or the value of the property. So that's another reason to exclude these 1031s.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will check back on my records, but do not remember any of the tax savings being included in the price of the property. Thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence. I wanted to finish that exchange there. Senator Petty, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I want to kind of talk about two different pieces other than the 1031 piece. And this is something that we added on as we worked the bill, and we never had a hearing on these two pieces. And I've since learned, since we added them on in committee, that I think that they could potentially be very problematic. And I wish that we would have had a time to have a hearing to really consider these pieces before just adding them on. And this is the build-to-suit transaction and the sale-leaseback arrangement. And I know that this sounds really technical, so I'm going to talk sort of at the micro level, and then I want to zoom back out to the macro. But these two kinds of transaction, these are the most common sales transactions in the commercial industry. These are typically utilized to build new structures or to remodel older structures. So what this bill proposes is that those cannot be used for arriving at a fair market value for your property tax purpose. Okay, so you take those out of the calculation for how property is being assessed within a county. Now, so what are you left with? You're left with basically comparable properties are only the ones that are basically going to be your older structures. And so they're going to have a lower value. Okay, so you're essentially artificially deflating the value of these comparable commercial properties. And this also contradicts a Supreme Court decision in the Walmart case that said that you can use these sorts of sales as long as you make the appropriate adjustments. So we're kind of creating new law. We're trying to essentially work around a Supreme Court decision. So that is the sort of micro issue with what we've done through the amendment process in the committee, that again, we didn't have a hearing on these pieces because I've now had a number of, Johnson County is very opposed to this, a lot of my cities are very opposed to this, and had we had a hearing on this, we would have had a lot of opponents who would have been talking to us about this issue. So that's the micro issue that I want the body to understand. But the macro issue is we've worked really hard already today to provide meaningful property tax relief for our residential property tax payers. Those folks really need property tax relief, and I think the body has and is continuing to do a good job of providing that. And so I don't want to have a situation where it's essentially we're giving with one hand and then we're taking away with the other, because if we artificially deflate these commercial properties, who's going to make up that difference? It's going to be, again, on the backs of your and my residential property owners. So I am strongly opposed to the parts of this, the build-to-suit transaction and the sale-leaseback arrangement that, again, we added without a hearing and without the opportunity for the folks who would really be affected by this to come before the committee and provide their feedback. So I think this is really bad, really dangerous policy that is, again, gonna further, we always talk about it in terms of squeezing a balloon. It's gonna, again, we're just going to shift the burden right back on those residential property owners that we are collectively working so hard to reduce the burden on. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. Other questions on the amendment? On the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would argue that we're overcharging on these properties. They are paying higher than what they should be, and so this bill would address that issue, and I ask that the body support it. So, Madam Chairman, I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 311 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will turn our attention to We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 498. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was one amendment, so I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. October 31st, 2020, my wife and I were walking out of the Dillons of the Wakarusa in 6th Street in Lawrence, Kansas, when we got a call from our adoption agency. It said there was a little boy, 3.5 years old, homeless, needing a loving home. My wife and I immediately said yes. So we submitted our family profile like many adoptive families do, and the birth mom chose us within 2 hours. We got a call and said, you need to get out here within 24 hours to come get this boy. So we quickly looked for an airplane ticket, flew out to California in the height of COVID. There was nothing open. We had nowhere where we were going to stay. But we got there and went to a park where this boy lived. He was hungry, malnourished, and was living on the streets for 3.5 years. And his mother did the best she could. Had no family support, had no money. And she did everything she could, but she received assistance from other local charities. And I like to think that this bill will help many children and pregnant women who are looking for those types of services. On September 6th, 2021, we got another call. We were not looking to adopt yet another child, but we got another call. And they said, we think we have a perfect little boy who's also homeless, who would fit well and be a good brother to our oldest child, Desmond. So we said yes. And once again, we had to fly out to California to pick up this little boy, where we met his mom at a restaurant. She was living out of her car. Once again, had no money, no support. For the first 14 months of his life, lacked love and care, had wounds, eczema all over his body. And we took that child in, did a lot of care. Both of our children were academically, emotionally, physically behind, and we did a lot of work to help get those boys caught up where they need to be for their age level. But those mothers did the best they could, and they relied on a lot of resources. They relied on assistance for getting a car seat for the mom who had a car, for diapers, for clothing, for formula. And so this bill will help women and adoptive families. So this bill has three components, two of which the Senate has already debated and voted on and passed last year. One is the adoption tax credit. Current law in Kansas says if you adopt a child, you get 25% of the federal tax credit on your Kansas tax form. If you adopt a Kansas child, you get an additional 25% for 50% total. And if you adopt a child with special needs, you get 75%. This bill makes it 100%, no matter what child that child is, where they come from, their needs, 100%. And it's refundable. Because adoption in this country costs, on average, $35,000. And every Kansas family, regardless of where they come from or how much they make, should be able to adopt a child. Because trust me, there are many children in this country that need a loving home. We're still getting calls about needing to adopt children. And we met a couple recently, two teachers in my community who asked us, they know it, they've heard our story, and they asked, we want to adopt, how can we do it? And we go through our story, and we get to the financial piece, and you see the hope in their eyes fade. Because they're two teachers who don't have $35,000 on average sitting around. So that piece of the bill will help families, regardless of income, accomplish that dream of giving a child a loving home. The second piece of the bill is the Pregnancy Resource Act, which allows pregnancy centers and residential maternity centers, which are 501c3s to the federal government, as long as they meet a few criteria in the bill, which is maintain a dedicated phone number for clients, maintain a primary physical address, clinic, or residential home in our state, and operate a minimum of 20 hours a week, offer services free of charge, and utilize trained and licensed medical professionals such as physicians, nurses, and ultrasound technicians. They will qualify for this. What it does is allow people or businesses to write a tax and get an income tax exemption up to 70% of that voluntary contribution. It is not refundable. You can carry it over for 5 years. And the aggregate amount of credits claimed in our state is capped at $10 million. And no more than $5 million can go to one particular single organization. And the third piece of this bill is a sales tax exemption. This is a new piece we have not debated, but it's a sales tax exemption for pregnancy resource centers and maternity facilities that purchase materials such as diapers, clothing for the mother or the baby, car seats, formula, etc. There was a fourth piece of the bill, Madam Chair, that was the child tax credit. The committee felt like the $800 million fiscal note was too much, so we took that piece out for now. I think it's an issue that can be studied and discussed, but at this point, we didn't want to lose sight of the importance of this bill. So, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions at this time, but I do have an amendment, and I have turned it in. It is 3586.
Please give us a moment to get that distributed. Senator, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will have it read.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 498 as amended by Senate Committee on page 1 by striking all in lines 12 through 36, by striking all on page 2, on page 3 by striking all in lines 1 through 30, on page 4, following line 39, by inserting, quote, new section 1, A, for tax year 2024 and all tax years thereafter, there shall be allowed a credit against the tax liability of a resident individual taxpayer imposed under the Kansas Income Tax Act for each qualifying child of the taxpayer in the amount set forth in the following schedule for married individuals filing joint returns and all other individuals except as provided in subsection B. The Kansas adjusted gross income from 0 to 25,000 It is $600 for the amount of credit per qualifying child. Over 25,000 but not over 50,000 is 400. Over 50,000 but not over 75,000 is 200. Over 70,000, 5,000 but not over 100,000 is 100. Over 100,000 but not over 200,000, 75. Over 200,000 but not over 350,000, $50. And over 350,000 is just $25. Subpoint B, married individuals filing separate returns for a tax year for which they could have filed a joint return may each claim only half of the amount of credit per qualifying child that would have been claimed on a joint return. Section C, in the case of all tax years after tax year 2024, all threshold income amounts and credit amounts prescribed in this section shall be increased by an amount equal to such an amount multiplied by the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 of the Federal Internal Revenue Code for the calendar year in which the taxable year commences. Section D, except as provided in subsection B, an individual may be claimed as a qualifying child by only one taxpayer per tax year. Subsection E, if the amount of the credit allowed by this section exceeds the taxpayer's income tax liability imposed under the Kansas Income Tax Act, such excess amount shall be refunded to the taxpayer. Subsection F, the Secretary of Revenue shall compile an annual report each year on the child tax credit that includes the number of taxpayers receiving the credit, the adjusted threshold income amounts and credit amounts pursuant to subsection C, the aggregate amount of the credits, an analysis of the cost of the credit, and any other information necessary to evaluate the effectiveness of the credit. On or before January 31st each year, the Secretary of Revenue shall submit such annual report in writing to the Senate Committee on Assessment and Taxation and the House Committee on Taxation. Subsection G, as used in this section, qualifying child means with respect to any taxpayer for any taxable year or an individual, an individual who, 1, bears a relationship to the taxpayer described in Section H, 2, has the same principal place of abode as a taxpayer for more than half of such taxable year, 3, has not attained 18 years of age as of the close of the calendar year in which the taxable year of the taxpayer begins. 4, has not provided over half of such individual's own support for the calendar year in which the taxable year of the taxpayer begins. And 5, has not filed a joint return other than only for a claim of refund with the individual spouse for the taxable year. H, an individual bears a relationship to the taxpayer described in this section if the individual is 1, a child of the taxpayer or descendant of such child, or 2, a brother, sister, stepbrother, or stepsister of the taxpayer or a descendant of any such relative. Subsection I, the provisions of this section shall be a part of and supplemental to the Kansas Income Tax Act, end quote. On page 6, by striking all in lines 2 through 43, by striking all on pages 7 through 43, on page 44, by striking all in lines 1 through 41, in line 42, by striking, quote, and KSA 2023 Supplemental 79-3606 are, end quote, and inserting, quote, is, end quote, and by renumbering sections accordingly. On page 1, in the title, in line 1, by striking all after the word income, in line 2, by striking the word credits, also in line 2, by striking all after A, by striking all in line 3, in line 4, by striking the word facilities and inserting child tax credit, by striking all in line 6 and 7, in line 8, by striking all before the word amending, also in line 8, by striking all after, quote, 79-32202A, end quote, in line 9, by striking all before the word and, also in line 9, by striking the word sections and inserting section.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the good senator from Lynn, or a couple of bills ago, said this is kind of our wish list. So this bill is a wish list for me. We know that our birth rate in Kansas is declining. We have families that are struggling. And so this is just putting in place a credit if you have children under the age of 18. And I would be happy to stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I discussed earlier, the committee took out a portion of the bill that had a child tax credit. And while I think the policy item has some merit and should have some discussion, this amendment looks a little different than the policy in the bill. I'm curious where the origination of this amendment comes from.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. This was a bill that was introduced in tax, and I know tax has had a very busy session and it did not have a hearing yet, but it is Senate Bill 436.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
One of the big concerns in the committee was the fiscal note. So I'm curious, what is the fiscal note for this amendment, Madam Chair?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you for asking. It is a heavy fiscal note. It's 190 million. But I think we all know that this is probably not going to be what comes out. And this is just saying that the Senate has a position that we believe we should be investing in our families with children, and it has some income adjustments. So based on your income, you are getting that adjusted amount of credit per qualifying child. But this is a way to help with our decreasing birth rate.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, and I appreciate that response. I believe the fiscal note was 192.8 million in fiscal year 2026 on the bill she cited that was introduced in the tax committee. I believe the underlying bill is too important to allow an amendment like this to really balloon the bill, so I will be opposing this amendment.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator
May I
O'Shea.
reply?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I think we all understand what happens. We have amended several bills so far, and those fiscal notes are kind of building up, and we know that those committees are probably going to go in a conference in the House, and this is just putting something in place. I think we may see some more child care amendments before, but we are saying that we care about this. So we can easily reduce that fiscal note in conference and provide some relief.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to stand. I was surprised to see that this gutted a lot of the original bill. So while there are parts of this amendment that I like and would like to see, I won't be supporting because I think the underlying bill is too important. I will be offering something similar later with just ages 0 through 4. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, do you care to respond?
Yeah, it did remove part of the original bill, and that's what the reader was reading, talking about that. It does protect the piece that has the adoption credit, and it has the piece, we're, again, looking at our birth rates being reduced in our state, and so this is a way to adjust that. I will be happy to speak on the piece that I deleted out of the original bill if this goes down, but I do have concerns with that, so wanting to support a bill, and I do appreciate the adoption piece, and I think this is good policy that we should have in the Senate position.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the piece that she's striking in this bill hurts the very pregnancy resource centers that are helping birth mothers of the 2 boys I adopted. I think of Desmond's birth mom, I think of Damien's birth mom, and I think of all the help they received, and the hundreds of women in the state of Kansas that will receive assistance. And so therefore, I will be opposing this motion because it's striking the very organizations that will provide so many great services for our pregnant women.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a very misleading comment. These organizations have been functioning very well for quite some time, and they're not getting tax credits. They are a 501c3, so I think anyone can donate. You could get a deduction on your taxes. You're right, you're not going to get a credit, but then we should talk about the difference between a deduction and a credit. For a deduction, I donate a lot to different charitable organizations, to my church. I just filed my taxes. I had a lot of deductions on there, but it wasn't a credit. So a credit is saying, I have already done my tax piece, so I'm saying this $250, this $20,000, whatever I donate, that I get a credit for my taxes on that. So that is very different from a deduction. And we can go into some questions on those, but this is on my amendment, so.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I very much appreciate the carrier of the bill, and thank you to the carrier of the amendment, but I cannot stand in support of this amendment. It's almost it's 50% of what the tax bill is almost for the entire cut that we're trying to do for all Kansans. This is an exorbitantly high increase. In fact, one of the amendments, as the carrier of the bill said in committee, was we stripped the child credit portion because the fiscal note was so high. So I would hate to lose the underlying contents of the bill with this amendment, and I stand in opposition, and I hope the body will too.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Again, I will say I don't think we're losing the bill at all. This bill, if it passes this, we know it's conferenceable, anything that passes this body. So the piece for the adoption credit would be there. If we chose to do this tax credit for childcare, we have to ask ourselves, what do we want for the future of our state? How do we want young families moving to Kansas? Do we want our college students staying here and putting down roots, working with the workforce, providing that? Do we want to change our declining birth rate? There was a great article in one of our leadership magazines that I know we all receive this summer. So I think the question is, yes, we can deal with this fiscal note and we can reduce that. But do we want to stand and say we care about children in our state, we care about our families, and we want to put more dollars back in these families' pockets?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, the carrier of the amendment keeps citing our shrinking birth rates in the state, but she's just stripping out the portions of the bill that are going to help women carry full, healthy pregnancies. So I'm struggling to understand the logic in her amendment.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I'm not doing anything to strike out the portion that helps with these centers. They're currently 501c3s. They can get, you can donate, you can get taxable deductions. They are doing very well currently with that. And there is $2 million in our budget already for these centers. But we're just not sending taxpayer dollars to non-medical centers.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you. With that, I move my amendment and I ask for a roll call vote.
You have heard the motion. We will need 5 hands. Seeing 5, we'll have a roll call vote.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had a chance to vote? Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No.
Are there explanations of vote, change of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Eleven having voted in favor and 27 against. The motion fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I do have a couple of questions if the carrier would stand for a couple questions.
He's standing.
Thank you. I understand a little bit about the crisis pregnancy centers. I'm not real clear, though, as far as staffing. Can you tell me what are the requirements in terms of medical professionals, staffing? Who has to be there to be able to advise potential people who come visit there?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not all pregnancy resource centers are medical clinics. So if it's a medical clinic, it's a licensed medical clinic. They'll have physicians, nurses, ultrasound techs, and those are all licensed clinicians and providers. If they are a facility that maybe offers some counseling, those are licensed social workers or licensed therapists.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. Additionally, I have one other question. So with the tax credit that we're talking here, I mean, obviously, lots of different organizations get tax credits for the work they do and the research they do. So help me understand why the state of Kansas should give a higher tax credit for donations made to CPCs over other charitable organizations.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
I think, Madam Chair, for the very reason we just heard about the declining birth rate, don't we want to support anything that will help increase our birth rate, but specifically women who find themselves in crisis, who are in need of assistance? I think there's a lot of needs. All the contributions primarily or private donations today, but there's a huge need out there for bilingual social workers. There's some facilities looking to expand childcare opportunities for their clients. And so if we can entice Kansans to give greater contributions, why wouldn't we want to do that for our Kansas citizens?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that information. I do have several concerns with this bill. I mean, there are a lot of things I like in this bill, but I struggle with the fact that we would be offering a higher tax credit for donations made to CPCs than for other charitable organizations. And we have some great organizations out there that do great work on disease research, addressing hunger, and in terms of declining birth rates, there are several other things we can do to address that situation. Offer better child care incentives, better maternal health. There are so many other things that we can do that have a very direct impact. And additionally, I have very big concerns in terms of the fact that some of the centers may have licensed professionals and medical staff, some of them may not. And the regulations and oversight seem to be very different than what we expect of other organizations. So thank you for answering those questions.
Other questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have questions, I have concerns. Again, I think the point that was made that this is a tax credit that's 70% means that people might choose to give money to an organization that they believe is helping people, but may not be able to provide appropriate health care, does not have any regulations necessarily about how patient records are kept. We have a lot of people who need reproductive health care. So I'm concerned that this money may go to individuals actually who may need that health care and may have gone then to a place where it is not being provided. So we have a lot of needs to support people. We can do that in many ways. We have chosen to be very limited in terms of SNAP benefits and who allows for them. We are limited in terms of providing health care. We need to provide health care for women before they become pregnant. Just a lot of other ways to spend our funds and a lot of other opportunities for charitable tax credits that I would prefer to see. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Can the carrier tell me how many of these pregnancy resource centers are interstate?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, my understanding is there's a little over 50 approximately in the state of Kansas.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
And how many women did they serve last year?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, that is a statistic I do not know.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
All right. So I have a report from last year, and there were 10 organizations who actually do receive some funding from the state for these. There were 10 agencies. They served 834 women. Out of those 834 women, they had 250 that actually continued and had live births. So just looking at this number, I mean, we're talking over $12,000, I believe, per person. I do want to say one thing that I am very proud of all of these pregnancy resource centers. Their number one thing that they report on is that they helped these women get signed up for Medicaid. That is a great thing. So I applaud them for that service. If only we had Medicaid expansion prior to when they got pregnant, but that's a different conversation. So in this bill, it says that if these pregnancy centers utilize trained and licensed medical professionals. So is this through the Board of Healing Arts?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, it depends on that licensed professional. If it's a physician, it's the Board of Healing Arts. If it's a nurse, it would be the Board of Nursing. Social workers have their board. It depends on the type of professional you're talking about.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So I don't see that the legislation talks about what type of medical profession it should be.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, unless you want to point to a specific page, like a lot of pieces of legislation, we just cite medical professionals. I think we generally know what they mean.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, well, our Board of Healing Arts, they are the ones who register our contact lens distributors. So under this bill, could a contact lens distributor be working in this pregnancy center and get a tax credit?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, if I heard her correctly, if she said contact lens distributor, that's a licensed profession. I didn't know we did in Kansas, but I'm sure if there's pregnant women out there who are in need of contact lenses, I'm sure there'd be someone willing to either volunteer that service with the local pregnancy resource center, and they must be a licensed medical professional.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So I think what the senator just said is that they don't have to really actually provide any health care advice to the pregnant woman about her pregnancy. They just have to be licensed in one of those fields, but not actually trained or under any authority to actually do a medical doctor's job.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, as the senator from Johnson just stated, these organizations do a lot of things. They're also helping women sign up for Medicaid, like she just mentioned. They're helping them sign up for SNAP. They're doing pregnancy testing, pregnancy counseling, family counseling, referrals. They're offering housing assistance. Don't we want to offer housing? I mean, these providers do a lot of things for our community and for Kansans, and we should support these organizations everywhere we can.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
And I agree, those are great things that should be applauded. Signing mothers up for SNAP, doing housing resources, and they can do that under the 501c3 designation that they currently have. And with this bill, we are going to divert $10 million of taxpayer money, and then we're going to ask them to reach out for these services that we may or may not have the funds to maintain those items. I mean, in this building, in this chamber last year, we were trying to do away with SNAP benefits. Again, we haven't talked about Medicaid expansion. So we are putting non-medical providers that are not necessarily helping with a woman with her pregnancy. They give diapers, they give clothes. I applaud that. But they are not medical professionals, and they should not be receiving taxpayer dollars.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. Did you have other questions or other comments?
Yeah, I will just stand opposed to this. I think our CPCs target marginalized, vulnerable populations, and they disguise themselves as medical facilities, which, again, we are not. This bill is providing them tax credits, which is diverting funds from our coffers to provide the services that these centers are saying that they want to provide. So I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot with this. They endanger our public health. They cause delays in accessing legitimate health care and spread misinformation. So I will not be supporting this.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Madam Chair, I disagree with those comments. You know, if we're going to spend $10 million for these agencies such as maternity homes, which offer a safe place for homeless pregnant women, I think that's a good thing. These are organizations that are offering financial assistance with housing, utilities, child care assistance. I thought those were things we all supported, but apparently not.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a concern in the sense that because we are going to give these particular nonprofits extra benefits and tax credits, being on the tax committee, any nonprofit right now that comes to us and requesting sales tax exemption may also want to include something pertaining to pregnancy or maternity care or anything like that in addition to the services they already provide so that they have access to the same type of tax credits. So I think if we do that to this type of a nonprofit, I foresee others thinking, well, there's a way we can get more donations and also more money from the state. We should also include that in whatever our mission is so as to get those types of credits. That's one of my concerns with this bill. Thank you.
Other questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the dialogue we had here tonight. This bill is too important for Kansas families, for Kansas women, and for babies. It is my hope that the Senate passes this bill overwhelmingly because our pregnancy resource centers do a lot for our community. They help women apply for SNAP, for Medicaid. They offer pregnancy testing, pregnancy counseling, adoption referral and services, housing assistance, education and employment counseling, sonograms, parenting classes, maternity and infant clothing and supplies, financial assistance for housing and utilities, STD and STI testing, medical care referrals, offering shelter to pregnant women who are homeless. I think this bill is a good bill. It's a good bill for women and children. It's a good bill for loving couples who want to adopt. So therefore, Madam Chair, I move that I move that when the committee rises and report Senate Bill 498 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 482. The chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. 482 makes some modifications to the revenue neutral rate notification and hearing process. One change it makes is property that is exempt from paying property taxes. The county clerk will no longer need to mail them a notice of a revenue neutral rate hearing because they're not going to be affected. They're not paying any property taxes. The bill would also require that a governing body hold a vote on the same day that they hold, not only same day, but basically same meeting that they hold the revenue neutral rate hearing. The bill will also establish guidelines, if you will, for the revenue neutral rate notification that is being mailed out. We heard a lot of complaints, information about the confusion as it relates to revenue neutral rate notices, hard to read, hard to understand, so we've got legislation or language in this legislation that would assist our counties to make certain that they are uniform and better understandable for our taxpayers. And finally, if an entity does not hold a revenue neutral rate hearing because they are not intending to exceed the revenue neutral rate, yet when the valuation comes in, the valuation is lower than anticipated, that entity can raise the mill levy as long as they do not exceed the revenue neutral rate for the entire county. So in other words, if they don't bring any additional money in, it was not their intent to bring in additional money or raise taxes, but the valuation came in lower than expected, so they do have to adjust their mill levy, and so they have that authority in the legislation. That is a brief overview of what Senate Bill 482 is, Madam Chairman, and I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Montgomery. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question that was brought up earlier in a committee meeting today, and that is, this talks about requiring, governing bodies. Does the revenue neutral rate apply to library districts or other districts that are formed as taxing authorities?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It does apply, the revenue neutral rate does apply to all taxing authorities.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have some concern that this means that a library district has to hold these hearings and add notifications to the cost of managing that district. So my understanding also is there had been revenue provided to help our counties, cities send out notices. Is there any opportunity for funding this expense that we're putting on our cities and counties and districts?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It was an interesting way to ask the question, is there any opportunity for funding? Well, it depends on your definition of opportunity for funding, but I believe the question is there any funding provided for mailing out these notices? The funding is, or the cost is borne by the taxing entity.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this is a cost that the legislature has created. We have stopped, doing the local ad valorem tax funding for our communities. we're just adding to their costs and in fact adding to taxes. Thank you.
Other questions for the Senator from Montgomery, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty?
Thank you. Would the Senator from Montgomery stand for a question?
He's standing.
I know you mentioned in your testimony about this Senate Bill 482 that the bill will require the vote of a governing body to exceed that is going to exceed the revenue neutral rate to take place when they announce that they're going to do this, have their vote on the public vote on the same day. What's the reasoning for that?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, I didn't hear. She said, what's the something of that? Could I get her?
The reasoning for having the locally elected governing body on the day that it's announced that they're going to exceed the revenue neutral rate to also have to have their vote.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Now I understood the question. I was able to hear this time. The Board of Tax Appeals has already had a ruling, and this legislation, by the way, was way before the recent Board of Tax Appeals ruling that an entity, so this puts it in statute, this codifies in statute that the day that you have the revenue neutral rate hearing, and that's been the intent of the legislature all along, is that you have the revenue neutral rate hearing, you hear from taxpayers, and then the governing body can and should and will take a vote, a public vote, a recorded vote in front of the public.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I know you referred to the legislation, but that was not in the original legislation. Would that be correct?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would have to look back at the original legislation. My understanding is that was certainly, from my understanding, the intent of the legislation.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Well, I know often we have legislation that afterwards some people have an idea of what the intent was, but in the legislation as far to have to take the vote on the day that the legislation has changed, but local units of government would have a hearing and then announce, before we had this revenue neutral rate legislation, what was going to be the maximum that they would be going to. And that was set so that, and then there was a period of time for more information to come in before there was a final vote taken, because you might not actually, you couldn't exceed your maximum, but you could then on your final vote have a lower mill levy or neutral mill levy, but you would have the first hearing to announce what the maximum. So basically, it appears here that we're saying the same day that is announced, then you also have to take a vote on it. I don't see where that provides the governing body or the citizens the opportunity for input.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess I didn't hear a question there. In reading current statute, it says such vote of the governing body shall be conducted at the public hearing after the governing body has heard from interested taxpayers and shall be a roll call vote. I skipped over the additional language or the bolded language just so I was reading current statute.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So the current statute is that the vote is that same day and that's the final vote?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That is the way that it is written, that the vote would be conducted at the public hearing after the governing body. And so for clarification, we put in the words, and on the same day as the commencement of the public hearing. I guess from my perspective in reading the language as it was, that it was very clear but because of questions we had, clarifying language was put into the statute.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Okay, so we're having, so that was not in the original legislation, and that's exactly what my question was. Why was it put, you're saying you want to clarify what you thought the intent was, but that was not in the original bill.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I disagree. I believe it is in the language that I read. I believe it's very, very clear that when they have the public hearing, after the public hearing, the governing body will vote by roll call vote.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Did I just hear you refer to more than one public hearing?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I say no, but if I said that, I apologize. I did not intend for that to be said. It is one public hearing for that taxing entity. There can be, and I have been to multiple revenue neutral rate exceedance hearings in my home county, meaning the city, the county, the school board, the college trustees, the library, and I won't name all of them because there's too many to name.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I'm going to look at the legislation again, but I'm sorry, I disagree with the carrier.
Other questions? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I absolutely agree with the carrier. In fact, so does BOTA, because BOTA ruled on a revenue neutral hearing that they did not take the vote that evening, and they ruled that they did not follow the law, and they have to return any money that is above revenue neutral. And to address some of the good senator from Douglas's comments, this bill does lower the cost in the sense that any letter would not be sent to a property that pays zero property tax. So I appreciate the carrier of the bill, and I stand in strong support. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Other questions for the senator from Montgomery? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move when the committee arises and report, it reports Senate Bill 482 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 539. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The tax and spend philosophy doesn't work. In Kansans, with over $3 billion in the state coffers, it's past time to cut taxes. And they need tax relief that Senate Bill 539 will provide. One of the main features of the bill is it exempts Social Security tax completely from state income tax. The other item that we hear so much about is property tax. It provides property tax relief from the 20 mil for K through 12 with an inflation increase each year. It also increases the personal exemption from $2,205 to $11,000 for single, $22,000 for married filing jointly, and then to $3,000 for dependents. It increases the standard deduction for single filers and has an inflationary increase on both the personal exemption and standard deduction. It also replaces the income tax brackets to 5.7 and decreases 0.05 of a point each year for 5 years, and then reduces the privilege tax for 2 years in a row. With that, Madam Chairman, I would yield to the Senate President from Butler.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And actually, since there's been kind of criticisms levied that we haven't voted individually on the components of this, and this came out the way it is, I'm just going to jump right to it. In accordance with Rule 27, I request the question on Senate Bill 539 as amended by Senate Committee be divided into 4 parts. I have submitted that in writing, so that all this effectively does, it's going to let us cast our individual votes. I'm trying to remove criticism, trying to advance the process. So that is in writing. I can explain it if you like, but I'll pause as well.
Can the senator please stand at ease until we get it distributed? The chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, to explain the first part.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've done this in the past. It's just not all that common, but just to get it. So basically what happens, this divides this bill into the 4 main component parts. And I'll yield back or allow the chairman. I thought it'd just be simple to get into it. I'll explain which part it is. The chairman can explain what that part is, and then we have an affirmative vote. Do we keep it in or do you take it out, right? So an affirmative vote keeps it in, negative vote strikes it. So on this first part of the division is the property taxation piece. So I'd yield back to the chairman to explain that portion of the bill alone.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So this portion of the bill would exempt $80,000 from the K through 12 20 mil, and then it increases each year with inflation based off of a 10-year average for real estate inflation. I yield back to the senator from Butler.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And by the way, just a clear process. A vote affirmative maintains this position on tax. It does not preclude, once we've voted on the component parts, an amendment coming after this that would move it to 100, right? I mean, so just so everybody's aware, this is just voting solely on these pieces. So with that, I would stand for questions on the division.
Are there questions? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
And just to make everybody feel comfortable, we know there is an amendment for 100,000 that will be up next.
Seeing no questions, Senator, you may move your part.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I vote favorably on part 1.
Body, a vote yes will retain this part in the bill, a no will strike it.
Madam Chair, just a point of order real quick.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. So we're not voting on whether we actually are dividing. That's already been done. So now we've moved past that point. We've divided. And now we're looking at each section to see whether we keep or retain that section inside of it, right?
That is correct. Under Senate rules, any senator has the right to divide without a vote on the division.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one more point. A vote yes on this is to retain the section that the senator from Lynn described. And I think that was, can she just repeat that one more time so we're all clear? It was kind of going fast.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It is on the K through 12 20 mil, it would increase the exemption to $80,000. It is currently approximately $44,000, just over $44,000. This would almost double it, and then it would keep the inflation increase each year.
Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Point of clarification. There was a mention by the tax chair that there may be an amendment coming that would increase this. But my understanding is if the body rejects this piece, there's no way to get back to that amendment. Is that correct?
That is correct. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. One more piece of clarification. Are we going to get a dollar amount fiscal note on each section doing it this way, or is that even possible?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do have the fiscal note on each piece if we want to do it that way. The residential property tax exemption for the first year is $62,065,000 for the second year and approximately $69 for the fourth year. I'm sorry, the third year. I'm a little dehydrated. So 62, 65, and 69.
Seeing no other questions, you have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The second section is the privilege tax piece in relation to the banks, and I'll yield to the chairman for explanations there as well.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is language we've seen before. The privilege tax came to us. They would like to have a similar decrease based off of the Apex bill that the corporations got. So we would take them down the first year, and then we would take them down the second year, approximately, not quite 0.5%, but approximately 0.5% each year.
Would you care to yield back to the senator from?
I would absolutely yield back, but first I do have a fiscal note. If the body is interested, it's $6.8 million in 2025, $7.4 million in 2026.
And you yield back?
I yield back to the senator from Butler. Thank
Senator
you.
from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would stand for questions.
Are there questions on part two? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at section 3, is this taught in the market-based management method?
Senator, we are on part 2.
It says sections 2 and 3. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. My question was for the Senate President who brought the motion to divide the question.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, it does contain section 3, and I'd yield to Senator from Lynn for the explanation.
Thank you. It is all on the privilege tax. So the privilege tax, I'm pretty sure that section 1 is the year, the first year that it's decreased, and section 3 is the second year that it's decreased. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll confirm with the revisers.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thought logically it would be 1 year in the second year, but no, it's not that simple. It's the banks in the first year and the savings and loans, the trust in this section 3. So I yield back to the Senate President.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I was talking to the side. Am I supposed to be answering something, or am I still just standing for questions? Standing for questions.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a question, but I don't know who it's for. So it's one of these people I'm sure can answer it. I've seen several. I've looked at a lot of tax things lately, and I noticed that in the conference committee report that we adopted and was vetoed, the privilege tax was one way. I think it was different in a bill that we had introduced earlier, and I think the governor had a privilege tax reduction in whatever her number was, 377. Or can we figure out which one this is? Is this the conference committee version, the governor's version, a new version?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Actually,
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I will again yield to the tax chair. I'm carrying the process. She's carrying the details.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So we've seen this provision before split up like this. It was in order to decrease the fiscal note, but we did have I think in CCR 8, it was all in 1 year, and the governor, I'm not sure what the governor's plan had, but this, we just split it up into 2 years because it does model the Apex language and it does decrease the fiscal note. But it's the same results. They get the same decrease in income. It's not income tax, it's a privilege tax, but it does result in the same number after the second year.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you. Does anyone in the Senate know what the governor's plan did? I should have, if I was going to ask the question, maybe I should have found out. But
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I do have it. If the body will indulge me a minute, I can look it up.
thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, I'm a banker by profession, so I'm interested in privilege tax, and I want the best bang for the buck I can get. So if it's not the best bang, I'll have an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the governor's bill had the rate reduction in 24 and 25. This has the reduction in 25 and 26. It does delay it a year in order to address the fiscal note.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd put another point of just clarification because the Senate Secretary has had a couple questions. Again, this is just retaining portions of the bill. Once we are done, we are not done with 539. It is open for amendment. This is just, but you would have, for example, to the point of the Senator from Cherokee, if you were to remove the privilege tax section, there would be an argument that an adjustment to the privilege tax section would not be amendable, because it would have been removed from the bill. But if he wanted to change it, for example, later this evening, with that being retained, he could easily bring an amendment to do that. So with that, Madam Chairman, I move Section 2.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is probably the section that will get the most conversation. It is the income tax portion as it pertains to the 5.7 single rate, and I will yield to the chairman for explanation.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So it starts out at a 5.7 tax rate. We've heard from many individuals that they think that a single rate is for the rich. Well, we demonstrate here this is for the medium and low income families that will be helped by this more than anything. So it starts at 5.7, like I said, 0.05 of a point for 5 years that it decreases. And then the personal exemption increases from $2,250 to $11,000 for a single filer, $22,000 for married filing jointly. And then the personal exemption increases from $2,250 for dependents to $3,000. So for every child in the family, instead of multiplying it by $2,250, you would multiply it by $3,000. The standard deduction for single increases from $3,500 to $4,000. That way it is directly half of married filing jointly, which is at $8,000. There is an inflation increase for the personal exemptions and the standard deduction each year starting in 2025, tax year 2025. Then the Social Security is exempted 100%. And those are the provisions for income tax.
Do you wish to yield back to the senator from Butler?
I'm sorry, I misread that. I stand corrected. Social Security is saved for the last one. This was just the income tax portion. So it's just the income. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That was just a point of clarification. The chairman caught it, so would stand for questions on the process, or the chair, and I'm sure be glad to stand for questions on the policy.
Questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I'm sorry, I don't know for sure who to direct this to, so I'm going to direct it to the senator from Lynn, because on the for Section 1 and Section 2, she mentioned the fiscal note, but not on Section 3.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I'm glad the senator from Wyandotte asked. So the fiscal note on the income tax portion only is $244 million in 2025, 271 in 2026, and 349 in 2027.
Other questions? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
A question for Senator from Lynn. Just to clarify for those listening, why does it go up in cost as we go into year after year? Is there a change in the rate that's happening here?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. As I had stated, there is a decrease each year in the single rate going from 5.7, decreasing by 0.05 of a point. So the second year it would be at 5.65. The third year it would be at, it would be at, the next year it would be at 5.60. Then also factored in is the increases for inflation.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And could this, I have a question for the senator from Lynn. So you gave us for 25, 26, and 27. So as we look at this increase here, what does it move up to? What is it, 28 and 29?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I don't have those numbers with me, but we can find out. And if I may, Madam Chairman, I would also like to point out a little bit of the savings here so that people understand. With current law, if you had married filing jointly with 2 dependents and you made $40,000, your Kansas income $40,000, the current law, you would have a tax obligation of $16. If this was to go into law, you would have a savings of $468. That you would actually receive a refund. If you were, again, married filing jointly, 2 dependents, $60,000, you would have a savings of $243 if this was to go into law. So this helps low-income families because if you go into the higher brackets, if you had an income of $850,000, you would have a savings of $168. So no one can say that we were helping the rich in this legislation. This is helping the low and medium income families and hard-working Kansans.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. So can you tell me, you talked about this was helping, can you tell me the average savings like for that lower bracket in 2024 and that higher bracket in 2024 and then again in 2025 and 2026?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
So I can give you estimates on the 2025 and 2020. I don't have 2026, but I can give you 2029. Would that be sufficient? Okay, so in 2024, the savings for the low-income It's not considered a low-income family in Kansas at $40,000, but the savings would be $468. Then I'll go with the $850,000 income earner. It would be a savings of $168. So we're talking about a considerable difference on the income tax. But if you go out into 2029, so if the income earner was at $40,000, hold on. So it would be an approximate savings at $40,000 with two dependents married filing jointly would be about $225 savings. I don't have the 800,000 on the graph. I'm sorry, it only goes to 200,000.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, so I have some information here, and it's a little different, and my breakdowns maybe, but just to give you an idea, in 2024, if you're under 25, you're saving about $92 on your taxes, and if you're over 250, it's about 120. This is pretty equal because it's mostly that standard deduction change and the personal exemption. But in 25, that lower number is still, it's staying about $97, so a little bit because of inflation. And then that upper bracket, it's jumped to $488. So that's in 1 year. And then if we flip forward to 2029, again, it's about $114 for that lower bracket, but that 250 and over, it's $1951. So that's significant. So, this may be, a savings for that lower and middle class currently in the first year because everyone's getting that bump of standard deduction. But as this goes in through the exceeding years, it really does get out of whack, and we are keeping that lower bracket right at $100, and then that top bracket is skyrocketing.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Madam Chairman, those numbers are completely inaccurate and misleading, and that is so disappointing. And I am sorry. This is just so, and I misspoke earlier. The family with married filing jointly with two dependents would have a $725 savings in 2029. So that would increase considerably. And the tax savings for the $850,000 taxpayer would be $2,230 some. But what you're not considering is the $850,000 filer is still paying over $41,000 in taxes, while the family, the low-income family, would be virtually exempt on their state income tax. So that is extremely misleading information because this benefits families and low-income filers. In fact, if this legislation goes into law, it will increase the individuals that are not paying state income tax by approximately 115,000 people. So there will be almost 400,000 people in the state of Kansas not paying state income tax. I don't see how anybody can stand up and say this helps the rich, because that is the furthest thing from the truth.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Well, apparently I know how to ask for information from the Department of Revenue, and this has the exact measures that are in the bill. It has those deductions. And again, I am agreeing. The first year, this is pretty straightforward. And the low-income earners and the high-income earners are about the same because it's the standard deduction that everyone is taking that the increase is changing that. But then as you are dropping that top rate, it is significantly helping the ones at the top. And so when I look at this, This is from Department of Revenue based on the tax bill that was kicked out. And it skyrockets, and it is not across the board a savings for everyone. So I'm going to not support this. And I do think if we want to provide real tax relief, that we're not going to have a tax increase in 3 years, then we need to look at something that is sustainable. And I mean, she was talking about, you know, 244 million the first year. That's not too bad. 271, 349, 27. I think it gets up to over 700 million in 2029. I don't have that number. Oh, it's 500 million. I misspoke. That's just the standard deduction. But the other pieces, I do believe when we add those together, it is going to be about $700 million.
So, Madam
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To imply that I don't know what to ask, no, she didn't imply it. She just stated, I don't know what to ask the Department of Revenue. Well, I'll tell you what, we asked the Department of Revenue for these numbers over a week ago. So maybe their priority is the minority party. You know, they've been working hard to get these numbers to everyone, so I don't want to beat up the Department of Revenue. You know, when you're making $800,000 and you're still paying $41,000 your reduction, think of the percentage of that. It's the same percent that the family got. It is 0.05 of a point decrease in your state income tax. So it doesn't make any sense to me to say that this helps the rich more. It's trying to teach calculus to somebody that doesn't understand 1 + 1. And I'm just having a difficult time with it, and I apologize, Madam Chairman. I yield to the senator from Butler.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Actually, if there's no more questions, I'd like to close on but other than that, I'll be glad to contribute some comments. Since I see someone stand, I'll take the yield. So there is a little bit of a misstatement as what was described by Minority Leader. I think your intentions are correct. But so once you have the single rate, that's what, for the record, I'm not enamored by the rate, but it does meet those factors that are the most important to me, which is the structure change. It's the fairest way to tax, right? So to make the point, the reason everybody benefits in the out years is not because the top rate drops, because there is no top rate. Everybody benefits because the rate drops for everybody at exactly the same rate. And with all those massive exemptions that are in the law, that major increase in those exemptions, just look at the effective rate as income grows. I was looking at what was provided to committee by the chair. So the $40,000 family of four gets money back. So then effective zero, negative, if you will. Family with $60,000, effective rate of 2.3%. $80,000, effective rate of 3.1%. Top rate, effective rate, 5.5%. Right? It's not this progressive structure that penalizes you the better you do. Right? It's just fair. It gives all this exemption benefit at the low end. But the structure change is what's so important. You can't continue to buy economic development. 21 states now have zero or single rate tax structures. They are winning. All the states around us are winning in that. So that's why it's important to make the move. But to say everybody doesn't benefit is just false, and everybody benefits identically. That's the beauty of the single rate. I don't want why people don't understand that. That's why you don't have, just think of everything else we tax fairly. Sales. You don't say, well, it's a $50,000 car, so you should charge 10% sales tax. Or the rich guy that bought the $100,000 car should pay 20% sales tax. It's the sales tax. Nobody thinks that isn't fair because they understand you buy the $100,000 car, you're paying, pick your rate. If it's 10%, you're paying $10,000. So it's a very simple concept to understand. It's the fairest way to tax. It meets the structure that we're looking for. I would like to have something less than this, but this is how the process works and why we're having the conversation. So, Madam Chair, that's the answer to that question. I'll yield for more questions.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I'm talking to people about tax fairness, many of them understand and some don't that when we have brackets, everybody is paying the same rate until of the money that they earn. So if we have a bracket that goes up to $15,000, everybody pays the same rate. And then if the second bracket is between 15 and 30, everybody is paying the same rate on their earnings between $15,000 and $30,000. And then in a bracket that's 30,000 and above, everyone is paying the same rate. My question that I stood up for is that the Department of Revenue provided some information about the fiscal effect, but it talks about FY 2025, 26, and 27. Because we're having the situation where these the rate changes up until 2029, do we have those numbers in millions for FY 2028 and 2029?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could she repeat the question?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
I can. In the information we got in the supplemental note, the Department of Revenue is showing the total of all funds cost for 2025, 2026, and 2027. Do we have those numbers for 2028 and 2029? Because this bill does change the rates for those 2 years as well.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're checking on that, but I would like to point out the reason that we did it this way is 0.5 of a point each year is that any legislative body can come back and turn this spigot off. It's a drip, a very slow drip that can easily be changed by any legislative body. That's why we took this approach, so that if revenues continue to be as high as they have, or if the economy turns down, adjustments can easily be made without a tax increase.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been here for a few years. Tax bills are never easy, and they're not always presented in a way that there's full participation, because we've seen a lot of conference committee reports. So I would not describe the process of changing it as particularly easy.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I would disagree, Madam Chairman. I think that it's easier to turn off something than to start it back up.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just waiting for the numbers for fiscal year 2028 and 2029.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do not have those, and if the ranking has them, fine. I don't know where she got them. I don't know the runs. The number that we got on the fiscal note and the estimates was for 3 years.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. If we are making a change through FY 2029, I think it would be appropriate to have that fiscal information through that year. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Technically, we could say that we have 4 years, because so we know that there's no fiscal impact in 2024, and then 2025, 2026, and 2027. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This might be as good a place as any to make this little talk. I'm not enamored with this part of the bill. I've supported on 2 occasions now the single rate. I understand the philosophy behind it, and I don't have any problems with that. What I have a problem with is the second floor. And I'm not sure we're getting very far putting another single rate bill before her. Now, we're going to try it. We're going to see what happens. I also don't like it because the bill that we voted for the last time, in my fair opinion, was better than this one. So we've negotiated with ourselves, and now we've got no tax increase for the single rate. The last one, I think, was 5.45, and this one's 5.7. And I guess we've tried to reduce the fiscal note. Maybe, I don't know why we're doing that, but I guess maybe we think the governor didn't like the fiscal note. What she didn't like was the single tax. And so when you leave the high tax in, when you leave the 5.7, and Kansas pays too much in income tax, you look at the states around us, 4%, 5%, 3%, and we're 5.7. We need to get that down, not leave it frozen in hopes that we can dribble it down in the future with a notwithstanding this previous bill, we don't do it. We had a march to zero that was a tax increase. So, I liked what we had done before better than what we're doing today. And we're doing it today for all the wrong reasons. I support the bill. I don't have a problem with the bill, but I think we're going to be back here again. And I hope at some point in time we can get some kind of compromise, either with one or two people who haven't been voting with 26 or 27 of us before, or the second floor. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I do have one question for the chair of the tax committee.
She's standing.
I do just want to verify, did I hear correctly that you have 3 years of projections?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
So it's 2025, 2026, and 2027.
Okay.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
But this is a 6-year plan, correct?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There can be amendments to shut it off at any time. This is the fiscal note that we were given.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my understanding is it's a 6-year plan, but so we are missing information, so thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's 5-year drip.
Seeing none, Senator from Butler, you may make your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good discussion. And I'm not going to disagree too much with Senator from Cherokee, other than the fact that I think it's become abundantly obvious that the governor doesn't want any significant income tax relief, right? So we're not going to see that without 27 and 84. So without any veils, blinds, or gains, I mean, we're trying to find, and that's why we're casting these votes, what 27 senators will accept, right? Because we will not see that from the governor. That's been very clear. I mean, all you get is the 2,000 in standard deduction, right? I mean, it's which is really penance when we're sitting on all these billions. So it's kind of games. But with that, I mean, that's why retaining this section is so important. And again, we were kind of getting off the debate on the plan. This is just retaining the section on income tax. If somebody wants to bring an amendment that shuts off that decrease in the rate, so be it. I mean, this is what the tax debate's all about. But with that, Madam Chair, I really encourage us to retain this section, and I move that we pass favorably Section 3.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Section 4, not that complicated. It's the Social Security portion, but I will still yield to the chairman just for any further explanation.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The committee amended it so that it completely exempts Social Security. And the fiscal note starts at 152 the first year, 120 the second year, and 124 the third year.
Questions on Part 4? Seeing none, Senator from Butler, you may make your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we retain Part 4.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield to the senator from Johnson. Senator Thompson.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have. It is number 3583.
Please give us a moment to get it distributed.
All right.
Senator, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will explain it, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. This is very simple, actually. It's on page 1, line 25. We'll strike the 80,000 and insert 100,000. Basically, it increased the amount of the appraised value of residential property exempt from the statewide uniform 20 mil school finance levy to 100,000. Just increases it by 20,000, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for Senator from Johnson, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman?
No questions. I just stand in strong support of the senator's amendment. I think property taxes is where we should be focused. Our efforts should be focused, and I appreciate him making this amendment.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Would the senator from Johnson stand for a question?
He's standing.
Raising this from what's in the current bill of 20 mills finance to 80, and now this is the 20 mills school finance levy to 100,000. What is the fiscal impact?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I don't know if we have a fiscal note. If we do, let me yield to the senator from Lynn. She may have the actual number.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Do you have the fiscal note? Just a second. It adds about 23 million per year, and the fiscal note would be the same as what was in 2284. So, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you. Plus, we've got to remember, property tax valuations are going up exponentially. Just in my neighborhood alone, I had some people whose property tax went up $50,000 to $70,000 this last valuation period. So 20,000, they're still going to pay more than they did the previous year, even with this exemption. This just kind of helps those folks out.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So if I'm adding this up, because I can do 1 plus 1, it's 85 million in 25, 88 million in 26, and 92 million in 27. So if and then my second question along with that is that, and I was a little unclear in this bill, there had been an accelerator that went along with this that continued to raise that over time. Is that still in this bill?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I believe it is. The accelerator's still in. I'll yield to the senator from Lynn. It is, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So, could Senator from Johnson, then how would this impact this rate of 100,000 with the accelerator?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Once again, I'll have to yield to the senator from Lynn on that particular question.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The accelerator was in the fiscal note that was in 2284, so it would be the approximate numbers that the senator from Wyandotte said, 84.8 million in 25, 89.5 million in 26, and 94.3 million in 27, assuming that the inflation rate is what was estimated.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Excuse me. And so, is there any place in here, or is there anything with that you're looking for the replacement funds that dealing with the school finance, because now we have, with the 100,000, we're now talking about 85 million less that would be going towards the school finance because of the decrease in the amount that's coming from the 20 mills. I think it's 89 million, and then 94 million. So, is there any replacement funds in there?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Yes, we actually will backfill that. So there will be some compensation to deal with that. And so obviously, our intention here with this amendment is trying to allow people to keep more of their own money. The X factor that is never discussed and cannot be calculated by the fiscal note is the fact that people keeping their own money accelerates the economy, does other things that we can't calculate with a fiscal note. And so while the concern may be the decrease in the school funding, there are ways to address that. But the big thing is in the economy where we have an inflation rate that's still out of control, we're just trying to help people and acknowledging the fact that they're having trouble paying their bills, and government needs to be able to live within its means like everyone else. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Well, I think the decrease in school funding is important because we have thousands of families across the state of Kansas whose children go to our public school, and they want quality public schools, whether it's in Johnson County or whether it's in Garden City. So how we're funding our schools is important, and we need to continue to have that quality of funding there. So I want to see tax relief for my constituents just like you do, but I also know that they want quality public school.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If you look at the original governor's bill, she talked about it, State of the State. It had 100,000 in there. It would save, I think, I don't remember, 300,000 people across the state. It would take their property taxes at the state portion or the 20 mills to zero. This is something that, you know, tonight I've sat here and watched all the legislation has went through here for different groups, different individuals, and these bills have all been solo bills. This is a bill that should have been done really as a solo bill this year, and it already should be passed and signed. I believe there's probably the majority of this body and the body across and the governor would support the 100,000. How did we get to 80,000? That's the real question, because all the bills have started at 100,000. Was it a reduction in committee, or did whoever started this bill start with 80,000 with the intention to raise it? Because the bill you had prior had 100,000 in it. The bill the governor had 100,000 in it. And now we're taking that exempted 20 mills, 100,000, you know, it's starting out at 80,000. And, you know, now we're running an amendment. Of course, I supported it. I supported the bill the governor introduced. I support this. This is right. It helps people. People need help. Property taxes are high. People at the bottom have seen go through the roof. I support this piece, but I ask myself, why are we starting out? Why did the committee start out at 80,000 when the last bill had 100,000 in it? Why is that? I mean, why did the committee start this time, or did they reduce it 20,000 to get to this point to have an amendment? Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield to the Senator from Lynn for an answer on that.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So what's quite interesting, and the body may not be aware, I actually introduced a bill in 2022 that was a $100,000 exemption on the 20 mil. The Senate committee worked it very diligently, and we decided that was too big, too much the first year out of the gate. So what we did was we increased the 20,000 exemption, which hadn't been touched since its inception, since 1997. And we doubled it to 40,000, and we put an inflation factor in. And that's why we're at just over 40,000, 44,000 this year because of that inflation factor. So we were working, we've heard arguments that 2284 was too big a fiscal note. It wasn't sustainable, it was reckless, it was experimental. We took all of those arguments away with Senate Bill 539. The fiscal note was absolutely sustainable for years on out. It was not reckless, it is not reckless, because over 13 states have a single rate. It is not experimental, it's a proven methodology. So it was just an attempt to get a decent fiscal note, and we've heard from constituents, we've heard from committee members and others, and I'm glad the good senator from Johnson is standing up for his district and fighting for property tax relief. I stand in strong support of his amendment.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the question was, did it start in committee, this bill, at 80,000, or was it reduced to 80,000?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The bill is available online. It started at 80,000. The committee left it at 80,000, and now we're adjusting it to 100,000.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So who introduced this bill?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It was a committee bill that I requested on behalf of several legislators and individuals. We had been working on this legislation as a team effort. I think it's great policy. In fact, part of the handout in your packet was from an accountant that had some input on this. So this is a bill of the people. This is a bill put together for Kansas taxpayers. It is the tax relief for Kansans.
And I'll remind, we are on the amendment. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just getting clarification how this bill come in, because, you know, the bills I've seen all year have started at 100,000. I just kind of thought it was weird. We started this bill at 80,000. I would have thought we'd have started at 100. I support 100,000. I think it's the right thing. I'll tell you, there's two pieces in this bill that should already be passed to the governor and in effect. And this is one of them. And the second piece, I know I'm going to jump off just for a second, is the Social Security piece. Both of these pieces should have come forward in single bills, and they should have both been passed already. When we can pass all these bills we've said here tonight, that we've heard amendments and brought forth, and I'm sure they're all duly needed. You know, when you cut $20,000 off of the exempt property tax value, that's hurting the people, everybody that has residential property tax. And I'm sure you're worried about a fiscal note, but when we've had a couple bills introduced by both sides in this chamber that have 100,000, I just wonder why you'd go back to 80,000. Now, this is a simple yes. I support this amendment. This is the right thing. This helps people with their property tax, but I wish this would have been a single bill, and I wish the Social Security's piece would have been a single bill, because guess what? Them two issues would have been over with, and we could have debated with the money we got left how much we want to spend for other tax relief. You know, the people on the Social Security, they've paid their taxes on that money. You know, but I do support the property tax relief. I support this amendment, and I will support it tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And I appreciate that the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, mentioned about the 100,000. I totally agree. The difference being is that, and he mentioned the governor's budget, and in the governor's budget where she had that the 20 mils on 100,000 instead of the 44, she did backfill that funding with SGF. So that we weren't reducing the funds that are going to our K-12. And if you look at the profile on this bill that's just been passed out, you'll see that we're underwater by 25. If we don't take that into consideration, then I do know where this body's going, and it's not to fully fund K-12.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to respond to that. We're going to be underwater because of a 13% increase in spending, $1.2 billion in 1 year. We've got to start standing for the taxpayers. They see that money in the coffers, and we're willing to spend like crazy and not willing to come together on tax relief for Kansans. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I very much stand in support of the amendment offered by the senator from Johnson. And also, too, I really want to give a shout out to the chairwoman of the tax committee. I mean, Kansas is rapidly changing. Think of the demographics in our state. By the time 2030 gets here, you're going to have over half of the state's population living in Northeast Kansas. My son, just a couple years ago, it was a frenzy. They had a small home in Johnson County, and they're a growing family, and they wanted to relocate somewhere else and stay in Johnson County. And you basically had homes that were being put on the market, and like 30 minutes later, they were gone. I mean, there's such a massive influx. And so when you talk about the property tax pressures going up, it's specifically because you're literally getting into bidding wars of where you basically have a scarce commodity, at least in Northeast Kansas, it's housing. Now, make no mistake, everybody has residential housing pricing issues across this state. And this is why I want to compliment our tax chair, because the property tax is the first tax that is traditionally implemented in any government jurisdiction. It's the most hated tax because it's the hardest to avoid. It's real easy to see how much physical property you've got. And when you think about the dynamic changes going on in this state, okay, yes, we have been an industrial agriculture stronghold. That is changing, okay? Jobs are changing. And so it is tough when you look at the stakeholders, when you look at our tax code that is literally rooted in centuries, decades, okay, of business models that are evolving, okay? There's a lot of stakeholders, they have different interests. And I really do I want to compliment the Senate Tax Committee because, there's a lot of different points of view when it comes to property. Whether you live in Western Kansas, Southeast, Northeast, South Central, you have different viewpoints of what your property tax issues. It may not even be residential property tax. But I do want to compliment the chairwoman because I think she's done a very good job of having all these competing interests and trying to sort them out, because it hasn't been easy. But I do appreciate, Madam Chair, the senator from Johnson's amendment. I fully support that. And I think it's a much needed response to just action on the ground across this state. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, you care to respond?
Yes, I appreciate the comments by the senator from Douglas, and he's absolutely right. There's a lot going on in this state. One other thing that hasn't been brought up, property tax is the only tax that disallows anyone from ever owning their own home. You can pay it off, but you'll constantly pay rent to the government via property tax. And we are pricing seniors out of their homes. We are pricing young people out of being able to buy a home because they can't afford these taxes. It is out of control. And so I appreciate those comments and appreciate the work by the tax chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions on this amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair recognizes Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schellenberger.
Thank you. It's a red letter day. We're getting better. So I'll say this again. I went home after the beginning of this session. I went home last year. And you go to the coffees and you say, we tried to cut your taxes up there. The big old bad governor vetoed it. But here's what we had. We had a Social Security cut, and everybody says, wow. And we did $100,000 exemption on your home for the school tax, and everybody, wow. So we got that fixed. And we advanced the sales tax on food. Wow. Whoops. It's gone in this. So I've got an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
And do you have a number?
I do. It's 3584.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll be happy to explain it. What this amendment does is it moves the elimination of the state sales tax on food to July 1st, 2024. The current bill did not advance that. The governor, in the previous conference committee report, I think we had it at April. We've kind of missed that deadline. And so this would move the elimination of the state sales tax on food to July 1st, 2024.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
My only remark is I stand in strong support of this. That's been probably one of the top things that people in my community have asked about. Why are we still paying state sales tax on food when you were going to take away the full amount? So I very much support moving this up till July 1.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we really should be trying to do here is find common ground. And there were three parts in the early conference committee report that the governor agreed to, the House agreed to, and the Senate agreed to. And this is the third one of those. There's still one part that wasn't agreed to, and that's what we're going to be dealing with in a conference committee. And I think everybody needs to realize something. If you're new and you don't know how this works, this bill probably isn't going to be the bill number that ends up being voted on next. You'll probably hear in the next day or so some changes of conferees on an agricultural bill, and off the tax people will go, and they will put a bill together and bring it back to us. And I think we need to tell that group of conferees what we want in it, because this bill won't be it. And I think the things that there's common ground on should be included. We should have a $100,000 homestead. We should have the sales tax on food moved up. We should have the total elimination on the Social Security tax. And so I'm trying to make sure that all those parts that we do agree on, none of those parts, I think, get this bill vetoed. And maybe we get 27 votes and 84 votes to pass them. But I want those parts to be in it. So I move my amendment.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Question, Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
Yes. 3577.
Please give us a moment to get it distributed. You. I heard you. You were in the minority.
Out so hard until
Senator, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'd like to explain, please.
Please proceed.
So this is very similar child tax credit, but it's just ages 0 to 4. Okay, so I'd love to share some of the rationale behind it. Real quick, fiscal notes roughly 46 million. For the poorest, they get $600 a year per kid. The richest get $2,500 a year per kid. Or sorry, $25. So it's not a huge amount per child. So let's talk for a minute about parents of ages 0 to 4. Whether they choose to stay home or whether they choose early childhood learning, they're making a financial sacrifice. To say it's worth it doesn't even describe the joy and gift of children. But this age group is caring for our youngest while also trying to purchase housing, paying off student loans, etc. So what do parents do? They either take one of the partners out of the workforce. So I passed out some statistics. So let's just say kind of an average, probably lower salary of $35,000 a year. So they're either forfeiting a spouse's income of $35,000 a year, or they're paying for childcare, which is anywhere from, which is roughly $15,000 a year, anywhere from $11,000 to $15,000 a year for one kid. So my point here, so again, there I list one kid up to $15,000 a year, 2 kids up to $32,000, 3 kids up to $48,000 for childcare in Kansas. Average household income for ages 25 to 44 is $79,000. That includes, though, 2 parents. So I just want to ask the body again, think about where do we put our resources? We do a lot for retirees in higher education or post-secondary. They get a big chunk of our state money. Childcare costs actually cost more than in-state public college tuition. We look at lots of scholarships for college students, but we do not look at those for ages 0 to 5. K through 12 gets an enormous amount of money, majority of our budget, yet most of our kindergarten teachers can tell you if a kid will be successful or not by the time they reach age 5 and enter the classroom. So if this age range of 0 to 5, which may we recall 90% of that brain development, not like us that are shrinking, if it's so important, my question is, why does it not get more attention? So I'm not a huge fan of the childcare grants going to childcare centers. We voted in our education budget to take out roughly $45 million that was going to go towards those grants. It did get put back in the budget. But I'm a fan of this tax credit, and here's why. We're giving families the choice about what to do with their dollars. We're helping either the one parent who's choosing to not be in the workforce to raise that child and spend all day together, helping them learn and grow, or we're helping the parents that are choosing the preschool or childcare and staying in the workforce. So I'd like to add, I had the best stay-at-home mom on the planet. I still went to preschool at age 3, and I got to go to pre-K at age 4. And my family, my parents had the means to pay for that, and I definitely benefited from that early childhood education. I don't want something that disincentivizes a parent from staying home. That's why this isn't a child care tax credit, it's a child tax credit. Because those families are making a sacrifice too by sacrificing one of the spouse's income. So this gives the power to the parents to decide, but in my opinion, this is money that can be spent on the development of that very critical time period of 90% of brain growth. If you want to solve crime, teen pregnancy, literacy issues, start with this age group. I think the other thing that can't be ignored is the importance of preschool at age 3, pre-K at age 4, before kindergarten. We don't always call it preschool and pre-K anymore because we're just used to calling it childcare or early childhood learning. But I think we need to start thinking about it as education ages 0 to 5. So again, whether that is a mom or dad staying at home and engaging with their young children in things like Discovery Center, Exploration Center, the library, learning at home, or whether it is in an early learning situation such as what we have Leland in. Lastly, I want to hand it out on your desk. I shared a chart that shows childcare, just so that you can see over the past 30 years, the cost of early childhood, early learning has gone up significantly compared to other costs that young families deal with. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a question for the carrier. Just a question. I appreciate this. I think this is a really fantastic take on the whole thing, and I really support early childhood development, and I see the plight of many folks with this on their hands. But I did have a specific question about the way the tax credit works, and there is a difference between refundable and non-refundable tax credits. When we're discussing exemptions up to 40K, not paying taxes, it does make a difference about whether a tax credit would typically go to pay somebody's taxes, but if we have these exemptions, I was just wondering, is it refundable or non-refundable? And then what's the interaction maybe with somebody who might not be paying any tax with the new exemptions?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. It is set up to be refundable.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
So just to be clear, when it's refundable and I have zero tax obligation, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, Madam Chair, and I'm not an expert in this area, but I think that we would be giving a check for maybe $2,000 for each kid that's underneath the age of 4, is that correct? If they had no tax obligation. That's a question for the carrier.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. One moment, let me phone our advisor. It's $600 per child for those that have a gross income of 0 to 25,000. $600 per child.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Okay, I just want to make sure it is a check back, though. That was the main question. It's a check back of that amount to somebody who didn't have a tax burden, right?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
I'm so sorry.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman. If you could repeat your question, please. She did not hear.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to confirm that when there is no tax obligation and there is a refundable tax credit of $600, that would go back to that parent of that child as a $600 check, right?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
That's my understanding, and that's also how the federal child tax credit's set up.
Thanks. I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just a comment on this one. I would support something like this that the senator is proposing. In so many countries, I was just talking to a woman from Romania where her sister still lives in Romania. She had 3 years of paid leave to stay with her child. And so investing back in that. I know somebody in London who gets 1 year while she's working where their organization or the government entity that's involved with it takes care of the child care services and the fees and charges to go with that. So I think those are two anomalies that I know of, but I do know a lot of countries that are doing so much to help families raise their children by investing in similar proposals such as this. And although we talk about fiscal notes, which impact everything that we talk about, but if we don't invest in our children, we are doing a disservice by having to deal with crisis at the other end, by not having trained professionals, not having stay-at-home moms that choose to stay home, or a parent that chooses to stay home. It's almost punitive in some instances, because now they have to make a choice between a child and their career. We should be putting that investment on the front end so we're not dealing with on the other end. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I think this is a great amendment. It's very similar to the one that I offered, except it's for 5 and under. And I know the one for 18 and under was that 190 million the first year. Do you have the fiscal note on this?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Roughly 45 million.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know we have passed the child tax or child care tax credit. Sorry, it's a tongue twister with all these child care and child tax. Anyway, that one is at 12 million, and this one's 45. So I appreciate the answer.
Other questions? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the carrier of the amendment. I do have a question, though. I've been informed that the federal, only a portion of it is refundable, not the whole $2,000. I think that's where you got the 2,000 number, was the federal. So only a portion of the federal is refundable. Why did the carrier of the bill make Kansas 100% refundable if we're modeling this after federal legislation?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
I don't know enough about that to be able to respond to that question. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the carrier of the amendment. I think there's another amendment that may come and that I'll be in full support of. This one scares me a little bit because of the fiscal note and the refundability portion of it. It was pointed out to me, one of the senators, we are increasing, if this bill passes, there will be over 400,000 people that do not pay state income tax. But by making this child credit refundable, the state will be writing many of those people a check for child credit, up to $600 per child. I just have a little bit of concern over that. Like I said, I appreciate the senator's passion for this topic. She's been very diligent and working very hard. I just won't be supporting this amendment. I'll be waiting for the next one. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a clarifying question for the senator from Shawnee.
Who's standing?
Did I hear you say it's for married couples only?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. No, it is. I'm going to read Part B real quick. Married individuals filing separate returns for tax year for which they could file joint return may each claim only half of the amount. That's not what I was going after. 1 second. Let me check with the revisor. The chart doesn't change depending on your filing status. Oh, okay. But if you're married filing joint, then it's half the credit. Each parent filing separate gets half the credit. Okay, so based on your marital status, the chart doesn't change, but if you're married filing joint, each spouse would only get half.
Other questions on the amendment?
Filing separate.
Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you. So I'll close real quick. Under current law, the child tax credit, $2,000 per child, but only $1,600 per child is refundable. That's at the federal level. So real quick on that. So just again, there's been a lot of conversation around early childhood. And I don't like to spend money, but I got to the point in my head where I thought, okay, what can be done for this age range that is so developmentally important? And I know personally I prefer something like a tax credit, again, where the parent's getting to decide, where we're empowering stay at home or choose early learning. So I like this as a solution more than some of the other things that are out there, and I think it can be a good step forward for us. So I encourage the body to approve. With that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. I heard division. I see 5 hands. Roll call. I'm sorry. Roll call is in order. We'll call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson.
Pass.
Bag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Olsher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Kyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Aye.
Senator from Burton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that the Kansas birth rate has reached an all-time low. I think the statistics for 2022 were 11.2 births per 1,000 people. In Kansas here, we always talk about attracting people to Kansas and creating a bright future. And for those of you that are of childbearing age, have babies, lots of babies.
Does any senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from
Sherman.
Senator Billinger.
Passed aye.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, could you please repeat your vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (26) having voted in favor and 6 against, motion carries. We are back on the bill. Other questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a great discussion looking at all the various
attributes of our tax code and exemptions and what have you. And so during the course of that, I thought about some good addition that I might bring, and so I've put it, offering an amendment to go in, and it's been turned in. It's 3590.
Please give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, would you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to pause in the course of all this discussion and just thank our reader. That young man was called upon earlier to read a mammoth one, and I told him that if this were going on tonight, I would recognize him and thank him for having done all that he's done. You're doing a fine job, young man. We appreciate you, and that being the case. And because we appreciate him so much, I will explain this because it's about 8 pages. I'll attempt to explain it. And what this is, and I certainly am prepared to stand for any questions. What this is the option available for any county to put before their voters the prospect of what's known as an earnings tax. And the county would be able to put on the ballot what would be a 1% earnings tax for all income derived in that county, and that amount would be applied, that would be raised, would be applied no less than half, closer to 1%, closer to all, towards property tax relief in the said county. And that's just a thumbnail of what it does. We had a hearing that the chair of Senate Tax was good enough to have a hearing, and we had testimony on this. It has yet to be worked. That was last year. I appreciate the hearing having been had so we could vet the benefit that could be conferred by any county that would want to have it or that would want to impose it or want to put to their voters if that's what they wanted to do. And that's a brief description of what the amendment would do, is to allow a county to have a vote regarding an earnings tax for said county. That I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Other questions? Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
No.
Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
No.
Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you. I'd like to explain my vote. And I thank you, Madam Chair, for the body for having this vote on what perhaps was not a very well-explained amendment that needed to be better vetted. I voted for this and brought this amendment so that it would give the option for any county that had disparate income and residency an option for their voters to put in their county to a vote whether or not an earnings tax would be extracted. An earnings tax for further education of the body and for others has been proven to be very successful, certainly in my neighboring county in another state, Jackson County, Missouri, where it's been renewed time and time again through the legislative process of Jefferson City to the benefit, the drastic benefit of Jackson County or Kansas City, Missouri, and in St. Louis County, St. Louis City of Missouri. We've seen those successes through these earnings taxes to capture and maintain the stream of revenue that can be maintained. In Kansas City, Kansas, which has a 70% non-occupant or non-resident workforce. In other words, only 30% of Wyandotte County residents, employment live in Wyandotte County, and 70% is out, would then put on the ballot and see that stream of revenue lost by the sundowners, those that come in and leave, to assist with our stream of revenue for the maintenance of it. It is a very crucial option that we should allow each county to make the decision for and put before their voters. Regrettably, it just needs legislative approval before it can happen for the benefit of those counties like my own that would like to see it. And I would like to have my, my remarks spread on the journal, and I thank you for the consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So ordered. Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote.
Six voting in favor and 31 opposed. The amendment fails. We're back on the bill. Chair recognizes Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question, and I'm not sure who this would go to. Maybe you have the answer, but watch this process. I'd just like to know what the fiscal note is on this bill right now. If we could get an answer to that, I'd be willing to wait. And if there's other amendments while we're waiting, that's fine. I'll yield to that or
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deja vu. You were in the chair yesterday, sorry. But the legislative research is working on the fiscal note. I could give you an estimate, I know, but we'll wait for research.
Senator from Brown.
So if there's other amendments, Mr. Chairman, I'll wait. I just would like an answer before we close on this bill, please.
Are there additional questions or comments, amendments on the bill? Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
So do we have an estimation on the time?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it'll take long. We know that one of the amendments was approximately 46 million, excuse me. The food estimate, we have the number on it because of previous fiscal notes. In fact, I can pull that up. The food's approximately 4.2 million this year, 15 million in 2025. And then the residential increased it approximately from 61 million to 84 million to 89 to 94. So those were the increased fiscal notes.
Senator from Brown.
What was the total, please? I'm sorry.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't attempt to give a total at this late hour. I just gave the individual pieces, 46 million for the child care.
Senator, do you still wish to wait?
Do you have a rounded number for me, Mr. Chairman?
I do not.
You didn't
do
do
have
that.
another senator standing if you.
Okay, if I'll wait. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Oh, I was kind of waiting on that number as well. Sorry. Can we wait, get that number? If you give me the numbers, I will add them.
Well, you trust your math better than I do at this late hour. So the current numbers were, the existing number was 465.9, 464.7, and then 550.7 in 2027. So the fiscal note for the residential property increasing to 100,000 was 84.8 in 25, 89.5 in 26, 94.3 in 27. And then for food, the increase was 4.2 in 24 and 15 million in 25. But that doesn't quite make sense since we're going to 0 in 25, so I'm not sure why that fiscal note had that. Then the increase for the child's credit, I don't have the exact numbers, but we were told 96 million the first year. While we're waiting on the numbers, I could pontificate a little bit about the bill. Okay, thank you. So we do have numbers. So in 2025, it would be 624.5 million, 534.7 million, and 622.4 million in 2027. So the 3-year total increase is 1.78 billion, which is the number we were trying to avoid.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With those kind of adding up all of those numbers, those are some really big numbers, and I agree that was what we were trying to avoid. Sorry. With that, I do have an amendment, and I've turned it in. And if I find it, it is 3566.
Senator from Johnson, the amendment appears lengthy. Would you like to explain it instead of having it read?
I will be happy to explain it. So, to start out, I think the flat tax is a bridge too far for many members of this body, and for the governor. She's been very apparent on that. So, this amendment is an attempt at a compromise. It has pieces that I believe, from conversations with members of this body, a lot of people already agree, and we've voted on several of those. And so the first thing in this amendment that it does is restore the food tax exemption accelerator that was taken out in committee, but then put back in on this just a few amendments ago. The next thing this amendment does is it provides tax relief for homeowners by at the 100K, the 20 mil exemption, which is also in 259. As for income taxes, the amendment makes a concession relative to the governor's plan by agreeing to rate reductions. But instead of a complicated flat tax scheme that phases in over multiple years, that's coupled with huge personal exemptions, increases, this proposal provides a greater share of relief for the working and middle class Kansas by simply reducing all three brackets by 1/10. It also contains a standard deduction increase component, and it's worth noting that Kansas taking the standard deduction did not benefit from the itemized deduction option that was enacted 2 years ago that benefited primarily the wealthy 18% when we decoupled from the federal tax code. And finally, the amendment increases to 100% of the child dependent tax care credit, and I will be happy to answer questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I appreciate the carry of the amendment, there is no way I will support this. How much does the $850,000 income tax earner, how much of a cut with married 2 dependents get with this piece of legislation versus the $40,000 income earner with 2 dependents?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I do not have that information. I can tell you that the percentage of change that lower those who are making less than 25, they are seeing the largest percentage change, and that top bracket is at a negative 2.3%, whereas the other is 178% change.
Senator from Lynn.
So I will wait for those numbers because we do need those 850,000 versus the 40,000 income earners. And what I would say is if you're taking everybody down 1/10 of a point, then the arguments that they used about the richest in Kansas receiving the cut, well, they're receiving a very nice cut. And we're not helping the families, the low-income individuals with this amendment. In fact, I'll quote a friend of mine in the House. With this amendment, body, the taxpayers get the shaft.
Senator from Johnson, would you care to respond?
I will just respond that, what I hear from my constituents is get rid of the sales tax on food, work on the Social Security piece because that's unfair to our seniors, and do something on property tax. So I've included those. The child care, a lot of people in my district care about child care. I think we don't do enough to provide for our child care. I was actually at a conference this summer, and Barry Ford, who's on the Council for a Strong America, said, we're already paying for it, we're just doing it in the dumbest way possible. And I absolutely agree with him. So that was important, and put that in there. But I don't hear any of my constituents saying that we need to lower those income tax brackets. And so this is a concession, talking with members of trying to come to a compromise to get us out of there, hoping that I mean, this is something I would feel comfortable going to the governor and asking for her signature. And it is tax relief for all Kansans.
Chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple quick questions before I comment. Now, is this, because the amendment's deep enough, is it structured as kind of a gut and go? So it guts what's currently in 539 and puts in the tenants you just addressed, or does it leave those other aspects?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
This is a gut and go. It does have most of those pieces that were added in here. Those were, I will say that the child tax credit was not in here. It does have a child care tax credit. I would be interested to have that conversation. And again, I believe this is going to go to conference. So I think this is the attempts to come to a compromise of something that I think we can get a signature on. I have not had any conversations with the governor on this bill. But I do believe it's something that we could show that we can compromise, we can provide tax relief, and we can get some dollars back in the hands of Kansans.
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a little follow-up. So I did hear it had the 20 mil, the $100,000 exemption on the 20 mils. I assume the one in this one does not have the escalator for inflation, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson.
That is correct. This is just the exemption to the 100, not the.
Senator from Butler.
Thank you. I don't think I heard anything on the privilege tax for the banks. Is that in or out?
Senator from Johnson.
Oh, thank you for asking that. It actually is included, and it is that apex structure that I think was in 529.
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm assuming, I didn't hear it, but I'm assuming the Social Security piece is in this.
Senator from Johnson.
It is. It is the full Social Security.
Senator from Butler.
Again, then could you quickly describe the difference in the child care in this bill as it pertains to what the body did?
Yes. So we had not voted on a child care tax credit similar to the one that was amended, the one that I had earlier, and then the one from the senator from Shawnee. So this is the child care tax credit. And we passed this in this body 40-0.
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I was just trying to catch up. So, and then to follow the remarks of the chairman, clearly on the income tax piece, it's not anything about the wealthy or the poor or it's clearly about the structure that you just want to retain a progressive income tax. Because to the chairman's point, this would be a massive cut to the wealthy, because 1/10 of all the wealth over, 0.6 to 0.7 is a much larger dollar amount than 1/10 to somebody who's making under 15 and going from 3.1 to 3. So this is clearly about it's just about keeping a progressive structure of tax and not even taking an attempt really to create a fair structure. So I too would reject the amendment. We have plenty in conference, and it doesn't preclude, by the way, as we move through this. I think some people might be getting worried we're running out of time. We're not running it. We have time to pass another tax bill, get through to another veto, get through. And override or come up with another plan. There is time, and to give up at this time would be very short-sighted. So I would ask that we reject the amendment and get back onto the bill.
Senator from Johnson, would you like to respond?
Yes, I would. So I think that's a very interesting. You said that 10th is massive to those high earners, but not those low earners. So the interesting thing is that's what happens in the second year of the flat tax, because you have that massive, those lower income earners, it's still going to be that 10, or it's half of it. 5/10 of $1 million is definitely more than 40,000. So again, this is probably not my preferred tax plan, because as I have said, my constituents are not asking for any adjustment to the income tax rate. So this is trying to come to compromise and putting in the pieces that have overwhelmingly been supported by this body.
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that proves my point, right? It's using the argument that was used against that single rate, which would have the same exact effect on everybody. Somehow that was a problem when it was a single rate, but somehow that's a good thing when it's a progressive rate. I was just pointing out the disconnect in the logic, if you will. I don't want to call it hypocritical. It's a disconnect in the logic. It's a convenient argument when it's something I want, and it's even more convenient when it's something I don't want. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, I would just encourage the body to vote the amendment down.
Senator from Johnson, wish to respond?
Yes, so I think the disconnect is that several of us have said we don't like a single rate. The governor has said she will not sign a single rate. She has said she will call us back for a special session. I think I can think of a lot of better things and a lot of more doors that I'm going to be knocking if I'm not in this chamber. So again, this is trying to find compromise, something that I think our governor, I can go to the governor and ask for a signature on this. And the Senate president earlier was talking about, you know, we needed 27, 84, and 1. I prefer 21, 65, and 1.
63, we'll get it.
63, sorry, it's late.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this bill's got the Social Security piece in, $152,100,000. I believe this has got the standard deduction that takes it up to $10,000 for married, $75 for head of household, $5 for single members. It also takes 1/10 off of each bracket of a percent. That's $205 million. Child tax credits, roughly $12 million. This is all first year. Privilege tax, we've seen it over and over. It's $13 million first year, and then it goes down. It's got the 20 mills for $100,000, 84.8. That's what most runs have had it. And then the sales tax, the 72.6 million, the last year buy down. That's roughly about 540 million first year. Every year after that, it's roughly around 380. Now, few of us been around. I remember the last tax plan I regretted to vote for, and how a disaster it was, and all the promises it was. And I'll tell you, your plan is bigger, there's no doubt, but it also runs out of money. And so in a couple of years, when you have to raise taxes in your next term, if you're lucky to survive, that'll be the fun after that, because you're gonna, all them spending you did, you're gonna be making a lot of cuts, and you're gonna have to find that money. You have to borrow money from PMIB. That was our bridge loan. There was a lot of sacrifices made to get us back on course. You know, one of the things we talked about the last couple days in the budget, we've bonded a lot of money to capers. And yeah, the bonds are cheaper than what we're getting, but that's a lot of new debt that has been issued, that's been deferred, that we haven't paid yet. You know, you guys can wait for the next plan. I've seen what the next plan was like before, and it was not fun to live through. I've heard the senator from Brown, he split that bill, and everybody didn't like it that night. That was probably a rough night for him. But it was the right thing. The thing he was doing was right. The speeches we heard warned us what was going to happen. And yet, the money wasn't there. The cuts weren't made in the budget. And year after year, we're hundreds of millions of dollars short. You know, some of our budgets predicted that we were going to have a Powerball winner. That's how we balanced. I mean, we immediately were underwater in our budgets. It'll be a fun 4 years for you guys if you come back and you pass that flat tax, because you're going to be raising taxes. And you'll have that one on your record for the rest of your life. There ain't going to be nothing you can do about it. You know, we're giving money away here like candy. We've already got about $10.5 billion worth of credits, exemptions, and tax giveaways right now on the books. We probably added another 150, 200 million on the books, maybe more. You know, the Social Security bill, you know what tires me is the Social Security should be exempted, should have been done a long time ago. We should be asking the question, why is it taking this long to get done? You know why? Because it's a piece of the game. It's, you know, we can't pass exempting Social Security unless we give everybody a tax cut. You know, I think this is why people are getting sick of politicians. They're tired of them saying they're going to do this or they're going to do that. And then they bundle bills together and they give all this rationale why they're doing this. Oh, we didn't get that Social Security exempted because a couple members wouldn't pass it because they didn't like the rest of the tax bill. It's their fault. You know, I've watched the member from Brown bring that amendment, and not 5 people would raise their hand on a roll call vote for it when we had the money. Because they wanted a business tax cut or corporate tax cut. I guess them are the guys that pay the bill. You know, the special interest tonight got more done than the people did. You got to ask yourself, I mean, really, why can't we pass exempting Social Security? It's already been taxed once. Why can't we send a bill out? I mean, will we amend that bill up? Would you sign on the dotted line, if that bill come out, that we wouldn't touch it? I would, because it should be exempt. We've got the money to fix that right now. Also, the property tax. People are hurting. Drive to North Topeka if you don't think they're not. I've been driving North Topeka for 20 years. Take a look at the river or go down there by the railroad station. Take a look at the people lined up living down by the river. Inflation's killed them people. This is a good tax plan that will balance, and you're going to have money in the bank. And you know what? If I'm wrong, next year you guys get to come back and duke it out for more money to cut taxes in a different way. But I'll tell you, I think the governor will sign this. I think this is what your people really want. I didn't vote for the plan last year because, in my opinion, it didn't help the people that needed it the most. I'll tell you, I think this is the way out of here this year to get a bill that passes. If it's not this bill, it's going to be something close to this. You're just going to keep getting more recorded votes. And all these postcards that you hate, they're going to be coming at you right and left in your next election. And if you don't watch out, we're going to be here all summer trying to pass that tax bill. And I've been here in the summer in election year, and it's no fun. When you should be out campaigning, your opposition is, you're up here held hostage because we can't get a bill to conference. It'd be great if we'd stop bundling all these bills in conference. If we just take one of these issues on at a time. The people would probably win more. The people out there, maybe not, but the people of Kansas probably would. And I don't know, I'm going to support this. I think it moves the ball forward. Does it get us to the end? Probably not. There needs to be more done. But I mean, you guys have got to vote your district. There's not one leader in here that controls us. This is not a dictatorship. You might lose your committee chair. You might lose your committee position. But you work for them people in your district. That's who you work for. Committee chair isn't that important. Even a spot on a committee. Basically, right now, only 3 or 4 committees are running the majority of the bills, and they run them out like they want, and then we debate them, and then they go to conference, and they, the 4 people put them together, and then they run up and down vote. I mean, we've already had a couple tax bills. That's how it's worked. I'm going to get my people a good tax bill that they want that will help them take money home. I encourage you to take the same kind of vote and show your district what I think they want, but don't take my word for them. I'm sure you've heard from many of your voters, so I encourage people to vote for this.
I recognize Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mayor and Chair. And just to respond to a little bit of that, real quickly though, I don't think, did we have the fiscal note on the amendment with those positions? Did you have the overall fiscal note, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. For fiscal year 25, well, it's 539 because of that sales tax on food. Fiscal year 26, we're at 380. Fiscal year 27, 382. Fiscal year 28, 383. Fiscal year 29, 385. And to compare with the bill 539 prior to getting those additions, we were at, we gotta find it. 465 in 25, I don't have 24. 464, 26, 550 in 27, 638 in 28, 727 in 29. And if I recall, we added about 85 on, I think that was on personal property, 46 on the child care. So you're gonna add about 150 close to that. Or it was 1.7 in 3 years. 1.7 billion in 3 years. Versus, it's right at 1 million, 1.1 billion.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I appreciate that very much. And I think really what needs to be responded to most is kind of just it's what we're hearing, kind of this kind of oversight fear-mongering about we're going to be running out of money cutting schools and everything, it's going to be brown back all over again. So one of the greatest things that got passed out tonight, and I'm very appreciative of it, was the profile that came, that actually has a minority leader's name on it, SB 537 tax plan, against, which I was glad to see, it's against the Senate's position on the budget. Right, so it's not, so it pulls $1 billion out of the one-time spend. And so, I mean, anyway, so this is the profile. If you look through this, that is Senate Bill 539 against the Senate's budget, clear out to 2029. And I've, by the way, been here long enough. I've seen profiles go out for you go out 5 years, they can be grossly wrong. So I'll concede that, right? Because we were supposed to have no money this year in the profiles of, if pre-COVID, the profiles for this state, we were in the toilet. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember this. The governor was refinancing capers to kind of make the budget work, right? And we were going to be in the toilet, right, in 2023, 2024, and we're setting on billions, right? Because something changed. But I'm very thankful for the profile, because if you look at this, I think I heard someone say even earlier, you know, we're underwater in 2025. So that's, why would we have been underwater in 2025 if we went to governor's budget? Because we cut $1 billion, nearly $1 billion out in the Senate. But in this profile, with 539, you know, this bill that's going to bankrupt us, versus the one we just read, which in the first 2 years are really no different at all, because it's a much bigger tax cut in 2025, but it's less in 24. You start separating a little bit in 26, 27 as you get out there, but the whole thing is only $600 million different over 5. And this shows 539 against the Senate's budget in 2028 still has a nearly $1 billion, well, $915 million, 8.5% ending balance. It's still got $365 million in 2029. And $1.4 billion, no, 1.4, 1.9. I almost got $2 billion in my rainy day fund in 2029 with human service caseloads estimates, K-12 spending increases, including special ed, governor's additional base spending. This has all that, the out year for schools. This isn't cutting schools. This is adding to schools, including special ed, on top of the CPI. And this doesn't say I'm broke. This says I have more than $2 billion in 2029 with 539 as a tax cut. So to stand up here and say 539 is irresponsible, can't do it, this flat tax is going to break us. The flat tax is one of the smallest things in there from what we've done the last few years. Now, I'll concede that escalator that goes out, which it stops, by the way, in 539. It goes out a few years, but it stops. But we can adjust that. I'd even support it. Tonight, if you guys want to support it, you want to cut off that escalator, we just don't do it. I'd support it. Because then we could get off the nonsense of what we're going to do in 2029, this is what's killing me. Even in the opposition's profile, it more than works with the spending increases. So it's just so disingenuous to say it's irresponsible. We have so much cash in the bank. And to say that we have to cut Social Security without cutting everybody else. We have to give Social Security without giving everybody else a tax cut. Borders on ridiculous. And it's in the numbers. It's in the numbers. So I encourage you to really review the profile, encourage you to vote down the amendment, and thank you for indulging me.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I think we should look at this profile and look that the revenues are below expenditures in 2025. And this is the budget that we passed, but I don't know exactly the number, but I know there's at least $300 million that we kind of pushed off to omnibus. So that is only going to increase. So this is not sustainable. I'm offering something that is a compromise that we can get relief to our constituents.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the Senator from Butler, President Masterson, called this a gut and go, and I think the minority leader agreed with this as a gut and go. Back in the coaching days, we used to say KISS. And that was keep it simple, stupid. And I think what we're talking about here is a lot of these things are the same. We're talking about whether we're going to do the flat tax or the other tax. I think that's where it's at. And we're getting into the weeds so deep. And I think all we have to do is decide whether the flat tax will work, but no, we're throwing this, because you look at this, they're the same, almost the same, other than flat tax versus that. And we've been here since 2:30 doing this over one bill, that all it is the flat tax versus this. So let's keep it simple, stupid. Thank you.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, if she'll stand, please.
She's standing.
I want to thank you for bringing this. I want to have a little more clarity. So is Senate Bill 377, the governor's plan, in here in totality? If not, what has been taken out that was in the governor's plan?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. No, this is not 377 in entirety. Again, what I tried to pull was the pieces that both Republicans and Democrats agreed on and then tried to come for that concession. So the feminine hygiene and diapers was eliminated, and the back-to-school sales tax holiday was eliminated. Those were in the governor's plan.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Okay, so my understanding of 377, I know the body's heard some of this, but Social Security standard deduction is the same in your amendment as in 377, and the 40 to 100,000 is the same on the property tax. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Yes, that is correct. And the other difference, I think it's very apparent, but we put kind of that shave off of the 3 tiers, each of those income tax brackets. That was not in the governor's plan.
Yeah, I get that. So you've
Senator
added
from
in.
Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, I apologize. Okay, those portions of 377 have remained. You've pulled out the education, you pulled out the feminine hygiene, but everything else is the same. I just want to know for sure that they're the same, apart from the income tax. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Actually, I believe in the governor's plan that child care tax credit was at 50%, and this one is at 100%.
So
Senator from Brown,
yes.
Senator Pyle.
So it's increased on the child care tax credit. Okay. And then the income tax portion, to be clear, you're just taking down the 5.7 to what? 5.6, and the 5.25 to 5.15, and the 3.1 to 3. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Yes, that is correct. I need water. That is correct. Each of those got shaved by 1/10.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Okay, so I've already heard the fiscal note. You know, I was asked when I first ran for the Senate if I could compromise after I'd been in the House, and I said, yeah, I can compromise with reasonable, people. I'm actually going to probably support this. In fact, I know I'm going to support this because I see this, Madam Chair, as an olive leaf. The governor has stated time and time again she does not or will not accept a single rate. And when I heard that we were going to put together another bill and the talk in the halls that the tax committee was assembling another single rate, they want a third bite at the apple. I thought, when do people face reality here? Because reality is the governor's going to veto it. Now, it's obvious from everyone in this chamber tonight, you don't have 27 for a single rate. And I don't believe you're going to get it. So here's an olive leaf being extended that does lower income tax, all 3 brackets. It does have the things that the governor has said she will sign. And I believe from where this is coming from, that the governor will sign this. I was here in 2012 when the same thing, that very similar thing happened today, a tax bill brought to the floor on GO, and it was just loaded up. Everybody said it'll never fly. Never fly. No way Governor Brownback will sign it. Well, went to conference, he signed it. He got it on his desk and he signed it. I actually had an amendment on that. I had a couple amendments on that. Good tax cuts that he signed. One of them was the standard deduction. And that standard deduction got raised. It took the married from $6,000 to $9,000, and I'm not going to go into the other two, but it raised it. That was a 30% increase. And then and so before we paid our taxes or filed, coming January, when we came back into session, we all thought I thought I was going to file my taxes and have an increase in my standard deduction. Well, I did have an increase, but the governor and his folks took it back to $7,500. They took back half of what they had signed. And that bill was the one that I divided on this floor in January of 2013. I divided it because everyone across the state that had a bully pulpit, from the Republican side, from the party to the speaker to the president, all of them in the bully pulpits, this is the great tax cut. This is the reform tax cut. This message was the same, but in fact, that bill was a $350 million tax increase. And that's why I divided it. I showed the difference in the revenue. I showed the difference in the cuts. It made it very clear. I was woodshedded severely, folks. And I'm used to that. I'm used to that. But it was the truth. It was what was going on. And then I watched as that top tier got eliminated, and those folks received a big tax cut for 2013, 2014. In 2015, we were in revenue problem. And you know where they went to get the money? They raised sales tax 1%. Put it on all of us. But no, the top tier stayed clean, kept their tax cut, rode it on through to 16, to 17. And then folks in this body said enough, and they put the 3-tier bracket back in place. You know, I could talk about what the governor said in her message. She said that she would call us back. I've been here when a governor did that. I've been here for special sessions. But I've been here in 2001 and 2002 when I was in the House, and we had a governor named Bill Graves. And I think he was actually a little upset over the tax cuts that were pushed on him in '98. And the senator from Cherokee knows what I'm talking about. But anyway, in 2002, we were held here for the longest session in history at the time until this legislature, voted to raise taxes. He wouldn't sign a budget. He'd veto it. And you didn't have enough Republicans to override him. They didn't want to do that to a Republican governor. So you know what? We were here, and finally people started one by one. I'm going to vote for the tax hike. I'm going to vote for the tax hike. And the governor got what the governor wanted, which I can tell you has been my experience in this building. Governors usually do, Madam Chair. Governors usually do get what they want. In fact, I'd say that's the majority of the time what happens around here. The governor gets what the governor wants. And so here's an olive leaf in front of us with a compromise plan, and I believe with bipartisan support. And I got an ad, you know, people want to blame with the senator from Brown for last year, but I believe the blame lies with leadership, which is where it ought to go. We could have kept negotiating last year. But there are those that don't want to face reality of what the governor has said. And we found that out last year when she vetoed the bill and said, I do not support a single rate. And had we negotiated for another 48 hours, maybe at the most, we could have given the people of Kansas what the people of Kansas want, a tax cut. It's been a year since that. When I look at the revenues and the receipts and expenditures, we should have been cutting taxes 2 years ago. Instead, we've just sat on the money and built up a pile of money. And we have a pile of money right now. So I'm going to support this tax plan. I really like the Social Security piece, and I really like the standard deduction. I have a history on this floor of working for that for a long, long time, and I intend to support it. And I'm going to ask everybody nicely, you need to weigh the reality and face it. The reality is we have a governor who is not going to accept the single rate. I don't care if you take 4 bites, 5 bites, 6 bites. You're not going to get to 27. This is a plan that gets us to 21 and 63, hopefully and prayerfully. I hope that people can vote for this plan. And I appreciate and I want to thank the senator from Johnson for bringing this amendment. It cleans the slate. We're not sending to conference something that's so loaded up that they can pick and choose just every piece. This sends a clear message as we go out of this chamber where we're headed to getting out of here. Hopefully without a special session. Hopefully working with the governor and not against her. We need to start weighing that. Because I, for one, got to sit at the state fair debate, and I heard from both sides the hurling, the hurting, the meanness, all of it. We've got to stop with that, and we've got to face the reality that this is a two-party system. I know, I've been an independent. I can speak about it. I've seen the results, and I've seen how an independent can be treated. And I'm asking you, Madam Chair, and members of this body, please, let's do what's right tonight for the people of Kansas. Let's send a tax bill out of here that we can all say, hey, we're cutting here, 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 and this needs to be done and is fiscally responsible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this really comes down to a very simple understanding of what the single rate tax actually does. And by the way, I've known about this for years. Leadership didn't talk me into this. This is something I'd known for a long time. When you provide transparency and a certainty of what the tax rate's going to be, you actually incentivize work and economic development. And it helps everyone along the scale. When you have these graduated progressive tax, the marginal tax increases disincentivizes work. And anyone who's worked their way from the bottom up knows this. You never stay in the same status of economic, in the same economic status through your lifetime of work. When I got married, I had $45 in the bank. I was making $5,000 a year. I paid almost no taxes because I wasn't making any money. But every time I got it, I worked harder and I got an increase in the raise, particularly when I started making more and more money. The marginal tax rates ate so much into my raise that I could hardly tell a difference. Nothing's more discouraging to a young family who has to add a second job so they can make ends meet, whereas a single rate tax does not punish that through increasing the marginal tax rates. And I've been from the bottom to the top of the scale. At one point, I was working 2 jobs, 15 hours a day for 20 years. When I dropped off that second job, I realized that that second job was doing nothing but paying taxes. And that's what this marginal progressive tax rate does. So I don't think the people who are fighting against the single rate tax either have gone through this and lived that life experience or truly understands how it really damages the young people who are trying to get ahead in this state. This is why other states who have the single rate tax do so well. The only other ones who do better are the ones who have no tax rate at all, no income tax rate at all. And so I think you have to sit and ask yourself, do we want a sustainable tax plan or we just want a tax cut? Because I think if you explain it to our voters, our constituents, they're going to want something that's done right now, done correctly now, so that they don't have to come back to us begging next year, well, that was a nice tax cut for now, but we're still hurting. And the inflation is going to continue to go up. We're $34 trillion in debt. The projection is $50 trillion in debt before 2030. So if you think that the inflation rate is going to somehow miraculously drop off, the only thing that's going to happen is the federal government is going to adjust their CPI calculations to further hide the increases in the inflation rate. And so we've got to be able to give our taxpayers some certainty that we're not going to just keep taxing them to death. One-time cut doesn't do a thing. We've got to do the single rate. We've got to adjust for inflation to try to give them some certainty so they can invest. If we keep these marginal tax rates, the uncertainty is there. They don't know what we're going to have to do in the future. And to be honest, it's more important to give our Kansans the money to be able to pay their bills, to be able to put food on their table, rather than make sure that everything we want to do here in the state is funded. There's all sorts of ways we can pay for these tax increases, but right now it's more important to help these Kansans who are hurting, who are asking us for help, and right now that means a certain single rate tax. That's why we're so strongly in favor of this, and I fully stand for this, this portion of the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to echo that. Talk to an accountant. Some of you know I have a sister who's an accountant, graduated valedictorian of Baker University, 450 clients for tax accountants. She's very busy right now with her tax clients. I hear her say all the time how unfortunate it is that when she has her tax clients say, "What? I owe how much?" But I worked so much harder. I did better this year. Right, but it puts you in a different tax bracket. So therefore, you're going to owe more than you did. So it does discourage earnings. It does discourage hard work. And you know, in the Bible, it says you're 10%. Your 10% is no matter who you are. It's the 10%. It just makes sense. We also have a dual tax plan. This is a dual tax plan because we have so many people whose tax is zero. And the rest of the people, everybody is the same. Of course, you don't have the same savings because you don't have the same income. It's a percentage of income. And the last thing I'd like to say, Madam Chair, is I'm disappointed that we would have someone say what the governor wants. That's why we have a balance of power. The governor may want or not want something, but we have the ability to change that. And if we were to all stick together, we certainly can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you. I had planned to not talk anymore tonight, but just, and I almost can promise that this will be it. But I just have to say, I can't imagine an accountant who tells their client, "Oh, you've gone into another tax bracket," when in Kansas, that's $15,000 is the top bracket. You're talking about the federal taxes, not the state taxes. If a guy going to an accountant is making less than $15,000, he's doing pretty good, I guess. You're going to accountant for that. Because in Kansas, once you make $15,000, you're in the top tax bracket. There's no disincentive to work. Then I don't get it. I'm for this. I'm not against you. I'm not supposed to do that, am I? But I just don't think that's right. I don't think that's a good argument. Another thing I heard the senator from Brown say, let's send a conference committee. Well, you weren't listening a while ago. Senate Bill 539 isn't going to conference committee. It would go to the House, and it will be dropped into a bin of nothing because they're not going to work it. A conference committee report will be established, no matter what we do here tonight, by the conferees. And I'm very convinced that that conference committee report will have a single tax rate in it. And we have been assured, those of us on this side, have been assured by our leadership they will get 27 votes or we will have to compromise. I think that's kind of what I've been hearing. And I've sat in the back of the caucus all year long and had people tell me, why don't we just take what we've got and cut the rates a little and go home? Well, that's kind of what this does. That's kind of, I mean, it is what this does. But we're not going to get there tonight. And this amendment probably isn't going to pass. But I think we have made headway by having this debate today. And I think we have had headway because this is the first time I've heard that the governor might be willing to cut taxes at all, other than her standard deduction. I've never heard her say she would take a rate reduction. I've not talked to her personally, but I've talked to her staff. So we're making progress. We're getting closer. The only difference now is a single rate or a tiered rate, and we will have to wait and count some votes and figure out where we go. But I would urge us all to stay together. We're getting close. Conferees are listening to us. We're getting close, and hopefully we will get what we want and get 27 votes, but if not, we have an alternative that we ought to look at. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just this is kind of a bit of a thank you to the body for having this discussion. That's what this was built for, right? I mean, we haven't had it. The only thing I think I'd correct from Senator Cherokee, I think you're middle class at 15,000, right? You pay 525. You get wealthy at 30, right? That's when you hit the 5.7. But to the point, Senator Dunn, that's where young families are coming up, and they are getting into higher brackets as you go. I think the only thing I'd add to this, and by the way, I still haven't heard the governor offer anything besides standard deduction. I heard the minority leader tell me she hasn't spoke to the governor, but she is pretty sure. But I think the only thing to add to this as we talk about the rate structure and what that does is the one thing that's been missing is kind of this regional competitiveness thing that we're going on as states move. We're a donut hole. We're a donut hole. Right, Nebraska, Missouri, Oklahoma. Missouri's now 4.5. Nebraska, look, you got 3.99. Iowa's dropping to 3.99. Colorado by voter ballot, 4.4. Oklahoma 4.65, and I think they just passed something that actually eventually eliminates their income tax. That was just south of us in Oklahoma. Arkansas is close. We're a donut hole. We need people coming in, not going out. And so we are becoming less and less competitive. Our standing still is putting us further and further behind. So that's the only thing I would add to this. And I really do appreciate everybody's contribution to this debate, because it really is about the structure. I think the best thing I heard tonight was Senator from Finney on his KISS. Keep it simple. We really aren't talking about anything other than a structure difference. So again, I would oppose the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a couple notes on that. Sometimes you can look at the rate and compare it to other states, but you're not comparing apples for apples. Some states have different taxes, like inventory taxes and other taxes, where they get a portion of their revenue that we don't have. We made them choices a few years ago on a constitutional amendment to do away with I believe our inventory tax, and I believe Missouri has one, and they get a large chunk of their revenue from that and other taxes that we don't have. So when you put the rate against Missouri's or some of the other states that have these taxes, that's a little unfair, because we've done away with some of these other taxes that they haven't. So when you're comparing, you might want to take a look, and there's a box of different taxes. There are about 50 different kinds of taxes states can have. And when you look at our state, we've eliminated a lot of them check the box kind of taxes. Other states haven't. And so you need to take a look at that to compare your rates being competitive. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you. So we've heard a lot in this discussion, and I too appreciate it. I do think this is how this body should work, and we should be able to have these conversations and discuss things. So I do appreciate that. I know it's been a long night. One of the senators just said, this needs to be done correctly and done now. Another said this is actually a dual rate. It's not a flat rate. So if that's the case, then based on the arguments I'm hearing, we're telling people that they shouldn't make over $22,000. The failed Brownback tax experiment went to 2 brackets, and then in 2017, we went back to 3. So a 3-tier bracket, it's more equitable, it has more elasticity if we have to have changes, if the economy changes, inflation, it's easier to adapt. I've been told that I'm tied to one system. Well, all I've heard from the other side is that they are tied to a system of the one rate. This is a concession. I'm conceding tax cut or rate cuts because, again, that's not what I am hearing from my constituents. They want reduced or elimination on food. They want some property tax relief. They want to fix the Social Security. So those are the pieces that we all agree on. So trying to find a concession that we can get a signature on, this is a way to do that. I do want to add, because this is individual, but I wanted to point out that this also helps our small businesses. So sole proprietorships, partnerships, LLCs, those S-corps, small businesses, they all are pass-through entities that pay the individual income brackets. So by cutting this top rate, we're giving the business owners an income tax as well. So the biggest beneficiaries of a flat tax are also the biggest beneficiaries of the SALT Parity Act. In the itemized deduction option in the Brownback 4-year tax holdings were non-wage earners. So again, I think we have done a lot of things. I don't know where this will end, but it is trying to find compromise and trying to show our constituents that we can come together and that we want to provide tax relief, that we want to get some of those dollars in our reserves back in the hands of our families. So with that, I move my amendment and I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Olsher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
No.
Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Lyon, Senator Longvine. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
I'd like to explain my vote. We've been here since 2:30. It's 9:30 now, and we've been arguing on this bill. It's time to cut bait, get this thing done. I don't think we're going to come to an agreement. We got to get something so we get it to the people who, get together, and then we can yell at them. It's time to go.
Seeing no other, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. $14 having voted in favor, 26 opposed, motion fails. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think everybody in the body knows where they're going to be on this legislation, but I will remind you that you can't be for big government, for big taxes, and for big bureaucracy and still stand for the little guy. A quote from President Ronald Reagan. Madam Chairman, I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 539 as amended for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will turn our attention to House Bill 2682. The chair recognizes. We will return our attention to House Bill 2465. The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Body, this is a follow-up to the promised final amendment to 2465. The amendment number is 3608.
Please give us a moment to get it distributed.
Madam Chair, I'm very happy to explain this bill. Yeah.
Senator, you may explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to be really brief here, this was the original language as well as the amended Senate 80. The income limit, annual income limit was $50,000. This is being raised to $80,000. That is the proposed amendment. That I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any additional questions for the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports House Bill 2465 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention back to sub for Senate Bill 60. Chair recognizes Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment to Senate Bill 60. The number is 3610.
Give us a moment to get it distributed, please. Senator, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will explain it. Thank you. Thank you,
Please
Madam Chair.
proceed.
So Senate Bill 60 was about sales tax exemptions for a variety of organizations, and I listened to the House Taxation Committee the other day, where their chair, Representative Adam Smith, I believe, they were working on having a bill for sales tax exemptions for all charitable organizations. I don't know where that's going to go, but I felt like this is one way to get a tax bill and a couple of amendments. Tax Committee has heard this. This bill is about sales tax exemption, to provide sales tax exemption for certain not-for-profit organizations to provide public transportation services. I bring this bill forward because in so many communities, public transportation is a necessity for people to get to work. It's not for recreation, it's not for sightseeing, it's not for tourism. It's simply to get to work or to get to their doctor or to get from because they have a car issue. It's for an intentional purpose, and if they miss work, they get docked or they might even get fired. And most of our public transportation services do have federal funding. They even have some state funding and even university fundings and city fundings, but they don't have a sales tax exemption. So many nonprofits that are 501c3s.
I'm sorry, Senator, if we could please have quiet in the chamber. I'm having difficulty hearing the senator. Thank you.
So many 501c3s still don't have sales tax exemption, and each one has to come to the legislators individually and seek it. So this is my amendment to Senate Bill 60, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know the hour is late, but the senator said that we had a hearing on this. We have never had a hearing on this legislation.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Yes, my apologies. We did not have a hearing. I introduced the bill. I heard this was one way to get it into Senate Bill 60. My apologies, wrong verbiage. I had introduced it. There was not a hearing.
Additional questions? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the senator's efforts, but all of the amendments tonight had hearings. We were fully aware of what the fiscal notes were, what the implications were with the bill. If we hadn't heard them this year, we had heard in the previous year. I won't be supporting the amendment, but I do appreciate her efforts.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The amendment talks about operation and administration of public transportation services, and it also talks about an organization that is a non-for-profit. So I'm guessing this would not be anything to do with public transportation as it relates to bus service, etc. Could the carrier of the amendment give examples? And I apologize if she did during her opening statements, because as you correctly gavelled, it was a little noisy on our side, and so she may have elaborated, but I would like to know who would receive this property, this sales on tangible personal property and services purchased by a non-for-profit organization. If she could give us some examples, I would appreciate it, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Yes, absolutely. We have a public transportation system in the city of Manhattan, but it covers the entire region. It's called the Flint Hills Area Transportation Service. So it covers the entire region. They have, and there are, I believe there was a similar public transportation service also in Finney as well as McPherson. So it isn't just for one county. It's anyone that is providing those public service transportation services. Was there more to the question? I'm not sure.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I'm wondering if this would cover transportation services that pick up individuals and take them to healthcare or medical facilities.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
I believe this is for any public transportation system that's a 501c3.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is probably a lot more far-reaching than what we understand at 9:30 on a Thursday evening. And until we've had an opportunity to determine exactly how far-reaching this is, who would be included, or who potentially could be included, I'm going to stand in opposition to this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I like the concept. And if the senator from Riley could stand for a question.
She's standing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you could elaborate just a little bit more, so they would be a 501c3. So where does their buses come from? And is it bus passes they give, or they actually meet at a certain location and take a person to and from that doctor's appointment? Just curious of how it works. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. So the way it is used in our community, and for this, there is a system in place where there is a place for the buses. The buses do give passes. They have a system where other nonprofits or school districts or employers can.
I know the hour is late, but can we please keep it quiet in the chamber? I'm sorry, Senator, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that they give nonprofits or businesses, schools, community centers, they can have passes for individuals to use to get from one place to another for those that can't afford it, because typically we have lots of populations that can't afford a car because of insurance, because of maintenance. They don't have a place to place the car. So this has helped people from Ogden, which is a high-risk at poverty school district, but also just as a place close to Fort Riley. They use Adibus frequently. Soldiers have used Adibus frequently. This is so students have used Adibus frequently, mainly because not everybody has a car. We have Fort Riley soldiers that are stationed there that don't have cars. We have students that come from not only other states, but other countries that don't have a car. And certain entities have purchased riding passes for them. This organization gets, they're well funded from federal agencies for grants. So they're always getting grants to use to keep it going. And I'm trying to find the fiscal note. I've just had so many items up that I'm having a hard time finding my fiscal note on this. But it is sustainable. It is not in the millions of dollars. I believe it's like $76,000 or $100,000. We've just passed millions and millions of dollars tonight. So I would like the body to consider this as one of the amendments. Thank you.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, are you seeking recognition? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like I said, this helps a lot of populations in our community. We don't even know the extent that it reaches. Oftentimes, most of the people that are in this room have probably never used public transportation, so you assume nobody's using it, or maybe it's not as necessary, or maybe they're using it to see sights in the city. But there's a population that needs it, depends on it. They have stops. They stand there on rainy days, on snowy days, on blizzard days, just to get to work. And I hope this body considers the people we talk about, they're lazy or they don't like to get to work or they're sleeping in. There's a lot of people that are trying to get to work, and this helps them. There's a lot of seniors that are trying to get to appointments, and this helps them. So I just want this body to consider this. Thank you.
Would you move your amendment, Senator?
Yes, but that I move my amendment for support. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Here's the noes have it. We are back on the bill. Are there additional questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move when the committee arises and reports, it reports Senate substitute for Senate Bill 60, favorable for passage as amended.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Erickson in the chair. Recommended, Senate Bills 376, 311, 498, and 482 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 480 be passed. House Bill 2036 be amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill and the bill be passed. Senate Bill 484 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Peck, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2465 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Holland, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 60 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, recommending a substitute bill be further amended on motions of Senators Peck, Faust-Goudeau, and Blasey, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 539 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senators Thompson, Schallenberger, and O'Shea. House Bills 2682, 2229, and 2254 be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to adopt the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action and roll call. House Bill 2465, substitute for Senate Bill 60, Senate substitute for House Bill 2036, Senate Bill 484, Senate Bill 376, Senate Bill 480, Senate Bill 311, Senate Bill 498, Senate Bill 482, and Senate Bill 539.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're now ready. We'll hold for final action, and we're now ready for final action. On the first roll call, we'll take the following. The bills on page 5 through 7 of the calendar. House Bill 2465, sub for Senate Bill 60, Senate sub for House Bill 2036, Senate Bill 484, 376, 480, 311, 498, 482, and 539. The clerk will read the titles.
House Bill 2465, an act concerning income taxation. Senate substitute Bill 60, an act concerning sales taxation. Substitute House Bill 2036, an act concerning sales taxation. Senate Bill 484, an act concerning property taxation. Senate Bill 376, an act concerning income taxation. Senate Bill 480, an act concerning taxation. Senate Bill 311, an act concerning property taxation. Senate Bill 498, an act concerning taxation. Senate Bill 482, an act concerning property taxation. And Senate Bill 539, an act concerning taxation.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust-Gudot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Ready, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? We have explanations of vote. Senator from call has been requested. Requires 5 hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Seeing 5 hands, call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Billinger, Fascudo,
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascudo. Wrong call. Yeah, you need to cast your vote. You were passed on. Thank you. Senator from Doug, San Francisco, we think we have your vote completely messed up. Can you just repeat the whole thing?
Do you want me to pass first and then come back?
Prefer you don't.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this does include some changes that I was planning to make. So no on 484, no on 311, no on 498, no on 482, no on 539, aye on the remainder.
Haley,
Just your pass. Coin.
McGinn,
Okay, all votes having been cast. Call is raised. Are there explanations? Senator from Lynn.
Preliminary account on 484, please.
Pardon me, what was the number? 484. Preliminary on 484, 29 in favor, 11 opposed. On 484. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explanation on Senate Bill 311. Senate Bill 311 seeks to reverse the Kansas Supreme Court's decision to reject the dark store theory of valuing commercial property. If SB 311 were enacted into law, millions of dollars in property tax revenue generated from commercial properties will disappear. This would significantly shift the property tax burden to residential homeowners simply to benefit large commercial enterprises that are often owned by companies from outside Kansas. There was no hearing on this portion of Senate Bill 311, which was added to the bill just yesterday. There's no fiscal note on the devastating impact this will have on all levels of Kansas government, and there was no chance for any parties to weigh in on this legislation.
Sorry, look down, not sure who stood first. I'm going to go Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I'd like to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson, on his comments.
So ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Ditto, Mr. President. And could we have a preliminary on 311?
311, 21 in favor, 19 opposed.
Thank you. I'd like
Senator
to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson on
So ordered. Senator from Douglas, San Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson on 311.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I would like to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I missed one earlier. I need to switch my vote from yes to no on 482.
So ordered. Further changes or explanations? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Explanation of vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
On 3 different bills. First one is on HB 2465. I appreciate the amendments we've made on House Bill 2465, increasing the number of disabled veterans who will be able to realize property tax relief by increasing the eligibility, income, and property tax limits for those tax freezes. I vote aye. Second, Senate substitute for HB 2036 is a win for our disabled veterans. I was proud to be a bipartisan co-sponsor on the original bill, Senate Bill 50, giving critical sales tax exemptions on key goods. Sales tax cuts help the most needy. With that said, there still needs to be more to help the same group with property tax relief, as we've potentially done with HB 2465, and as the original makers of HB 2465 had attempted. I vote aye. Third, on SB 539, the idea that changing the structure of our tax system from 3 tiers to 1 tier gives inherent advantage is a fallacy in my mind. Similar tax certainty can be had with the current 3-tier system. The current posture of Senate Bill 539 is an attempt to replicate our current limited progressive tax structure using exemptions combined with a higher flat rate with this decreasing yearly rates that appear to give the most benefits to the most wealthy over 5 years. There was a compromise offered that gave significant tax cuts on property tax, Social Security, food sales tax, and even income tax. This body can come up with a compromise that meets the needs of our citizens by continuing to work together and not dealing with absolutes. I vote no on SB 539. Thank you. And if I could have my word spread.
So ordered. Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to make comments on my vote for sub HB 2036.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My constituents are Fort Riley. A lot of their soldiers and veterans live in not only Manhattan, but in Geary County, as well as Pottawatomie County and the entire Flint Hills region. And so being so close to my constituents, they have emailed me many, many emails about HB 2036, which was passed in the House for property tax exemption. And I support the substitute HB 2036 because it gives them some type of relief in sales tax. But I do want to say sometimes at some point we should probably look at property tax, whether we vote for it or not. I think that discussion needs to happen, mainly because this idea of gut and go makes it seem as though we voted for the same bill that passed in the House by 120 plus votes. And I don't want there to be this illusion where people assume we passed a property tax for military veterans and disabled, when actually we did the opposite and gave them sales tax relief. So I just want to make sure, you know, being new to the legislature, there's lots to learn, but the gut and go aspect is a little deceptive for people that have voted overwhelmingly in the House, and then we switched up the bill and we voted for a completely different bill overwhelmingly. Thank you.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
Once I get them down to 200, yes.
Thank you for that. Senator from Douglas, San Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to join the senator from Leavenworth on his explanations for 2465 and for 539.
So ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Mr. President, I request permission to submit an explanation of vote, compelled as I was on Senate Bill 539. It will be forthcoming. I'm marginal on that particular vote, compelled to decide today. I would like to add my thought process to the journal as soon as I'm able to compose them.
So ordered. A real quick check. Hey, Corey, what time frame to submit explanation of vote? 2 hours after adjournment. Senator Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just comments on 539, just one in particular. I really appreciate your leadership tonight, Mr. President. I really thought the way we kicked off this whole discussion on Senate Bill 539 was appropriate. I mean, you basically laid out the framework. We reviewed each of the pieces. We voted it. I'm not running for re-election. This is the thing I'm going to miss most about this institution is when we have full-throated debates on this body. We are a committee of the whole, and we share ideas. I think that's when we do our best work. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership in putting together that facilitation, that opportunity for us to start work through these issues and hopefully get to a consensus position. I appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Douglas. That means a lot to me coming from minority position and somebody who's been here that long. So I take that more than just a grain of salt. Thank you for that. Senator from Wyandotte.
Yes, Mr. President, with his permission, if he does submit that for the journal, I'd like to join the remarks of the senator.
Those remarks are not allowed. All right. Further explanation or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. $38 having voted in favor and 2 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 60, 21 in favor and 19 opposed to Senate Bill 311, 35 in favor and 5 opposed to Senate Bill 376, 39 in favor, 1 opposed to Senate Bill 480, 32 in favor, 8 opposed to Senate Bill 482, 29 in favor, 11 opposed to Senate Bill 484, 28 in favor, 12 opposed to Senate Bill 498, 29 in favor, 11 opposed to Senate Bill 539, 38 in favor and 2 opposed to House Bill 2036 and House Bill 2465. These measures, having reached a constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 552 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning the State Board of Regents. And Senate Bill number 553 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning insurance.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 552 and Senate Bill 553. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Message from the House. The House concurs in Senate amendments to Senate substitute for House Bill 2247, They announce passage of House Bill 2521, announcing passage of House Bill 2491, 2551, and 2705, announcing passage of Senate Bill 336 and 431, announcing passage of Senate Bill 340 as amended. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2105 and requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Hoheisel, Clifford, and Shu as conferees on the part of the House. House Bill 2491, an act concerning law enforcement training centers, and House Bill 2521, an act concerning education. House Bill 2705, an act concerning the disposition of state real property, and House Bill 2551, an act concerning the certain claims against the state.
Reports of standing committees, clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Utilities recommends House Bill 2590 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2317 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as the Senate substitute for House Bill number 2317, and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends House Bill 2481 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends House Bill 2498 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2629 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2790 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2745 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends House Bill 2703 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends Senate Bill 524 be passed and, because the committee is of the opinion that the bill is of a non-controversial nature, be placed on the consent calendar.
Before adjourning, are there announcements? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falsquito.
Mr. President, we need to sing happy birthday, I believe, to the senator from Cherokee. Happy birthday.
It's a big one, too. Who's going to start it? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight will meet in the morning at 9 o'clock in room 582 North.
Any further announcements before we adjourn? Seeing none. Oh, Chair. Oh, nope. Chair recognizes Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn pro forma until 9 a.m. Friday, March 15th, 2024.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senate's adjourned.